is dead, and I'm sure they're doing a lot of looking to make sure there was just the one suspect there. And again, we expect that we will be talking to law enforcement in a news conference situation perhaps a little later in the day. KVAL News, of course, will be there. We're on the scene. We have more crews headed that way to be able to bring you a complete picture. We also have a crew on the way to the hospital in Roseburg at Mercy Medical Center, where we would expect that some of those victims, some of those who have been injured in the shootings will be taken. So we will have crews there. Students and faculty, though, again, being taken to the fairgrounds now, away from Umpqua Community College, where the shooting started, and the first reports came at 10:38 this morning. We will continue to follow. We'll talk to our reporters on the scene. We'll give you the latest information as we get it here in this news half hour, but certainly as we continue throughout the day on KVAL. And Julie, it's something like this that just makes you stop and take a breath, because parents, of course, sending their kids off to college. Kids are off to college. It's an exciting time.
He said it, time to take a breath. Time to take a moment to think about our loved ones. Again, the tweets we're seeing here, amazing people dealing with this, processing it in a very personal way, saying, I have students at college. My child was just 5 when the Newtown shooting happened. I mean, people reflecting on the impact this has.
On the phone with us now, Corey Grogan from Oregon Emergency Management. Corey, thanks for your time. What can you tell us?
Okay, well, right now, Oregon State Police is working this to get all the accurate information. Initial reports, and it is still under investigation, so that's an important thing to note, because this information can change. Initial report is 7 to 10 deceased, approximately 20 wounded. EM workers are on scene, and they're providing casualty care. And it's going to be under investigation. We're working to get the information out as quickly as possible. And there's going to be additional personnel on scene to support that effort.
Okay, so you're telling us, Oregon Emergency Management, that 7 to 10 are dead, 20 have been wounded. Emergency medical teams are there dealing with the casualties. Is that all correct information?
This is the initial report, and it's still under investigation. So the initial report is 7 to 10 deceased, approximately 20 wounded, and they are on scene right now. And from what we know, the shooter is down and the scene is safe at this point in time.
And that's what we understand as well, that the shooter has been neutralized, the shooter is no longer active. Do you happen to know whether the shooter is in custody or the shooter has been killed?
I don't have any of that information at this point in time.
Okay. And OEM, what role do you guys play in a situation like this?
Well, we would be monitoring the situation, working with our partners, and then if it's requested, we can help provide allocate resources.
Do you know who the lead agency is at this point?
At this point, the local sheriff is the lead, and they're being supported by Oregon State Police, and they're working on who will ultimately be the lead in the investigation.
Right, and it's our understanding that alcohol, tobacco, and firearms, federal agents, perhaps even the FBI might be involved. Have you had any information regarding that?
At this point, I don't have any information on who will be the lead, but I do know that they will all be collaborating, communicating, and working together to determine that.
All right, Corey, thank you for that information. You know, there's information pouring in on Twitter from people around campus. Brian and I have been getting tweets about, you know, the shooter possibly saying something about this on social media on 4chan yesterday. At this point, we're going to ignore that. We have no idea if any of this stuff is real. So we're trying to give you the best information possible from official sources, from our reporters on the scene, from our partners at other news organizations. At this point, all we know is that 7 to 10 people are dead, at least 20 wounded, and the shooter is no longer active. We don't know if the shooter is dead or alive.
We do know now also that the students are being evacuated off campus after the lockdown situation. They're being bused to the fairgrounds there, where they're able to meet up with family and friends. At some point, undoubtedly, police will open up the campus again to allow students to return to perhaps pick up their belongings, their vehicles, a situation like that. But it still remains under lockdown. It is still a crime scene. The Douglas County Sheriff's Office Major Crimes Team, fire department there, told us that they were the ones taking the lead on this. We're trying to confirm the situation with the gunman, whether that gunman has been killed or the gunman is in custody. But the concern that there is another gunman seemed not to be reality, that there was indeed, as so often is the case, a single gunman in a situation like this, and that the threat, the immediate threat, is over.
These are pictures from outside Mercy Medical Center where there was a lineup of ambulances, and we just learned from Corey with emergency management that they are still treating wounded people on campus. Some of these folks have not even made their way to the hospital yet. We know that students and faculty members were being bused to the Douglas County Fairgrounds. They can be picked up there, so that seems to be a meeting place away from campus where police are still investigating, where emergency crews are still trying to treat the wounded.
And the healthcare system there, after talking to Sean Clark with Roseburg Healthcare System, Public Information Officer, that the hospitals immediately went into their mobilization plan for a mass casualty incident. That includes the VA, that includes Mercy Hospital down there, other medical centers down there that are part of a team to deal with whether it's a natural disaster or a horrible human-caused disaster like this one. They're able to respond. We've seen, you're seeing the number of ambulances that have arrived. And as Sean Clark told us, a lot of their staff has been called in on their off hours to come in and help. Keep in mind, Roseburg is a relatively small community. To deal with a situation like this is going to zap their resources and push people to the edge of what can be dealt with when you're talking about 7 to 10 killed, 20 wounded.
Let's go to Reed Andrews in the newsroom, who's been watching some of the developments on social media. Reed, what are you seeing?
Well, Angelica and Brian, here's what we have. We're at the Mondo pad in the K2 newsroom. You can see through the website Banjo, we have an idea of exactly all the tweets that are coming in from that area. This is the photo that we've been showing all day. Michael Sullivan tweeting out that authorities checking bags as students and staff are moved out of campus here at Umpqua Community College after the shooting reported. Again, we have reports of 7 to 10 dead and about 20 wounded. Just a horrible scene. As you see, we have other tweets coming. A lot of people showing shots fired at the campus and obviously telling people to not come there as a result of this. And obviously a lot of people have been bussed out of the area, hoping that no one was shot. Obviously not the case. That well-wish not coming to fruition, as we again have more than 20 people wounded or thereabouts. Hoping that everybody stays safe. A lot of these outpouring of people not necessarily being able to communicate with people there at the campus just because of how sudden and everything is, with how urgent it is to make sure that everyone who needs to be treated is, but everyone just being able to push their condolences and well wishes, hoping that everything works out. We're going to be continuing to monitor this, as well as checking up on the Facebook page from the community college as they are being able to receive and then send out a lot of those well wishes from people, just hoping that this small community of Roseburg, around 22,000 people, are able to come together after what has just been a horrible tragedy at their campus earlier today. In the newsroom, Reed Andrews, Angelica, Brian, back to you.
Reed, thank you. And we just saw a tweet from Portland Mayor Charlie Hales just 3 minutes ago. He says, prayers for Roseburg and Umpqua Community College and all the help that Portland Police and PDX Fire and your grieving neighbors can provide. We're seeing tweets from all around the world, not just local officials and local departments. And of course, this has renewed the debate, not started the debate on gun control. We're not going to go there right now, but social media is flooded with comments along the lines of, how many times is this going to happen? This is like a regular thing every week in the U.S., but this is one of the deadliest college campus shootings we've reported on in several years.
The News Review, the newspaper in Roseburg, just saying just a few minutes ago that students and staff had been gathering on the front lawn of the campus. They were waiting to be loaded onto a bus to be evacuated to the Douglas County Fairgrounds, and that a spokesperson for Mercy Medical Center, the main medical center down there, said that 6 patients had been brought to Mercy and they were expecting 2 more. Again, please be careful with the numbers. We're trying to be careful. The bottom line is this is a horrific situation with multiple victims killed and multiple victims wounded.
If you are following this on social media, you can follow the K2 News Twitter feed. But people everywhere are using the hashtag UCC shooting, where they are sharing personal stories of what happened on campus. Emergency officials are using the hashtag at this point to disseminate information to families so they know exactly where to go, where to get the latest information from the Douglas County Sheriff's Office, the fire department, and campus. Umpqua Community College, their website is still down at this point. We're not seeing any information coming from campus officials.
Often what happens in a situation like this is the initial reports, the emergent information begins to flow fairly quickly after the shooting. It was 10:38 the police got the call. We started hearing about it just before 11, so just a matter of minutes later. Then there was that flood of information again, OSP initially telling us 15 dead. Now we're hearing 7 to 10 dead with 20 wounded. Those numbers are going to change. The situation's going to change. Is the gunman dead? Is the gunman in custody? What has become of the victims? What hospitals are they? Have they been taken to? What weapons were used? All questions that will need to be asked as we move forward in this, not least of which the motive for such a horrible tragedy in what we understand is the first week of classes for the term at Umpqua Community College in Roseburg. A media briefing has been scheduled, we understand. We're not sure when it will happen, but there is a staging area for reporters that has been set up by law enforcement there. We are hearing from reporters who got initially on the scene, seeing this situation of chaos with ambulances coming and going, with students and others in tears, some with blood on them, as they were undoubtedly in shock, perhaps even numbed by what had just occurred at apparently in or outside Snyder Hall. And we're again trying to confirm exactly where it happened, but Snyder Hall and then the lockdown that immediately followed.
I'm looking at the Umpqua Community College Facebook page. People are sending their condolences, posting it on the page. Just heard the news, active shooter, 10 dead. Please keep them in your prayers. I'm sorry, my prayers are with you all during this horrific time. Prayers from Montana. We're seeing messages from all around the world. You know, people just in shock.
Peter DeFazio, congressman from Oregon, just tweeted, "My thoughts and prayers are with the victims of today's tragic shooting in Roseburg." We expect to be joined here on set by a specialist, a professor who has devoted his career to studying situations, not mass shootings so much, but just crime and community. Randy Blazak from the University of Oregon is going to be joining us soon. We also, of course, have K2 News crews, several of them on the way. Keep in mind where Roseburg is, about 180 miles from Portland. We have been also working with our news partners in that area, KVAL Television, trying to get some live pictures and get the best information we can from the scene itself. Again, if you're just joining us at 12:21 in the afternoon, that there has been a mass shooting at Umpqua Community College in Roseburg. Oregon Emergency Management and Oregon State Police saying 7 to 10 have been killed, perhaps 20 or so wounded. Emergency medical crews are still on the scene. Federal agents are on the way, including agents from Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. Students are being cleared from the campus by buses and being taken to the nearby fairgrounds. And that we do hope to get more and better, frankly, information directly from law enforcement as soon as they're able to break away for a moment from the ongoing scene and brief the reporters in the community. It's the community there that wants to know how the situation and the safety of their family and their friends.
You know, we're seeing reports too that some patients have been life flighted. We don't know, taken by helicopter to other hospitals. We don't know where they're being taken. But 20 wounded. The hospital there, Mercy Medical Center, is treating all the wounded. We've been seeing pictures of the ambulances lined up outside the emergency room there. We've spoken to other hospitals who've confirmed that they've been asked to be on standby for an overflow of patients. we're talking about 20 people wounded, some of them still being treated on the scene on campus. Fire and police asking people to stay away from campus, although they have the shooter down in custody. We're not sure if the shooter is dead. They want people to stay away from campus at this point. People are being taken to the fairgrounds to be reunited with their family members, faculty members, students, people who happen to be on campus at the time.
We're still trying to get good information, and as we do that, let's check back with Reed Andrews, who's in the newsroom for us. Reed?
Yeah, Brian, here and Angelica, I just want to give you an idea. Again, we continue to have this photo right here of the scene being cleared out and those bags being checked from the school. Those victims being taken to the hospital right here. This is basically where the school is. This is where the hospital is, Mercy Medical. That is about a 5-mile trip right down I-5. And then to give you a better idea of what we're talking about, those students being taken to the Douglas County Fairgrounds, that's just a little bit further south of the hospital, a 9-mile trip down there. And we're continuing to see people come in with messages just about their support for everything that's going on at Umpqua Community College. Thinking about this makes me sick to my tummy and gives me chills. God, please be with us. Please save our loved ones. Again, a really horrible situation. Anywhere from 7 to 10 people dead at the community college in the small town of Roseburg, just 22,000, about 3 hours south of us here in Portland. And those well wishes not just coming from the Oregon community, but you can see on the community college's page, bizarrely enough, this is just a thread for a Halloween party, and people finding some need to just be able to put out their support towards them, saying thoughts are going to the students, faculty. Again, this is not an intended thing, but just people making sure that they have Umpqua Community College and the general community there in Roseburg know that they're feeling from the wishes from all the way from the United Kingdom, California, and the East Coast. In the newsroom, Reed Andrews, KT News.
All right, Reed, thank you. As we talked about these situations developing and having an impact, you're getting some video. This is first video from the scene, buses being brought in to transport the students who've been evacuated from the building at Umpqua Community College, and the faces. Just look at the faces of the people witnessing this horrible situation. And the police cars, the traffic that's been blocked off, the area has been secured by the law enforcement agencies down there, essentially a shutdown. And we've also learned that as the police have gone through the lockdown to clear the students out, they've been having the students come out in some cases with hands on their heads because, again, the sheriff's department and the other law enforcement agencies involved have to separate out the victims from, frankly, people who could be suspects.
And we've reached out to some of the professionals who responded after the Reynolds High School shooting and the Clackamas Town Center shooting because, frankly, they've been through this before and they can help people cope with that. So we have reached out to those folks. We're going to get them on the air as soon as possible. I'm going to read a couple of the comments that have been left on the college's Facebook page. It's been flooded with, messages of support and love. Betty says, Lisa says prayers from Loudon, New Hampshire. Sam says praying for all of those alive and for the families of those who were taken too soon. From Kathy, profound condolences to friends, family, and students from Northeast Oregon. From Sue, sending prayers from Nevada. From Terry, thoughts and prayers with everyone from Ashland, Oregon. Arthur says we're praying for you in Florida. Stanton says thoughts and prayers to the UCC and Roseburg community. From Wayne, deep and constant prayer from North Carolina. Ellen says sending prayers, so sorry to hear about this tragedy.
Take you behind the scenes just for a minute here, out to our assignment desk, listening to the scanners, working the phones, trying to get the best information we can as soon as we can. Let's talk with Nick Bradshaw about what he has. Nick?
Trying to get information. As you obviously know, we're following a lot of the hospitals on their Facebook pages, and Mercy Medical Center in Roseburg just a few minutes ago put on their Facebook they've received 9 patients from this incident going on at the college, and they got 3 more on the way. So we know in past situations where we have these mass casualty, mass injury situations, that hospitals get flooded. So we're trying to work with hospitals up here. Portland has 2 level 1 trauma centers, which means they're the most certified in the state to take the most critically injured people. We're trying to work with them to see if they're getting any patients. Obviously Eugene is very close, Medford is close, but we know that at least at Mercy Medical Center in Roseburg, they got 9 patients, 3 more on the way. So that's the latest update we have from the hospital down there.
And usually in situations like this, Nick, I'm sure you'd agree, Life Flight is involved, and I'm seeing at least some tweets on social media that they've been activated.
Yeah, Lifelight is involved. We're trying to get a hold of them, and there's also another helicopter rescue crew that's based in Southern Oregon. I think they're called Reach. So again, you know, every resource that is available usually heads down to these scenes. It takes a little while for things to get organized, but Mercy also just said that they're working with the Douglas County Sheriff's Office on a press conference down at the scene. So we've got crews obviously headed there. Hopefully we'll be there in time. We'll bring you the absolute latest, but OSP is kind of taking the lead on this. They're working with the hospitals, and we'll get as much information to you as we can.
Yeah, and just to confirm that, Kelly Anderson from KVAL TV just tweeted out information that a Reach helicopter and Life Flight helicopter and multiple ambulances have been activated and are at Mercy Hospital. And sent some pictures as well with that.
We're also following students who live tweeted as this was happening from campus. A student named Kayla 2 hours ago tweeting, "OMG, there's someone shooting on campus. Students are running everywhere, holy God." And then she updated, "Hi guys, I'm okay physically. We're being bussed on campus. Off campus. We're being bussed off campus. Please keep the victims in your thoughts and prayers." Can you imagine being that student in that situation?
Can't begin to imagine. Randy Blazak joins us from University of Oregon now. And tell us, first of all, what experience, what knowledge you bring to help this discussion forward.
Well, unfortunately, we've got a long history of mass shooting events, especially at schools, so there's plenty to study. I had a book out in 2001 in the wake of the Columbine shootings where we were looking for some of the common patterns. And there's so much we don't know about this case, so it's a lot of speculation. But we have what I would assume would be a white male shooter. Those are typically the profiles. And again, sometimes I'm hesitant to sort of expound on things because the exact opposite information could come in. But usually in a case like this, when we have a mass shooting, we have a male who has experienced some intense loss. So, you know, we used to use the term going postal when we talked about workplace shootings, and then we kind of moved into this happening in high schools. And so we have someone who is dealing with an intense emotional situation through gun violence, and this becomes a way in our culture. I mean, there's a real connection between masculinity and gun usage. I mean, it's not about guns, it's about who's using the guns. Right. And that gun violence becomes a way of solving the problem. So usually what we see in a case like this, and it may turn out to be this situation or not, is the person is suicidal and they want to go out in a blaze of glory. We know sort of after the fact in some of these other shootings, like Charleston, for example, the shooter intended to be killed by the police and sort of at the last minute he ran away. So we have a lot to learn, but there is this intense discussion that happens around guns, and the work I do as a sociologist and looking at this sort of 20-year history now, we have these mass shootings of the connections between the idea of being a male. What does it mean to be a man in our society, and how do you deal with intense situations? Do you talk them out? Do you seek help? Do you look for nonviolent ways to solve the problem, or do you just go out in a blaze of glory? And I fear that this is another one of those examples.
You know, Randy, we used to say back when, a long time ago,
Sure.
we didn't have as many of these mass shootings. Is there a pattern here? Is there a copycat pattern? Yeah. Can we even say that anymore? Because it seems like we are doing this very often. I mean, it's hard to even wrap your head around how often this is happening in this country.
It's kind of heartbreaking how many times our news cycles interrupted by things like this. The good news is that violent crime in general is down, interpersonal crime and things like that, but we do now have this model, and this person's name will be added to all the other names of the shooters. You know, Kip Kinkle and all the other ones are sort of engraved in stone, and that may be the model now for a person that's in this desperate, I should say a male person who's in this desperate situation, to have this formula to plug into, to go out and be enshrined in the annals of American violence.
And we've talked about this before, specifically with you. Last time we were standing here having this conversation, we're in a difficult position because we don't want to blow this up, but how can you not? This is a horrible situation. We're talking about 7 to 10 dead. We have to cover this. This is our job as news people. Sure. But then there are people who believe that it inspires other acts of violence. Do you think there's any truth to that?
Yeah, I mean, that's the catch-22 on any type of story like this, where you are both doing your job, doing your due diligence, but also adding to this mythology around mass violence that some people buy into as a heroic act. That even in film, you know, the hero is the guy who's got both guns blazing. I mean, we've got video games and all kinds of a culture around sort of masculinity and gun violence. And so it's a tough job, and I don't envy you because you have to both report on it but also play a role in the adding to that story. And now we've got another chapter, and unfortunately it's right here in Oregon.
Talk to us a little bit more about school here. It's our understanding that Umpqua Community College, the fall term just started very recently, you know, and the stresses that come involved in that. And that, as you said, we've kind of transitioned from that workplace shooting to this mass shooting on a campus.
Right. So what we know from the research is that these tend to be young males for the most part, and young males are still in the process of figuring out that, I hate to keep using the sociological term, the definition or the construction of masculinity. What does it really mean? And we're young, you know, we think of gender in terms of opposites, that male and female are opposite sexes. And as we get older, we realize we have a lot more in common, and a lot of that sort of macho-ness, risk-taking behavior fades away as we, you know, become more adult people, and you know, men take care of children and cry, and it becomes a more nuanced sense of masculinity. But when we're young, especially that sort of 18 to 22-year-old age, it's a very simplistic notion of masculinity. It's very easy to have it challenged. So in a lot of the school shootings, for example, we see that in bullying, Columbine and things like that. These are kids who are bullied, so they reacted in a very sort of old school John Wayne notion of picking up a gun and getting their masculinity back. For older people, older men, it's usually the loss of a job, the loss of a partner, maybe a divorce or something like that sparks this need to reclaim this sort of old-fashioned version of Wild Wild West masculinity. And so I think that's why we see it in these particular locations.
We're not reporting it because we can't confirm it, and it frankly doesn't reveal that much, but there are reports that there may have been a social media post, perhaps by this guy. Again, I'm trying to be very careful here, but that social media plays a role in this. Yeah,
there's some amazing research coming out now about sort of analyzing social media around mass shootings, that people usually will put out clues. We saw this in Charleston, we saw this in a couple of the school shootings, that there is this, it's not a cry for help, it's sort of a warning that I'm going to do this. And that may be, and again, this is a lot of conjecture, that may be to make sure that person, after it's all said and done, has a trail that says, I did this because of this. Respect me as I went out the door.
Even in the Roanoke shooting at the news station, the one that happened on live television, he knew his victims, and he had I guess you could call it a motive.
Right.
But there was a social media warning.
Sure.
I mean, he posted video.
Right, it's our new community, right? We reach out to people that we may not be talking to in person, but we're talking to them online in our social media platforms. And so it becomes a way of having a conversation and trying to frame the act as you're doing it. So there is some evidence, because again, many of these people are suicidal, so they're not going to have that chance to testify in court about why they did it. So they leave bits and clues around so we can kind of put together the picture.
Stay with us, because we're going to continue this conversation and drill down to figure out, maybe in the future question we'll ask you is, like, are there clues that we should be looking for? But on the phone with us right now is Joe Didon, who's a law enforcement training officer with TAC 1 Consulting. We're talking about the emotions involved here on the side of the gunman, and also the emotions involved when the officers roll up to a situation like this. Joe, what can you tell us about the mindset an officer needs to have, or should have anyway, heading into a situation like this?
Yeah, it's an aggressive mindset. I can tell you that for the most part, law enforcement, we've been talking about the shootings, since 1999 at Columbine. The single officers, they're prepared to engage the threat, to eliminate that loss of life. So we've become leaps and bounds from what our response was early on in these active shooter incidents. So it's basically asking a patrol officer to become a one-man SWAT team. We want to send them into a commercial building that's heavily populated. They're going to encounter a lot of mass chaos, obviously carnage. So it's trying to wire them to be able to do it. And for the most part, I think most agencies are on board single to officer response.
We're struggling a little bit with the audio, but this is critical information, so we're going to stay with this, Joe. The initial thought for the officer going in, you talk about that aggressive mindset. but that poor officer has to know that he's looking for the needle in the haystack. In other words, if there is indeed a single gunman on a college campus with 3,000 students, there are going to be a lot of innocent people in front of him as well.
Oh, you bet. It's going to be a tough job, you know, especially when they're there by themselves in those first couple minutes. They're obviously multitasking. They're looking to try to locate the gunman to see if that person is still active or if they've left or given up or, like we talked about, you know, end up committing suicide. So it is. I mean, they have to be tactically sound. They've got to make good decisions. They've got to pass up some victims that may or may not be alive, you know, until they're certain that that gunman is done doing what they're doing. As more law enforcement gets there in EMS, then obviously they get a transition to start rendering aid and then evacuating any casualties that need to be transported.
Joe, you've been training, you've been teaching, you know, law enforcement how to deal with these situations. You know how the medical community responds, how schools like Umpqua Community College respond. How has this changed over the years as we see more and more of these incidents happening, or has it changed?
Yeah, it has changed quite a bit. The biggest change we see now is that communities are realizing it's not just a law enforcement problem. We just touched briefly on what that first officer has to do. You know, like I said, post-Columbine here in Jefferson County, that was part of my background as far as the shootings we've had out here in Colorado. But, you know, we prepared law enforcement for a 4-person response then. Now we're going all the way down to a single officer response. Now what we're seeing to see is the, you know, school faculty now preparing. For the most part, they have, you know, a paper or a plan on paper, you know, versus policy procedure on how to evacuate, shelter, you know, barricade in place. And then on the flip side of after law enforcement arrives, we're now getting EMS and fire into the mindset of sending 1 or 2 people in there where they can stop massive blood loss prior to transportation. So we've seen that big shift, especially after Aurora movie theater shooting, to where we're now getting the fire and unarmed EMS personnel in there as quickly as possible, because you're talking critical seconds or minutes until someone bleeds out, if that makes sense.
Joe, I can't even imagine having to train for that skill set, but that's the reality that we live in today. You know, as far as students on campus when something like this happens, or say shoppers in a mall, have we seen over the years their behavior change? I remember with the Columbine shooting, who could forget the students running across the campus in school with their arms up, not knowing what to do. It seems now that people have this automatic reaction because we've seen it so many times play out on television.
Right. Yeah, you're seeing them all different venues. You know, it's kind of geographical, to be honest with you. Some areas and some campuses, whether they're private, public, this goes for school districts, even corporate, they're starting to realize that. A lot of them are now just not only doing the shelter in place, which was kind of FEMA's response there for a long time, was just to barricade and shelter in place. Since FEMA has switched gears about 1.5 years ago, recommending run, hide, fight, a lot of that is being implemented, not only in, you know, school campuses, college, universities, but also over into the workplace. And then just general citizens, you know, are now thinking, okay, I've got to be aggressive. I don't want to be just a victim here. I need to better my situation. Bettering may be running, bettering may be hiding and fortifying my location if I can't get away from the gunman, or if need be, in those first critical moments, you know, to defend themselves with physical force against the gunman.
Joe, a last question for you, if you would. We're about 2 hours into this now. It would seem fairly early on in this situation the gunman was either taken down or apprehended, and we were hearing that officers were going through after the lockdown and clearing students. What's the general procedure in that situation?
Yeah, typically what they'll do is once they're pretty sure that the gunman is obviously no longer a threat, so he's taken into custody or he's deceased, whatever the case may be, then they're going to go back to a systematic clearing of the building, to where that's where you're going to see the SWAT teams. That's where you're going to see the 100, 200 cops there on scene at that point. They'll take a systematic approach. They'll clear every nook and cranny of that school. We'll probably start seeing a lot of mass evacuations if kids are in lockdown in different parts of the campus. So it's going to be a very long process. Our last shooting that I had responded to, Deer Creek Middle School, with Dr. Benke, who tackled the gunman outside. There was only one lone shooter, 2 casualties, and clearing that building took 7 hours. So you can imagine the process just started as far as evacuating people, making sure that there was no IEDs or anything else, that was part of this guy's plan.
So much goes into this. A fascinating insight from the law enforcement perspective responding to this situation. From Joe Deaton, law enforcement training officer with TAC 1 Consulting. Joe, again, thank you very much for talking with us.
Sociologist
No problem.
Joe, thank you. Sociologist Randy Blazak is also sticking with us. We like to bounce things off of him in these situations. And Randy, you're a professor, so you've obviously spent a lot of time on campuses. Do they train you for these kinds of events on campuses now?
No, but after Virginia Tech, the Virginia Tech shooting, we really started taking these issues seriously. So they developed a protocol at Portland State about students in trouble, looking for at-risk students and trying to identify people who might be potential problems. But there's really no real way other than having armed guards in front of every classroom that you can do anything about this. I mean, these are the quintessential soft targets. So I think people are much more conscious of it now. The stories, that we're at a risk of the stories becoming somewhat blasé because we hear them so much. About an hour ago, I was at the gym when the story broke and it popped up on the TV, and about a third of the people stopped what they were doing and were focused, especially since it was an Oregon story. But the other folks said, well, just another
keep
shooting.
Running. I mean, that is really depressing, but that's the world we live in right now.
Yeah, so there's that issue where we become sort of complacent in the sort of acceptance that's going to happen. College campuses are a different place now, and I think we recognize, and I hate to sort of frame it like this, but one of the good things that came out of the Columbine shooting is that we recognize that young people, teenagers, have emotional and psychological issues. We started really looking at the mental health issues of 13 and 14 and 15-year-olds. And that led to a discussion about bullying and about healthcare needs for younger and younger people. And so there is this sort of silver lining element to it, that we're much more sensitive to some of these trigger issues that lead to it, but it still doesn't keep us safe from when it does happen.
Well, let's explore that a little bit. I'm a father of 2 boys, both in college right now, and I try to keep my radar up and I try to listen aggressively and do those things that I've heard before, but we're talking, kids that are much younger than that as well. As parents, frankly, we have to step up our game a little bit sometimes.
Yeah, and I think that's actually the most valid way to respond to this. We get into a big discussion about guns, but it's not everybody that's picking up a gun and going on a shooting spree. It's a very specific subset, especially young male, old-fashioned, like the Old West way of solving a problem. When I was a kid and you were in school and somebody said, let's go outside and solve this like men, it didn't mean let's go out and talk about our problems or find our root connection.
Fist fight at the bike
Yeah,
ride.
let's just beat ourselves into the ground. So that is something that still lingers. And so there are these larger social issues, but the most direct route is that, especially with young males, and young females can experience this as well, but when there is a moment of crisis, how do you respond to it? Knowing that there are resources, and most importantly, knowing that you are not weak to ask for help. Because when we look at all these, when we go back and do the backstory, we see a person who, there were entry points, there were red flags, there were all kinds of opportunities along the way, but that person perhaps thought, if I ask for help, I'm going to be seen as weak.
So are you saying that what we need to do as parents, as neighbors, as aunts and uncles is get a little more, maybe not aggressive, maybe not the right word, but sort of, but drill in, ask questions, and try to develop
to be emotionally connected. I mean, one of the things, when I had my book come out in 2001 about the school shootings, we saw a lot of sort of absent parenting, that, for 40 years we've expected kids to raise themselves, and now we're surprised when sometimes it doesn't turn out so well. Those kids were making bombs in their mom's basement, and the parents were just oblivious to it. So to be more engaged, but more engaged in the emotional life of young males. This intense sort of bro culture, we see it on college campuses when we talk about date rape and things like that. I mean, it all sort of ties together of breaking through that. And we know that we can change gender. We know that gender, you know, a lot of my students don't even know who John Wayne is, right? This is sort of this image of the past. So, but there are a certain segment of folks, of young male people who are still invested in that notion of violence is an appropriate solution or a way to express my feelings about the world.
And we talk about video games, we talk about movies. Those can be powerful influences, but hopefully the father can be the more powerful influence in this.
Sure, and any conversation, including with male friends who have sort of made it through the tunnel. I mean, there's a sort of the strange tunnel of, you know, of 16 to 25 where we're wrapped up in this intense image of masculinity, the movies that are targeted to young people, the video games, and so you have to be able to break through that with a balance, and it's a wonderful thing on the other side. As I was a boy like that. I played Army, and I loved guns as a kid in the rural South. To make it through the other side is very exciting, but we have to sort of encourage those people to break. I mean, it's a very complex issue, right? I mean, we're just looking at something where we don't have a lot of the data, but there is this larger connection about maleness and guns that is at least my piece of the puzzle.
You know, and there's also this struggle, I think, for the families of these shooters, and we hear this after these tragedies. How much of this was, oh, well, we just chalked it up to him being a boy, and teenage angst that kind of carries into your 20s. Do we have to just step away from that whole idea that this is normal, this anger, this resentment is not just part of being a teenager or a boy, a man in his early 20s? Well,
we get that message very early on, you know, that boys don't cry, right? And everything that's feminine is seen as less than. You throw like a girl. Right. I mean, we have lots of versions of that, and the way that boys are bullied. I mean, there's all this sort of devaluation of the feminine in our culture, and in fact, we should probably be looking to the females in our life for alternative ways of solving problems. I mean, we know. I mean, again, there's all this research that sometimes is not that interesting when you're dealing with something so as emotional as this. But there's all this sort of research that says when boys and girls are in groups together, the boys develop better problem-solving abilities. It's when the boys are sort of off on their own on sort of the Lord of the Flies scenario that things get a little crazy. So, so there are all kinds of ways around it. I mean, the bigger issue is sort of making it through these things when they happen and trying to figure out what bits and pieces we can gather from what happened that can help us prevent it from happening next time. And the main thing, as a professor and as a person who studies violence, the main thing is that young men have ways of expressing themselves that doesn't include violence. That there are other alternative ways of seeking help, of talking to people who can help them, of, you know, whether it's art or whatever, some other way other than just this orgy of gun violence. There was a writer who wrote a book after Columbine who said when boys cry, they cry tears of bullets, because that becomes the acceptable way of expressing your feeling. That can be interrupted very early when we have young boys.
Along these lines, first of all, we're getting initial reports now of some of the victims who were taken by life flight, both teenagers, both girls, but that's just two of the multiple victims in this. And the Douglas County Sheriff's Office just said that counselors are available right now for students, for staff, and their families who need them. That's at the fairgrounds where the people have been evacuated. How can counselors help in a situation like that?
It's tough. It's tough. I mean, as someone who is more of the big picture guy, I mean, there is a certain randomness to life, and we, you know, we struggle to make sense of it. We struggle to make sense of how this can happen. But on the other side, there's a certain expectation that it will happen. You know, who goes to a movie theater now and doesn't think that there's a potential for a shooter? Who doesn't go to a mall now and doesn't think there's a potential for a shooter?
Is that the new normal for us? I mean, this has happened so recently.
I recently argued with my mother because she said, I don't like to go to the movies. I feel vulnerable in those situations. And I said, Mom, you're being paranoid. And she said, am I being paranoid? How many times can this happen? I said, you're right. You got a point.
And statistically, you're
of course,
more at
you're more
risk,
likely to get a
driving
car
down the
accident.
highway. But
it's in the back of our minds when we sit down with our popcorn.
and that may be, again, if we're looking for silver linings, that may be, and we keep waiting for this to happen. Sandy Hook, and each shooting that happens, where we engage in a national conversation about gun violence to a point where we're really willing to do something about it, and not just laws, but how we raise our boys.
Right.
I mean, to me, that would be a key part of it. You can pass all the laws that you want, but if you still have boys who grow up around gun culture and see that as an expression of their maleness, then we're still going to have a problem. And if it's not guns, it'll be knives and
Right.
other weapons.
Some other weapon.
Yeah.
We're trying to continue the conversation, and we will, with Randy Blazak, sociologist. Let's get back to the basics right now and what we know and what we don't know about what happened beginning about 10:30 this morning in Roseburg at Umpqua Community College. Police responding to calls of an active shooter on campus. Oregon State Police saying 7 to 10 are dead. 20 are wounded. They put the school in lockdown. They went building by building to evacuate the students, even as ambulances were rushing the victims to the hospital there. And we now know that, of course, the people who've been evacuated have been sent to the Douglas County Fairgrounds. The numbers have changed from the very beginning when Oregon State Police said as many as 15 had been dead. Now they're saying 7 to 10. We're hearing that number actually may be slightly soft. But again, what's happening here is this is developing moment to moment. There is a website that follows scanner traffic, and we're hearing one quote that's coming from that from an officer arriving that, quote, "we are exchanging shots with him." That would be ostensibly the gunman who police say, who we understand is either in custody or has been killed.
We have been very careful about the information we're giving out about the shooter because, frankly, we don't have anything confirmed from police or emergency officials at this point, but it is all over social media right now. CNN is reporting that it's a man in his late 20s, and we're getting all kinds of messages, even into the K2 newsroom, that there was a thread on a website with warnings. Is that a pattern now? 4chan and all these websites. I looked at the screen grab, and it looked ominous, but I have no idea if it was real or if it was this guy.
There is a pattern, but it's very hard to identify because there's just so much noise on the internet.
Right, especially on a site like 4chan.
Right. So the people who have done this meta-analysis of data about shooters and going online and kind of leading up to the crime, that they're sort of giving clues, but it's so hard to figure out what was a real threat and what was someone just putting out sort of the type of trolling that happens on the internet. So at some point we'll have a science, but the clues are certainly there beforehand.
One of the things that we're seeing on social media is don't focus on the gunman, don't give his name, don't give him the attention that he wants. Where do you fall on that?
Well, it's important, as a social scientist, I see it as important because we want to figure out what are the commonalities in these mass shootings. So we want to know their background, we want to know how they grew up, and we want to know were their parents in their house. Did they, for example, one of the patterns that we see is sociopathic behavior. Were they cruel to animals, or did they start fires as a young person? There are sort of these patterns that we can link up and say, oh, this is a person who really we should have kept an eye on a long time ago. Or is it someone that you never would have expected, someone who's sort of a quiet person who just erupted in this violence because of one particular thing? Or was it an act of hate crime where they targeted females? This person had an issue, and we've seen this before as well. They had an issue with women in general and decided that they were going to go to a place, and it's usually a college campus, and shoot as many females as possible. I mean, again, we don't know. We're just sort of talking about different patterns here. But from one side, and maybe we should do all this off camera. I mean, maybe when we're talking about what the patterns are, maybe we should be doing it, in the university research rooms and not doing it on live TV. But there is a value of understanding the fact that we're generally safe. Most people are not sociopathic.
Right.
Most people are not obsessed with gun violence, including men. Most people are not going to deal with their problems by taking out as many people before they get taken out themselves. Like, in general, we're safe, but it's worth knowing what these commonalities are so we can develop a strategy to both deal with the after effects, what do we do to make our schools safer, but also how we can identify people who are at great risk and help them from ending up like this.
And we as journalists, we feel the pressure, social media pressure especially, to not devote a lot of attention to the gunman. But the facts are the facts, and the community needs to know what happened and who did it. We'll continue that conversation in just a minute.
Let's join Sarah Madison from KPIC. You know, Sarah, we spoke to you earlier, but some people are just joining us now. Can you tell us what you've seen down there?
Well, right now we're at the staging area, which is at the Winchester Station 4, and that is at the bottom of College Hill. College Hill leads you to Umpqua Community College. That road has been closed off since this lockdown has started. They are letting no one up there but law enforcement, ambulances, and we saw several school buses up there. They were possibly taking the rest of the students at UTC on those school buses, and they've taken them to the Douglas County Fairgrounds. That is where officials tell us parents can pick up the students at the Douglas County Fairgrounds. So the staging area here has changed a lot. Earlier, I saw what looked like parents and friends concerned on their phones, some of them crying. Now I don't see that anymore. They've probably left to go to the hospitals or to the fairgrounds. So at the staging area, right now what I see is firefighters bringing in food and liquids. And I see a couple of ambulances. They're setting up a press conference we're going to have real soon. They told us that the Douglas County Sheriff's Office is the lead investigators, and the public information officer is right now at the scene getting information. We're expected to hear from him very shortly.
Sarah, you talked to us earlier about a student coming out, was covered in blood, obviously just horrified by what happened, reuniting with what looked like family members. Are you seeing any other students around, and how are they doing?
I have not seen the rest of the students. I don't even know how that young lady got to the staging area. It was horrific. I could not believe it. It looked like she was okay, but she was crying, terrified. And I have not seen that any of the students, from what I see, have come down. They've probably taken them all to the fairgrounds where parents can go to meet the students.
Sarah, thank you for your report. We're going to check in with you in a little bit. I know this is a difficult situation for you too, so we appreciate all the updates you've been bringing us. We'll check in with you a little later. Thanks, Sarah.
And
all right, thank you.
And we do hope that at that news conference that, again, we expect to happen very shortly, that we're going to learn from law enforcement more about what exactly happened, the number of victims, where the shooting took place. We understand Snyder Hall was involved in this in some way, shape, or form, but we're not sure if the shootings occurred inside or outside, or perhaps even both.
And we're trying to get a better idea of where many of these patients have been taken. We know Mercy Medical Center was the immediate hospital. You've been seeing the pictures of the ambulances outside the hospital. We just heard from Peace Health Sacred Heart Medical Center, Riverbend in Springfield. They confirmed that they have at least 6 patients from the shooting. We've heard that other patients have been flown north, probably to Portland, to go to trauma centers. We've also heard that some of the wounded may have died in the hospital. We're trying to get new numbers for you, but we don't have anything at this point. We still have between 7 and 10 dead and 20 wounded. And
we just learned that President Obama has been notified of this and is being kept informed. Governor Jay Inslee of Washington State just mentioned, just spoke briefly about this, saying that it's a national scourge. Referring to these mass shootings. Greg Walden talking about this, saying today's news out of Roseburg is heartbreaking. My thoughts and prayers go out to the victims of this terrible tragedy and their families, and the entire community. Oregon and the entire nation mourn this senseless loss. And that's certainly being reflected in the coverage that you're seeing across the nation and around the world right now as once again, our nation and now our community very close to us affected by a mass shooting on campus with 7 to 10 dead.
Has been with us, and you know, we're going to get a lot of comments about gun control and the gun debate, and people say too soon, don't talk about it. Then others are saying at this point, why shouldn't we talk about it? This is an issue we have to deal with. Once the initial pain subsides, people seem to sort of move on.
Right.
And then it's just another shooting in the books.
Well, we have we have this dialogue going on, and it seems like nothing really changes. Yeah. I mean, everybody thought there would be a big shift after Sandy Hook and small children.
Well, and that's the line now. If nothing's going to change after Sandy Hook, then
yeah. So, and there are some lobbies and strong voices to prevent change from happening. I mean, it's a very intense political debate. I mean, one of the things I think about is how these places where these crimes happen become sort of scarred and stigmatized. There are a lot of people, when they hear Springfield, Oregon, only have one image in their head, right? And when you hear of Littleton, Colorado, I've been to Littleton, Colorado. I've been to Columbine High School. I was doing a sort of a film on mass murders across the country, and I was interviewing students on the first day, sort of a day similar today, about what it's like to go to Columbine High School, and they say, you know, anytime they tell somebody they go to Columbine, there's this silence. And so places where these crimes happen, whether it's Laramie, Wyoming, or Jasper, Texas, or, you know, any of the places where these crimes have happened, are now become known by that crime. And I fear that Roseburg now will have the same stigma, for lack of a better word, the same sort of story behind it that the people there will have to balance with, you know, the good things that happen in Roseburg.
So is that what happens now? We just trigger them by names Roseburg, Columbine, Newtown,
Sandy Hook.
and yet they keep happening.
Right, yeah.
The frustration there, we talked about it. You said you were working out when you saw this, and some of the people were glued to the set, the other people weren't.
Right, right.
And because, frankly, it's just too painful sometimes to
yeah, I mean, part of it is that, right? I just can't. I had to think about how I was going to respond to it, and as a parent and as a person who studies this and follows it, do I just sort of tune it out and say, well, there'll be another one a week from now, then maybe I'll catch that one. So it becomes. It's this strange balancing act that we do in terms of how we handle the horror in the world. You know, the British love to say they have the best sense of humor in the world because they survived Hitler. They survived all the bombings and all the horror. You know, they sort of laughed their way through the war as a survival technique. And we do sort of a version of that as well, where we have to get through our daily life and we have to kind of make sure that the basic needs of our families are met. But at the same time, there's this call to respond on some level, and you wonder, I mean, as a sociologist, I sort of look at when big social change happens. So we always look at the 60s and how many things changed in the 60s in terms of our laws and our ways of thinking about things. What does it take now? Are we more informed but more overwhelmed because of social media and all the sort of ways we get our information? I mean, the days when it was sort of Walter Cronkite and one source of information about the world, we could all kind of zoom in on it. But now we're kind of diffused because there's just so much other information going on. I could be upset about this, or I could be upset about Syrian refugees, or I could be upset about, you know, the price of cereal.
And let's be honest, and we're part of this right now. How many national networks, how many local stations are going, as we say, wall to wall with this coverage? And admittedly, there is limited information, limited facts, and the facts are always crazy at the beginning of these situations. But it is so critically important to our community, and hopefully we're trying to reflect our community in our coverage, that this is happening, and this is happening to children. Your children may be next, who knows? And there needs to be some conversation about this that continues beyond the immediate nature or the fight over guns.
Yeah, and you talked about social media. It's like, you know, Twitter and 4chan and Facebook and Instagram. Our world is much smaller than it used to be, and we know everything about everything. Does that contribute to how frequently we're seeing these kinds of situations?
Well, again, you know, there's always the sort of the good side and the bad side.
Yeah.
The good side is it allows us to have a conversation with our neighbors, right? We don't go to the town square anymore, we go onto Facebook. And so it allows us to develop a kind of sense of what the sentiment is around this thing by how many posts are popping up on your feed. So you get this conversation, and that is something that leads to social action, whether it's people voting or people actually meeting in the town square, or, you know, so the good side of it is that it allows us to have this conversation that really needs to be had. The other side of it is it's just overwhelming. Yeah. It's so overwhelming. Do I spend time on this, or do I look at Kim Kardashian's feed on Instagram and kind of, you know, block the rest of it out?
Yeah.
Let me interrupt here just briefly and bring you up to date on a couple of quick things. First, Oregon State Police has just issued a press release with some facts, and also we want to let you know that we understand Governor Brown is going to be holding a media availability with Oregon State Police in Portland about 25 minutes from now, so we'll be carrying that live. Now let me go ahead and read you the statement that was released by Oregon State Police just a couple of minutes ago, 4 minutes ago in fact. I'll read through it. On October 1st, 2015, about 10:38 a.m., an active shooter was reported at Umpqua Community College campus in Roseburg. The only information available at this time is it's believed there is only one shooter who is no longer a threat. there is no current threat to the community. Staff and family are being taken by bus to the Douglas County Fairgrounds to meet family. Emergency personnel are urging the public to avoid the area as it could hamper the emergency efforts. There's been a joint information center established at the sheriff's office in Roseburg, and the statement goes on to tell the media how to approach them. So I think the headline in this is that it is believed that there is only one shooter who is no longer a threat. Initial reports were that the shooter had been taken down, shot, perhaps killed. Other reports we had was that the shooter was taken into custody, but it's important to know that there is no current threat to the community.
And we are seeing reports that campus is clear. All students have been removed from campus. Campus is clear. We're trying to figure out exactly how many patients are at how many hospitals. They've been taken to several hospitals, some by helicopter, and we know a few of those patients may have died, but the latest number we have is from the Attorney General's office, 13 confirmed dead, many more wounded.
And that is a new number from what Oregon State Police had originally reported, and that comes from an interview that the Attorney General did on national television. That's when we heard that the number killed was 13, up from the original 7 to 10. We're following again the newspaper in Roseburg, and their reporter said that 2 buses brought students from the college campus to Douglas Fairgrounds, and Red Cross counselors are on scene providing grief counseling, and we heard that as well from the Douglas County Sheriff's Office. We know that Mercy Medical Center said that they're dealing with more than 6 patients right now. We're beginning to slowly hear from parents and from students. A gentleman by the name of Christian Bringer said his daughter was fine. She was on campus at the time of the shooting. And they're trying to find out who is there and make sure everybody is okay. Our hearts are going out to the victims. Yes. Again, this emergent situation still happening in Roseburg, Oregon. We expect to have more official information from the scene at a news conference that's scheduled there at some point. And also, as I said, in about 20 minutes or so, loose time, hear from the governor herself as well as from Oregon State Police.
We're seeing messages from all around the world. I mean, I can't even count how many countries have been sending messages to the Umpqua Community College Facebook page, love, support, prayers. Our phones are blowing up with friends and family around the country saying, I can't believe this happened again. And you know what? One thing that makes me feel good, Randy, is that I am not numb to this at all. I mean, it's hard for us to keep it together up here. And how do you react to something like this as someone who studies this constantly?
It's tough. I'm a parent now, so I think about what world my daughter is growing up in. I think about the normality of violence, of gun violence. It is tough. It is not something that we can compartmentalize kind of the news we get. I mean, I think we saw this with regards to the Syrian refugee crisis, that people were watching it and it was just sort of another sad story, and then the body of a 3-year-old boy washed up on shore, and a lot of people, including me, were in tears, right? Because suddenly it became very close to exactly. And in my blog, I wrote about that extensively, about how those images all of a sudden, especially if you're a parent, really plug you into this. So people who have college-age children can't not think about this. People who are college-age themselves can't not think about it. Those of us who have, work in that environment can't not think about it. But other people have the ability to kind of push it aside because there's just a lot of bad news out there. So
it's easier. It's easier to push it aside and not be overwhelmed with those emotions and be depressed. I mean, it's too much for some people.
There's this strange thing about American culture and gun violence. I spent a lot of my college years living abroad, and when I would tell people that I lived in the United States, they would say, "Aren't you afraid of being shot every single day?" And I said, "Well, I don't really think about it. I know that the opportunity for gun violence is higher in the United States, but it's not something that we think about because, again, statistically, we're safe. The good news is most of us are going to live to a ripe old age and not become victims of gun violence. But it is sort of this constant theme of our culture, especially, and most gun violence is interpersonal, so domestic violence, people who are, involved in the drug trade and things like that, so places where we would expect it. But we have these sort of safe zones that we think of. The workplace is supposed to be safe. The school is supposed to be safe. The movie theater is supposed to be safe. And when those are penetrated by gun violence, all of a sudden the conversation shifts to our general vulnerability, and people do feel a little bit more at risk.
And we're so juxtaposed here. Here we are talking about a mass shooting with 13 people killed. And as you mentioned earlier, at a time when violent crime, frankly, is down. Crime overall is down in many ways. So we're not reporting on multiple murders day after day here in Portland especially, and then boom, we see this.
Yeah, so the good news, I mean, always trying to look for the good news, right? Because there's so much bad news out there. The good news is gun violence, and not just the crime rate, but gun violence in general is going down. And a lot of that has to do with this connection between masculinity and gun violence, that it's not normal now for a kid to have 6 shooters. I had plastic guns all the time as a kid. That would be seen as a bad parenting trick right there.
You'd be in trouble at school.
Yeah, so that kind of stuff has really helped play a role in the general lowering of gun violence. But there are these people who fall through the cracks, and these male people who fall through the cracks. And again, there are certain personality profiles, and we don't know so much. So again, I'm always hesitant to expound on
I mean, there
profile.
are unconfirmed reports about this shooter being a white male in his 20s, so it fits the bill. We're not going to even say his name. We don't know that at this point. Other media outlets are reporting it. Don't know if that's confirmed.
But there are plenty of most 20-something white males aren't shooting up schools, right?
Exactly.
So there are other things that we look for, including sociopathic personalities and things like animal cruelty and fire starting and things like. There's often sort of something that led up to this, but there's issues around bullying and issues about somehow this young man
being an
having
outsider at school.
Right. Being an outsider and not and being rejected, being teased or bullied, or even failing a class. I mean, we've seen things like that where that could be not the cause of it, but sort of the trigger of the last piece, the sort of proverbial straw that broke the camel's back, where they said enough. I mean, there was a movie that came out in the late 1980s that was very popular called Falling Down. It was a Michael Douglas movie, and it was about a guy who lost his job and he lost his wife. And the rest of the movie is his sort of orgy of violence and getting revenge against the world. And it was a very entertaining movie, but it really is, I think it was popular because it tapped into the psyche of the fragile masculinity that, you know, as long as you're holding it all together, but one little thing could be one little thing too much, and then you have to go out guns blazing.
You talk about the silver lining, which is hard to talk about in a situation like this when we have 13 dead, but I believe one good thing that's come out of all of this since Columbine is this massive anti-bullying push in schools and high school. We never saw that when we were kids. It was more like, suck it up, what is wrong with you?
Yeah, we really learned a lot about, there was a series of shootings that led up to Columbine, including Springfield, and that gave us a kind of a window into the world of a teenage boy who's bullied, and we really shifted gears a lot. It used to be that, you know, you would punish the bully, and then the bully would go home and get in trouble from the parents for being a bully. And now we actually sort of bring the bully and the victim together. This is a model we developed from Sweden, and we've seen a dramatic reduction in bullying. It still happens, of course, right? We can't police everybody at all times. But it's part of the conversation that came after this wave of school shootings in the late 1990s. But we can't let our guard down whenever these things happen about what the root causes of them may be.
You mentioned letting our guard down. We just had a protest at Portland State University arming its security guards. There was a protest against it, some people in favor of it. Right now, the former president of Umpqua Community College, where the shooting happened, says there is only one security officer on duty at a time, and that person is not armed. And he says last year one of the biggest debates on campus was whether the school should have armed security officers. He says the college had 3 training exercises with local law enforcement agencies in the past 2 years. And we're quoting here Joe Olson, who retired in June as president of Umpqua, said, "But you can never be prepared for something like this." But it's a debate that we're having on campus right now. Should those security guards be armed or not?
Sure. I mean, I think it was a valid debate on Portland State. And I think that even though it seems like it's settled, it's going to continue. I mean, sometimes the response is the problem with guns is more guns. You know, there's people that want to have people in churches armed and people in movie theaters armed. And we know that that can go badly, that can go south very quickly. There's also concern over the fact that these, even though it seems like these incidents are happening, they're relatively isolated when we think of the hundreds of thousands of students on campus, high schools and colleges right now who are perfectly safe. So does having more guns keep those kids safe, or does it increase the opportunity for there to be other forms of gun violence, including by the officers who have the guns? So this is one of the concerns, especially in the wake of all the discussions we had after Ferguson. Does it make the students more at risk, especially students of color, by having more armed security on campus? So it is this huge conversation we're having, but it's such an important conversation to have. And I don't think it's going to end here, but hopefully it will deepen here.
We'll continue our conversation about that and other issues in just a minute with Randy Blazak.
Let's go now to Anthony Costera from KMTR. Anthony, you're at the fairgrounds right now. What's happening?
That's correct. So this is the bus drop-off location. This is where the students and the faculty were taken after the lockdown this morning. And so right now we are at the bus drop-off location. Another bus actually just came through. On that particular bus, it was from the preschool and I think daycare units as well. There's just a flood of emotions, though, happening just because it's a little bit chaotic. And so people are just trying to find their friends and family. And so we've been trying to help reunite them. There's a lot of officials, a lot of different agencies here. We have the Red Cross as well as the Sheriff's Office trying to organize this just as smoothly as possible, just because the fairgrounds itself is relatively vast, and then there's so many buses coming just every few minutes as well. So it's a very fluid situation. Again, just a lot of emotions running high here, just people hoping to get reconnected with their family and friends.
Anthony, it's Brian Wood here at K2. Are you saying those buses are still arriving? I mean, it's been a couple of hours or more now, so almost 3 hours since the shooting.
Yeah, Brian, that is correct. So we've been on scene here for just about an hour or so, and since we have gotten here, there's been probably a good half a dozen buses or so. They don't run very consistently, so you'll have maybe 1 or 2 buses every maybe 5 or 10 minutes, and then another bus drop-off happening maybe 20 or 25 minutes later. So they're sort of spread out. I'm not sure what the process is in terms of that, but I just imagined that from the school itself that they maybe are still getting those people single-filed from the building and potentially back on those buses for the drop-off.
I wasn't sure, I may have missed it. Did you say reporters are being kept away from the students, or have you been able to talk with any of them?
No, so to answer your question, we have been able to speak with both students and faculty. There's quite a few of them, actually, but for the most part, it's family members who are getting to the scene first, in hopes of finding the students and faculty, I suppose, from the school itself. But we have been able to talk with some, again, at least from the families, because it's a little bit disorganized. It is very chaotic. There's so many people here. There's not a real flow system, I guess you could say. So I guess the kinks are still getting worked out as far as that is concerned. But we have seen some successful reunions here. A lot of people excited, obviously, when that comes, but then there's a lot of uncertainty because then people can't hear back from, if they can't contact them on cell phones or such.
Yeah, because one of the things that we have not yet gotten confirmed is the circumstances surrounding the shooting, whether it happened outside or inside or both. Have any of the witnesses been able to help you with that information?
The faculty and the students that I've spoken with at least have been, were in lockdown at the time. So in terms of what really unfolded when that first call came in about 10:37 this morning, they're not really sure. Their experience is really just speaking to the fact of what the process has been like once the school went into lockdown, and then the process, obviously, to get to this new location at the fairgrounds.
All right, Anthony, keep us posted on what's happening down there. Thank you.
Again, if you're just joining us, a mass shooting this morning at a community college in Roseburg, Umpqua Community College. The Attorney General saying 13 dead. The latest word we had is 20 wounded. Students, as you just heard from Anthony, still being evacuated and reuniting with family at the fairgrounds. The gunman has been taken either into custody or he's no longer a threat. Let's just put it that way.
Police are saying neutralized, which is what they say in this situation when they want us to know we're safe.
Yeah, they're saying
but they don't want to
the
give out
community
too much information. Investigators are still on campus. They're going to be there for a long time. In fact, our crews have been reporting ATF and FBI vehicles passing them on I-5 down towards Roseburg. FBI offices from around the state have sent investigators to the campus. We know there are patients spread out at various hospitals around the state. Some of them have been taken to more serious trauma departments. Mercy Medical Center took in the initial patients. 13 dead, 20 wounded.
And we expect to be hearing from the sheriff of Douglas County in the next 15 minutes or so. A news conference has been scheduled. We also expect to hear from Governor Kate Brown as well as from Oregon State Police, a news conference also scheduled. Both of those around 1:30, so stay with us for that. Still with us is sociologist Randy Blazak, and I know you have to go. This is the emergent information. This is the breaking into programming. Let's get you the best facts we can. But a couple of days from now, as this comes through, what should be going through our minds as we move forward with our lives?
Well, the thing that goes to the front of my mind is the experience of the victims. You know, our hearts go out to the families, especially of the people who have been killed. It's just hard to imagine. But we also know that victims of violence often have lingering psychological trauma from this, that especially when it's kind of a random act like this, to feel safe in a school, right? These people are supposed to go to school and continue their education at some point. How are you ever going to feel safe in a classroom? And so and again, this is the stuff that we look at the research for, that people have higher rates of depression. Some people even become suicidal because of they think that they might experience this again. And so as much as we want to focus on the victim and what the patterns are and how we prevent this, you really need a lot of TLC with the victims, because, and this can be just the people who are at the school. It doesn't have to be the people.
Definition
right. So they really require a lot of attention, especially in terms of their feeling safe, because there's a tendency for people who are involved in school shootings and workplace shootings to just kind of withdraw, to say the world is too dangerous, I can just sit online and do everything I need to do from in front of my computer and disengage. And in reality, that ends up making the problem worse, because that breaks our community down. We need people who are at school, we need people who are at church, we need people who are at the store, having face-to-face interaction. So to really kind of reach out to those people who have lived through this, and this may include the law enforcement people who are there as well, who are, I'm sure, somewhat traumatized, especially if they have family and young people who are in similar situations. So I think should be the first order of business, is making sure that those people not only have the attention they need, including medical attention right now, but over the coming months have their sort of emotional needs tended to.
Yeah, Randy, before you go, one more question from a viewer who sent us a question for you specifically, and we've talked about how we need to focus more on mental health issues in this country after these shootings. Peter said, would the professor respond to the point of psychiatric meds in relation to the shootings? Nearly all of the previous shootings in the last 15 years had a meds component. I don't know if that's true. I don't know how many, but what would you say to that?
It is a theme. So this is, again, one of the things that came out of Columbine, is that we became more aware of the complexity and the fragility of mental health issues, especially among young people. Some of that led to more diagnosis of people who wouldn't have been diagnosed before, and that, of course, includes medication. There's another argument about over-medicating people and taking people who are just going through a rough time and trying to find a pill for their solution. So it's a tough one. I mean, it's a real component, and it really requires people who are skilled in the art of diagnosis of the mental illness shades of gray. We're really good at people who are extreme, right? People who are psychotic and are, think their dog is talking to them. We know what to do with those people. But the people who just show signs of mild mental illness, including sociopathy, we're such novices at understanding how the brain works and what chemicals work to balance those things out. We barely understand sociopathic behavior and psychology at the moment. So we're a long way away from having sort of a magic pill for folks. But with good diagnosis and good counseling, that can happen, but it requires resources, it requires a lot of attention, and requires people with a willingness to go in and talk to somebody about their demons.
Randy, you've given us a lot to think about, and we always appreciate your perspective. I know you came in with your baby. His baby is in the newsroom. We have someone bouncing his baby. So we really appreciate you coming in here. It really makes a difference. So thank you for your time.
Yeah, happy to be here.
Let's turn now back to the phone, where we have a student from Umpqua Community College on the phone with us. Jordan Jones, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Jordan, I understand you have been evacuated, but you were not terribly far away from where the shooting happened, correct?
Correct.
Describe for us what you saw, what you heard.
Okay. We were in the classroom, the auto shop. It's literally straight down from Snyder Hall where this has happened. Two of my fellow classmates took off to go and do their work in the library. And during the shooting, they immediately reported back to the classroom to inform all of us that there was a shooting. We then went into lockdown, and we were moved from the auto shop into the welding shop because of our doors not locking. We were held there for about 15 to 20 minutes before an officer came and informed us they were doing a clear through to the whole campus. Then after that, we waited about another 5 minutes. Then we were taken down. We were all inspected, patted down by the officers, checked for any weapons or any dangerous things in general. And then they put us on the buses, evacuated us from the college, and now we are at the fairgrounds where everyone has been evacuated to.
Well, we're certainly happy to hear that you are safe. Again, we're on the phone with Jordan Jones, a student from Umpqua Community College. You said a couple of people came in and told the classroom that there had been a shooting. Had you heard anything? Had you heard gunshots, for example?
We did not hear anything. I think I did, but I just didn't think that it was a gunshot. I just heard a sound. And then when we walked through the auto shop, we seen people running, and that's when we knew that this was a serious problem.
Right. Do you know any of the people who might have been directly affected by this, the victims?
I was told by social media that there may have been a classmate that I have attended high school with that may have been involved in the shooting. I don't know her medical report right now, but I do know that I did attend high school with her.
Do you know if the shooting occurred in a really short period of time, or did it seem to go on for a while? And was it inside or outside?
From what my friend said, he was about 25 yards from the shooting when it first started. He said that he heard the gunshot go off, and he was smoking a cigarette. He then put his cigarette out, and there's a couple females there with him at the smoke shack. They then took off because he knew this was a serious problem, and he said that it did go on for a little while, and then when it got really serious, they all went into the bathroom, and that's where they were. And when the gunshots were going off is when he said that's when it really hit him, and he realized that this was serious.
Oh, so terribly serious, so terribly tragic for everyone, students, faculty, family, friends involved in this. You were taken to the Douglas County Fairgrounds, is that correct?
Yes, that's where I'm at right now.
And
we're waiting on two other fellow classmates that I attend college with right now.
Did police or the school tell you sort of what happens next? Will you be able to go back and maybe collect belongings or your car or anything along those lines?
As of right now, we do know that the campus is going to be shut down so that they can get out of the evidence of anything that went on. Also from others' information that they give them. But we do not have any results of when we will be returning back to school or any of that information.
All right. Well, we're again, but we're glad to hear that you are safe and have been evacuated. Do you believe pretty much the entire campus has now been cleared?
We did just receive another one of our students that we were waiting on that was still there. And it looks like we've had a lot of people coming and going from the fairgrounds, from families and rides. I'm sure it's almost cleared because these guys were up in the up in the weightlifting room, which is up at the top of the hill. Mm-hmm. So I'm sure they've covered most of the ground, if not all of it. So I'm pretty sure it's a pretty secure place that most of the people are, if not all of them, are out of there.
All right. On the phone with us, Jordan Jones, a student at Umpqua who was there when the shooting occurred this morning and has since been evacuated. Jordan, thank you for talking with us. Best of luck.
Thank you. True blessing.
What a scary situation for Jordan and for the professors on campus whose, one of their responsibilities is to keep students safe, no matter how old they are. And we're seeing a chilling post from a UCC professor, Amy Fair, on Facebook. She says, "I'm home. I was in the classroom that shares a common wall with the classroom where the shooting began. I have no cell phone, car keys, house keys, or wallet, but I'm home. So glad to be safe, but I'm still a little shell-shocked. Those of us who were on campus know less than everyone else. They weren't telling us anything as they put us on buses and drove us off-site. A big thanks to local authorities who were on site within minutes, and to our UCC security and administrative staff who stayed organized under incredible pressure.
Now, a new story has just been posted by the newspaper down there, the News Register in Roseburg, quoting from an 18-year-old student named Courtney, who said she was in her writing class in Snyder Hall when one shot came through a window. She says she saw her teacher get shot in the head. She says the shooter was inside at that point and he told people to get on the ground. And again, I'm quoting from a newspaper article from the newspaper who's quoting a student who says the shooter was asking people to stand up and state their religion, and then he started firing away. Again, that's what 18-year-old student from the college says was happening this morning in Snyder Hall.
We are still trying to confirm several details specifically about the shooter. We do know that there were at least 13 people killed, many more wounded. This happened around 10:40 on the campus of Umpqua Community College. We're on standby for 2 different news conferences. The governor is expected to speak in a couple of minutes, but so is the Douglas County Sheriff. And we're going to go to the sheriff first because we have a lot of questions, no doubt. But that's what we have confirmed at this point. 13 dead, 20 wounded after a horrific tragedy at Umpqua Community College in Roseburg this morning.
The News Review, I'm going to continue reading from their work. Again, they have their reporters on the scene interviewing the people directly affected. A nursing student saying he heard shots and then everyone was running. He was locked down in the cafeteria with 50 other students, and his voice was shaking. Jared Norman's voice was shaking when he described to the reporter the scene. They just didn't know what was going on and they were terrified.
Several new Facebook pages have popped up after the shooting. One is Prayers for Umpqua Community College, and they just announced there will be a vigil tonight at 8 o'clock at Stewart Park. All right, let's take a live picture. We're on standby for to hear from Douglas County Sheriff John Hanlon in a couple of minutes. Here he is. Let's listen in.
Office. A lot of people around the country following this story all morning long. We're again just expecting this to happen in just the next little bit here as they get the cameras set
from our
the
news partners down there at KVAL Television as we wait for the sheriff to speak. We've been given the warning that it's about to begin at any minute. We hope to get the details and the most recent and factual information from him of this terrible shooting in Roseburg this morning.
I don't see anybody saying no.
1 second. Hey, we're about ready to go live. We got a picture? What world is that in New York Sunday? Okay, so can I stay in line with you? Okay. Okay, tell her texting me, stop texting, so just the signal. Okay, hold on. Yes, it's my. No, I'm talking to you. Do you have my picture?
You're obviously in the background. We're hearing from one of the news crews as the sheriff is waiting. Impatiently would be my guess to begin the news conference in Roseburg to talk about this horrible situation that he faces, his department faces, his community faces with all those students and others, we're not sure who the victims are, dead and wounded. That the best news that we got early on is that there was no longer a threat, that the gunman had been neutralized. We hope to find out from the sheriff what has become of the gunman, not to mention any possible motive they have heard. As we wait for that, we're hearing from other students. One who was in a classroom next door to the shooting, they said they heard a sound like a yardstick slapping on a chalkboard, and then they heard it again, and the teacher went to see if everything was all right, at which point it was clear that it was gunfire, and somebody said, "Get out now," and they got out as quickly as possible, and they left everything behind. Again, That's the latest information from the reporters at the News Review. We want to make sure to give them credit for their hard work as their reporters for that newspaper on the scene, getting the latest information.
Yeah, and we also saw a Facebook post from a professor who said she shared a wall with the classroom where this happened, and she was commending the emergency officials and campus officials for getting them out. She admits she knows fewer details than the people who are actually off campus at the time, because the priority at that point was to get patients taken care of, to neutralize, as police say, the shooter, and to get people off campus.
Shootings this morning.
We also hope to learn more about the number of victims and where they've been taken and the severity of their injuries. That has been information that's been difficult to come by, but critical for family and friends around the area worried about victims of this tragedy at Umpqua Community College.
We are also waiting for a news conference. Governor Brown is scheduled to talk to us, but you know, with these news conferences, they say 1:30, but it takes a while for everyone to get their mics up there and to get ready, and that's why we're on standby here with the Douglas County Sheriff.
Obviously, social media is spreading information about who may be the shooter. We're not reporting that information right now, and won't be until it is confirmed, and then in very careful time. The latest information that reporters on the scene have is about 11 people were taken to Mercy Medical Center. That's what the Mercy Medical Center in that area, the spokeswoman, is saying, and that apparently 2 of those died. Life Flight was involved as well. I should maybe not so much Life Flight, but emergency ambulances, helicopter ambulances were used to evacuate the wounded as quickly as possible. We know from students there that cell phones were confiscated, that some of them reported saying they had to come out of the classrooms with their hands up as police were clearing the building, trying to make sure that no other risks were still there. Earlier we talked with a law enforcement professional. He says what officers are worried about is, in addition to dealing with the emergent situation with the gunman and then the victims, the concern that there may be something more going on. At this point, it does not appear to be the case that there was anything else, for example, a bomb left behind, but boy, police have to be so careful.
Yeah, and there is a name and a picture floating out there on who the shooter might be, a white male in his 20s. We're going to not report that at this point until we get it. Perhaps we'll get it from the sheriff. We don't know. But it is out there. It's on CNN. We don't know anything about a motive, if he was targeting a specific teacher, a specific student in the classroom. We are working, obviously, to get that information, but we have to be really careful at this point.
And again, we're waiting for the Douglas County Sheriff, John Hamlin, to speak to reporters at the media center that has been set up. National networks are following along at this, and let's listen in now.
Obviously, today here in Southern Oregon is not a good afternoon. It's been a terrible day. I'll start off by explaining what happened at the Umpqua Community College this morning. At approximately 10:38 this morning, the Douglas County Emergency Communications Center received phone calls from the college reporting an active shooter in one of the classrooms at the college. Officers from around the county immediately responded to the college, and upon arriving there, they located the shooter in one of the buildings. Officers engaged that suspect. There was an exchange of gunfire. The shooter threat was neutralized, and officers continued to sweep the campus looking for other threats. We have confirmed that there is confirmed injuries and there are confirmed fatalities. And at this point, it is a very active scene. It's a very active investigation, and that is really all at this point that I am prepared to share, or that I can share.
The Oregon Attorney General said 13 dead. Can you confirm that?
I cannot. I've heard varying numbers, and I don't want to report on a number that is inaccurate. I can tell you that we have got a tremendous amount of law enforcement help. I have the Oregon State Police assisting. We have all the local agencies, including the Roseburg Police, some of the other smaller municipalities, the Sheriff's Office, the FBI, the U.S. Marshal Service, a lot of support in this investigation.
Can you tell us anything about the shooter or what weapon was used?
At this point, I cannot. I can tell you the shooter was a male subject, and I have no further information beyond that.
Can you confirm if he is alive or dead?
The shooter is deceased.
Can we confirm how many wounded?
I'm sorry?
Can we confirm how many wounded?
I cannot at this time, no.
What is this like for your deputies in a community this size where everyone knows someone on the campus?
I'm sure it's very frightening for a lot of people that were responding. You're right, this is a small community. It's a community college, so a lot of our friends and family attend this college. And it was a situation that there was no answers for quite some time. I personally know of a number of people that I work with that had very strong concerns about the welfare of loved ones that are going to school there.
Can you confirm if there was a posting on a Facebook page warning that this might happen and to stay away from school?
I haven't heard that comment, no, or can't comment on that.
Was this contained to just one classroom, or?
At this point, I can't tell you that. It's under investigation, and I don't know.
Can you tell us where he was shot? I mean, what part of the campus was it, in the classroom or the shooting?
Where he was?
Yeah.
I don't know at this point. I know officers engaged him somewhere near a classroom, but I can't tell you if it was in the classroom or outside of the classroom.
Do you know if he fired on police officers?
My understanding is yes, he did.
And is it 13 deaths with the shooter, or are you also
I didn't say there was how many fatalities there were at this point. I don't know. The shooter is deceased.
Can you confirm?
I can tell you again. I have the district attorney here, and we have activated the major crimes team, and so along with the major crimes team and the other agencies that I mentioned, we will be conducting a thorough, and I'm sure it'll be a rather lengthy investigation into why and how many and all the answers that we can possibly determine.
Can you tell us, are those helicopters taking people to the hospital?
No, I believe they're press helicopters. I don't know.
One more time, with the type of weapon, are you saying if it's a rifle or a handgun or anything like that?
I don't know.
Sheriff Hanlon, was it in the science building, the majority of it?
I don't know that.
Sheriff, there's a national spotlight suddenly on Roseburg. For people who may not be familiar with the community, can you just talk a little bit about Roseburg so people nationwide can understand what kind of place this is?
Sure. Douglas County is a timber community. We have roughly 107,000 people that live in the county here. Umpqua Community College is the only higher education facility that we have in Douglas County. There are other community colleges in surrounding counties, and of course the University of Oregon would be the closest university to this community. There's a lot of students that attend the college that are either in their first couple of years of higher education, or a lot of misplaced employees that have gone back to school to learn new trades and get an education. So,
and is a fairly peaceful community, fairly low crime rate, or?
It is a peaceful community. I mean, we have our share of crime like any small community, but certainly this is a huge shock to the entire community to have this level of crime and incident occur in our college or school system.
Are you happy with the response of law enforcement in this situation?
I am extremely happy with the response. I've got fellow sheriffs here that have been through similar situations up in the Willamette Valley that have come to provide support and assistance. And like I said, the Oregon State Police have provided us with a tremendous amount of resources, and I couldn't be happier.
How many people do you think are on campus trying to investigate the situation?
Superintendent, do you know?
I couldn't.
I'm guessing we have well over 100 detectives and officers, uniformed officers out there.
Were any officers injured?
No, there's been no report of any of the officers injured.
What do you suggest the public do right now?
I'm sorry?
What do you suggest the public should do right now? Should they avoid the area?
My suggestion is that they think of the family of the victims and be aware of their anguish and think of them first. The families of the victims are the ones that are going to have the most difficult days ahead.
There have been reports on campus when the incident occurred, or was OSP the first having an officer?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure which officers arrived first. There was 2 or 3 of them, I believe, that arrived about the same time.
Do you have reasons to think that there might be explosives, or that there was a reason to sweep the whole campus?
Yeah, that is part of the investigation to try to determine if that's a threat. We haven't had any indication that it is at this time.
And is there any indication that there's anyone else involved in the shooting?
That it's too early in the investigation to make that determination.
Do you have armed security guards on campus?
Do what?
Do you have armed security guards on campus?
No, I do not.
Does Douglas County still have a SWAT team?
We have a tactical response team, yes.
Were they the ones who shot?
No, it was the responding officers that got there first.
Have families been starting to get notified about the deceased in this incident?
That I'm not sure at this point.
Was the shooter a student at the community college?
I'm sorry?
Do you know whether the shooter was a student at the community college?
I do not.
Have the local hospitals been able to handle the casualties, or are they going to go elsewhere?
That'd be a good question for them. I haven't heard how overloaded they've been with the injured. I did hear rumor that a couple of the patients were shipped to other area hospitals or out of area hospitals.
And practically, do you have a PIO and do you have another press event scheduled afterwards?
I do. Corporal Hudson is here in the crowd, and he will be putting out more information as it becomes available.
What's kind of the next step in the investigation?
Currently, we've got more of the compound to do a thorough search of. We have to process the scene or scenes where the shooting occurred. We have a parking lot full of vehicles out there that we have to process and search. And obviously, we have just a ton of interviews to conduct.
Can you tell us
Just a moment. My PIO wanted to. 3 o'clock back here for an update.
Can you tell us when residents in the neighborhood will be able to go back to their homes?
At this point, I can't tell you, but I see no reason that we can't let you in by the end of the day.
Is the campus evacuated at this point of students and staff?
Yes, we have evacuated the majority of the staff and the students from the campus.
When will students be able to retrieve their vehicles?
That I don't know at this point.
Can we confirm that Douglas County Fairgrounds is where people can meet up with students or loved ones?
Can I confirm what?
Douglas County Fairgrounds is the meeting location for everyone?
That is. What we have done is we've ordered up transportation buses to transport students and staff that have been preliminarily interviewed and ship them down to the Douglas County Fairgrounds where they can be picked up by family or friends there. Okay, thank you all.
Be on the phone with the governor.
Sorry?
All right, that was Douglas County Sheriff John Hanlon. We're going to switch gears here because Governor Kate Brown is about to talk. She is stepping up to the podium right now. Let's listen in.
Thank you for being here. While it is still too early to know all of the facts, I know I am joined by my fellow Oregonians and Americans in profound dismay and heartbreak at this tragedy at Umpqua Community College. Facts are still emerging. We know now there were casualties and confirmed injuries. Our top priority now is the medical treatment for victims and the security of the campus. We have confirmation that the shooter is deceased. He is a 20-year-old male. Our thoughts and prayers are with the victims and their families. we are holding the community of Douglas County in our hearts today. The work that first responders have done is harrowing. To our first responders, thank you for your work as this community reels from grief. I am leaving now to head to Roseburg to be with the community there. Oregon State Superintendent Rich Evans is here to make additional remarks. Please take care.
The first 911 calls came in the Roseburg area at 10:38 this morning. All law enforcement in the area responded immediately to the campus. The active shooter was engaged by law enforcement and later confirmed to be deceased. Our number one priority right now is to make sure that the scene is secure and the victims are treated, and making sure that we have a complete crime scene, and that we continue to make sure that there are no additional threats. The Oregon State Police is combining with all the local law enforcement, including the Douglas County Sheriff's Office, in making sure that we are doing all the things that the community needs us to do. We have set up a command center. We have set up an additional area for media relations. Our PIO is there, Lieutenant Bill Fugate, to assist you in the future. We're working through a family unification center. As we know, the families in these type of events become very frazzled, and they continue to make sure that we're communicating what we need to with them as we move forward. I would like to remind the media that these scenes are very dynamic and they change. Our number one priority is making sure that all victims are safe, and so additional information may take some time for us to make sure that we can get that information accurately to you, but our number one priority right now is making sure that we take care of the victims, the families, and the community of Roseburg. I would like to thank the first responders that responded today in a timely manner, and thank you.
I'm sorry, we're not going to be able to take any more questions today. So there's a command center in Roseburg, and hopefully we'll be able to talk with you there. Thanks.
As you can see, as you can hear, Governor Kate Brown, Superintendent of Oregon State Police Rick Evans talking with us. Governor Brown talking about profound dismay and heartbreak that she is feeling, that her thoughts and her prayers are with the victims. She was able to give us some confirmed more information about the gunman here, turning out to be a 20-year-old male. The Superintendent of Oregon State Police saying the number one priority is, of course, the safety of the victims and getting them unified, reunited, if you will, with their families.
We did get a few more details from John Hamlin, the Douglas County Sheriff, before Governor Brown spoke. He said it was a terrible day for Oregon. He said at 10:38, 911 calls came in from the college, people reporting an active shooter in a classroom. Officers from around the county responded. They located the shooter in the building. There was a shootout. The shooter was killed. Officers then swept campus looking for other threats. They didn't find any other threats. It is still a very active scene. At least 100 officers are on campus right now, law enforcement from all over the state, the FBI, the Sheriff's Department, the police departments, campus, and they've asked people to stay away from campus. Bottom line, it's a shock to the entire community. I mean, Sheriff Hamlin was very stoic, but also, you can tell, very upset.
Yes, and he was pointed in not describing the number of people killed nor the number of people wounded. That number has changed. If you've been following our coverage, it's gone up, it's gone down, and it's gone up. The latest number we have is from the Attorney General, who spoke on national news, saying that 13 people had been killed, and then the rough number of 20 or so wounded. But the sheriff did not describe that in the same way, nor did the superintendent of Oregon State Police, nor the governor. But the numbers will be what the numbers will be in the end. The situation that we're dealing with right now is a crisis in a community in Oregon of yet another mass shooting by a gunman in a classroom in a school.
This is a really difficult situation for people, not just in Roseburg or in Douglas County, all over the country, and it's difficult for us here. We've been following social media, getting email from people honestly, it's hard to read some of these messages of condolences without getting emotional and choked up. And I know Reed Andrews has been watching some of those messages. Reed, you're seeing all kinds of stuff on social media.
Yeah, you can see that a lot of them are coming from right here on campus, about 5 miles away from the hospital, where our Stephen Mayer is reporting that 12 people have been taken. Again, we haven't been able to confirm that that is the exact number of victims who are wounded in this shooting. But just to give you an idea of what we have here, this is a big one right here. Pray for Umpqua. Very scenic, just wonderful looking campus right there, a peaceful place. And it is tough for so many of these students to imagine something like that could happen. And that is exactly what some of them have been saying, praying ferociously for everyone at UCC right now. My thoughts and prayers with everyone out at UCC. I hope you all are safe. The evil in this world is just too much to bear sometimes. My prayers go out to family. And it's not just them from people in the Roseburg community and those who go to OCC, but also we have Representative Kurt. The hearts of all Oregonians go out to all their families and the Roseburg community coping with this tragedy. It's not just them, but here up in Portland, Mayor Charlie Hale's saying the same thing, that he is praying for the community. And even Jeremy Guthrie, a reliever for the Kansas City Royals, he's from Roseburg, and he is obviously saying that he's been there many times and is praying for all of those victims. And then the pour of support from everything coming in on the Facebook page of the community college. There will be a vigil at 8 o'clock at a nearby park in Roseburg. You see from all over prayers from throughout Oregon, southern Florida, just everybody making sure that the people of Roseburg know that they are supporting them in such a tragic time where we have multiple people shot. Governor Kate Brown again telling us that shooter was a 20-year-old male who was since deceased after shooting at officers. The one inkling of good news, if there can be anything drawn from this, is that none of the officers were hurt when responding to that scene. I'm going to continue to monitor all of this in the newsroom. For now, back to you guys.
All right, Reed, thank you very much. Again, all of this starting at 10:38 this morning. That's when the first reports came in, and we're beginning to see some of the, at least the transcription of some of the emergency radio traffic. And it seemed, based on that when the first officers arrived, they engaged the gunman very quickly. This was not a long, drawn-out search. Apparently, they were able to get right to the classroom or the classroom area. And that's when the gunfight occurred, and that's when the shooter was killed. And as you heard Reed say, as we heard earlier, no officers were injured. And then that's when the ambulances started rolling in, and the numbers started shocking all of us when we heard 15, 10, 7 to 10, now 13 dead and 20 wounded at a community college in Roseburg.
This is beyond our worst case scenario when we're miking up and going to the set. You know, we're hearing some stories on social media, email, from people who were in the science building when this happened. Some of the students were live tweeting it, saying, you know, I just heard a gunshot. Students are running everywhere. Holy God. And then updates, you know, 20 minutes later, I'm okay. We're being bussed off campus. I'm physically okay. Please keep the victims in your thoughts and prayers. We also saw a social media post from a professor who was in the next room who said she heard gunshots and then didn't get any information. They were whisked off campus by campus security and police. They're safe, but they're in shock.
We have a number of crews on the road right now, and soon we hope will be arriving in Roseburg to help continue our coverage. Jackie Lebrecht was at the news conference that we just heard from Governor Kate Brown. Let's check in with Jackie. Jackie?
Just a few minutes, Kate, just short remarks, and really wanted to head down to Roseburg to be with that community. You know, as the leader of this state, she wants to ensure that state resources are there. And, you know, the superintendent spoke right after that with state police, and he talked about this family unification center. It is key in these tragedies because these families are getting all this information, especially with social media, especially, you know, with the spotty cell service, with so many people trying to get on the bandwidth. They have this center set up for them. So that is really the focus of the government, to really deploy those resources and ensure that these families are able to connect with who they need to there. Again, she did confirm, though, 20-year-old male was the shooter and, of course, is deceased. So we hadn't heard an age before that. So 20-year-old shooter, again, thanked the first responders, just so key. I know that we've been talking about it a lot, Angelica and Brian, on air. This is just, they just kind of go through the motions. They're trained to do this, of course, but they just go through the motions, and people just do not thank them enough. And they are still reeling. And, of course, the scene right now, they're still focusing on getting it secure, ensuring that the victims are being treated. So again, she wasted no time, quickly gave those remarks, just talking about the tragedy, and headed right down to Roseburg to be with all the folks who need her there and need that leadership. So again, she spoke here from One World Trade Center, and she'll be there for the rest of the evening. Back to you.
Okay, Jackie, thank you. You know, this is a small community, and we heard the sheriff talk about, you know, you obviously go into emergency response mode, but several of his colleagues in law enforcement had to be thinking on the way to campus, gosh, I hope my family members and friends are not involved, because several of them have very close connections to Umpqua Community College.
Yeah, you could see even a bit of emotion.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm reading a little into it, but it certainly would seem to be the case with John Hanlon dealing with the terrible situation there. I want to go back, if I can, a little bit. What we've been trying to get is interviews with students who were most directly related and who were witnesses to this. The News Review, the newspaper in Roseburg, has succeeded in doing that. And one of the most telling, was an interview they did with Courtney Moore, an 18-year-old who was in Snyder Hall when a shot came through a window. She saw her teacher get shot in the head. The shooter was inside at that point, and he told people to get on the ground. The shooter was asking people to stand up and state their religion, and then started firing away. Courtney Moore said she was lying there with the people who had been shot. Again, that is an interview the News Review, the newspaper in Roseburg, did with a student who witnessed this horrible situation. Another student, Brady, Winder of Portland, said he was in the room next door when he heard a loud thud that didn't sound like a gunshot. Then he heard a percussion of gunshots, and the students all fled out the front door. They left like ants, people screaming, "Get out." That's what Brady Winder said, student from Portland who is going to Umpqua.
We are hearing bits and pieces of information about the shooter. We just know at this point he's dead, and he was a 20-year-old male. We're going to dip into news coverage from KMTR. Let's listen in.
To the sheriff's office. They responded, engaged the shooter. We learned now, is dead. It is still at what they're calling an active scene, and they'll conduct interviews with witnesses who saw this all happen.
Now, Douglas County, small county, a rural timber county, but the school there, Umpqua Community College, we heard from the Douglas County Sheriff's Office, but saying, that's a small school of about 3,000 or so people, people maybe who are a little older, go back to school, a community college serving. Usually the university closest would be the University of Oregon if they were going to transfer. We heard the sheriff say there this morning. But so many agencies nearby, multiple agencies responding to this morning. We heard the U.S. Marshals are on this scene, FBI, Oregon State Police, over 100 officers responding to the community college this morning just around 10:45.
And when Sheriff John Hanlon spoke a few moments ago, he said that there were no reports of any officers who were injured in that exchange of gunfire with the gunman. Now, we do have a witness who a viewer talked to after this happened, sent us the video. Let's hear from that witness.
Man, I've never seen that in real life. It was just one of those things where you don't know what really happened, and you got all these curious questions. You see the blood, and you're just very scared for whoever and whatever,
Information, of course, slow to come in right now, Stephanie. A lot more questions than there are answers.
Really, we do know that there were 3 patients that were taken to Sacred Heart Medical Center here. We know that all 3 of those patients, we received false information earlier, but all 3 of those patients are female between the ages of 18 and 34. So 3 patients have been taken to Sacred Heart Peace Health Medical Center here because, of course, one of only 2 trauma hospitals that can actually treat the type of wounds that they're needing help with in this situation.
And we're hearing from all leaders throughout the state. We heard earlier from Representative Peter DeFazio. He released this statement. It says, "Today's shooting in Roseburg is a heartbreaking tragedy, and my thoughts and prayers are with the victims and their family." He went on to say, "Once we know more about what happened today, I plan to work with my colleagues in Congress to find ways to prevent tragedies like this." But today's tragedy not prevented. It happened at about 10:37 this morning, and what we're learning, The Attorney General's office says that 13 people were killed. Now, the sheriff could not confirm that, but the Attorney General's office says 13 were killed, 20 more were injured.
We also heard him say that he isn't necessarily going to confirm that number. Like we said, the Oregon Attorney General office saying that, but also saying this is, you know, a very dire situation. A lot of people on scene trying, you know, moving situations still, even though they do have, the shooter has been killed. They have, you know, the threat has stopped. This is still really an ongoing situation. A lot of developing news that will be coming out of this, so they can't necessarily confirm 13. We do have that out of the Attorney General's office at this point.
And we'll have much more coverage on today's tragic events on our website, kmcr.com.
We're able to move between our affiliates in Southern Oregon. Let's go to the other station that we have down there.
This is Anthony Costera.
Feeling like a little bit of shock. Like when I first got there, it was like, is this really happening? And I know I'm probably going to cry a lot later, but I just wanted to like comfort people. And I just thank God as soon as I got there that I actually made it in, because I didn't know exactly what was happening.
I imagine that you're probably so relieved to be with your family this afternoon, right?
Yes, totally. And so many people are being so supportive around here, and like there's food, and it's amazing. I'm so thankful to be here.
Haley, and where are you're from? I know that you go to school at UCC, but you're from where?
Here, Roseburg, Oregon.
So this obviously hits really close to home, huh?
Yeah, it does.
Well, I'm so glad that you're safe, and I'm so glad that you're reunited with your family, and I will let you get back to being with them. But thanks for speaking with us, Haley. The support that Haley is talking about can be seen here and felt very much so. The Red Cross and the Sheriff's Office really doing a fantastic job as these families wait to get reconnected with their loved ones from the school. They're doing a fantastic job in terms of organizing where these people are to go and how quickly they can get reunited. But again, the emotions are running high. So many people, I think, I was trying to get numbers for you, and I don't have that at the exact moment. That's because the agencies that are handling this, the numbers are just so fluid. Obviously, so many people going to the hospital and then coming back. So we're not sure in terms of the total number of people who have gotten back to the fairgrounds today, but we do know that the bus that just came here a few moments ago is not the last of the day. That means there are people still waiting to come back from the school to the fairgrounds to get reconnected with their family members as well. I also want to mention that the hospital is saying that a tangible way that folks can help here is by donating O blood. So if you live here in Douglas County, that's a very easy, practical way that you can help those victims from this morning. So there's a lot of hands sort of in this operation. They're doing a fantastic job of what they've been dealt so far. And of course, we will just continue to keep you updated. Dave and Katie, back to you.
Anthony, we appreciate it. And I know that what you're seeing there is just a reflection of a community that does come together, that pulls together. I've spent much time in the Roseburg community, and it is an area that enjoys each other. It's an area that is very, I think the term we have used is tight-knit. It is a community that has struggled in the economy for quite some time, and people have pitched in, they have helped each other. Something like this, you just wonder how they will get through it. But with Roseburg, they will, and we are seeing already some examples of that. The young lady who is from Roseburg got to the campus, was a little surprised that she got in and went right to work to help comfort others and to do what she could. It is just such a situation that is hard to fathom, but the shooting did happen this morning. It was 10:38 when the call came in to the sheriff's office, the communications center there, that shots were being fired in a classroom. We do know, it is confirmed, the shooter is among the dead. 13 people confirmed dead, at least 13. And we also heard from the State Attorney General, Ellen Rosenblum, that up to 20 people have been injured, some of them critically, and many have been taken to the hospital, to Mercy Medical Center, and we're also finding out being brought here to Eugene Springfield.
Right, and we have crews on scene on the ground, both at Riverbend and Springfield and at Mercy Medical, and we just heard from Anthony at the fairgrounds. But just a tremendous amount of law enforcement responded to such a senseless tragedy today at Umpqua Community College. John Hanlon, the sheriff, said that the FBI, the sheriff's office, the U.S. Marshals Service, and the major crimes team are all offering their support in this very, very active investigation, and more than 100 detectives and police officers are on the campus currently investigating exactly what happened there today.
Well, the tragic scene is just almost too much to take in, and we appreciate those of you who have contacted us with information, with pictures, with stories, and certainly the work of those first responders and the agency, Sheriff John Hanlon, stepping up to represent the community and the investigation and talk about what happened and what the reaction, the response has been from people in the community and with the investigators. And this will be a very long process. The sheriff said it's an investigation that is going to take a lot of time to figure out exactly what happened and why it happened. And there'll be more information coming up with the sheriff's office. We expect it will be Wes Hudson, communications person
we
for
are
the
just
sheriff's
listening
office,
into our
but also
colleagues
John
at
Hanlon,
KVAL Television, you trying to get as much information as we can about what is now one of the worst mass shootings in American history, certainly at the top of the list in the state of Oregon. At Umpqua Community College this morning, at least 13 people dead, 20 wounded.
And the campus is still being evacuated, we understand, even as we speak. The students, the faculty, the employees being taken to Douglas County Fairgrounds. Our photojournalist Gino Corridori is there. He's on the phone with us right now. Gino, with words, if you will, paint a picture of what you're seeing.
It's a very emotional moment here where people at the fairgrounds are getting off the bus and being reunited with their families. Just people hugging each other and holding hands and talking. There's also several people who are unsure about where somebody is, and people are crowded around those people and trying to comfort them. There's a couple people who are holding up signs with names on them, hoping that they're going to see this person. A lot of tears, a lot of people standing around and just trying to figure out what they just witnessed and saw.
I can't begin to imagine what's going through their minds right now. Does the situation there seem somewhat organized, maybe chaotic? Certainly the scene at the shooting incident was chaotic. What about here where the people are being reunited?
This has been very well organized. The Red Cross is here. They have pizzas and water and cookies, and they're distributing that to people. They're making sure that people are comfortable while they're here, standing here, waiting for their loved ones to show up. But everybody's in a very calm mood. A lot of people are happy to see their children, so there's a big mix of emotions here.
Yeah, hard to witness, I'm sure, as well. We understand that the counselors are being made available as well, the Red Cross helping out with that. And I'm sure that those students have so many questions, so many concerns about what happened and what's next, and you know, where do we go from here? As they are reunited, do you see them heading out, heading home maybe, or are they still sort of staying together in support for each other?
They're staying together in support for each other. A lot of people have left. Parents and friends have taken away their children and their sisters. And one of the things that I thought was really interesting is that most of the people, they were texted, most of the family members who were away from school, they were texted or notified in some way that their child or friend was safe. And when they came here and then they hugged and they saw their loved one for the first time, they said that it was an incredibly emotional experience to see the person again. I had several people tell me that very same thing.
Gino Corridori, our photojournalist based in Salem, does great work for us behind the camera and now on the microphone for us, in front of the camera, if you will. Gino, we'll let you get back to that, back to covering what is a very emotional scene there at the Douglas County Fairgrounds, where the people have been evacuated from the shooting scene, which is now a crime scene. Again, 10:38 this morning, the first calls came in, an active shooter in at least one classroom. Officers arrived. They reported multiple victims. They engaged the gunman, a 20-year-old male, and killed him. No officers were injured. The latest numbers, and it's been a while now since we've had this official word, come from the Attorney General saying 13 dead and 20 wounded. Both the sheriff, who's ostensibly should know the most information closest to the scene, and the superintendent of Oregon State Police and the governor did not give specific numbers, but these numbers will change, and no matter what they are, the numbers are awful.
Let's listen to some of what Governor Brown had to say about what happened this morning.
I know I am joined by my fellow Oregonians and Americans in profound dismay and heartbreak at this tragedy at Umpqua Community College. Facts are still emerging. We know now there were casualties and confirmed injuries. Our top priority now is the medical treatment for victims and the security of the campus. We have confirmation that the shooter is deceased. He is a 20-year-old male. Our thoughts and prayers are with the victims and their families.
Governor Kate Brown talking about the tragedy in Roseburg this morning, a shooting at Umpqua Community College, 13 dead, 20 wounded. It may have happened in several classrooms. We're seeing some reports now on CNN that investigators, well over 100 investigators on the scene, have recovered 4 guns from the building. The shooter is dead. All we know about him is he's a 20-year-old male. Don't have a motive, don't know if he was targeting a teacher, another student. Have no idea. We're trying to gather all that information right now. The priority is on helping the victims, the wounded victims, and also the students and the staff and the faculty who had to witness this horrific event, who are no doubt in shock, so relieved to be home with their loved ones right now.
Social media, again, continues to stream with condolences for the victims, questions about the gunman. And the political leaders are speaking out, whether it be the governor of Washington, congressmen and women from Oregon, all sharing their condolences, their concerns, saying their prayers are with the victims and the family and the community that's been affected by that. Congressman Peter DeFazio from Springfield issuing a statement today saying today's shooting in Roseburg is a heartbreaking tragedy and my thoughts and prayers are with the victims and their families. And he says, I want to extend my deepest gratitude to Roseburg's first responders for their work in responding to this event. He says he plans to work with his colleagues in Congress to find ways to prevent tragedies such as these. We know the President Barack Obama, has been informed and has been kept informed about this. We have not seen, from what I can tell anyway, any direct response yet from the White House. The White House undoubtedly, as we are, waiting and hoping to get more and clearer information about the extent of this tragedy, with the numbers dead, the numbers injured, and more information about the gunman as well.
You know, Douglas County Sheriff John Hanlon said the families of the victims are the ones who are going to have the hardest days ahead, which kind of sums up how everyone's feeling right now. I know that Portland Mayor Charlie Hales led a moment of silence at the City Council meeting this afternoon, and he said we need to grieve with them. Roseburg is a very small community. A lot of people who responded to this shooting know people on campus who go to school there, who work there, so this has been just an incredibly difficult day for all of them.
The small community there will be getting together. Candlelight Vigil has been scheduled now for 8 o'clock this evening in Stewart Park in Roseburg, and people have been requested to bring candles, and everyone is invited. The sheriff there, John Hanlon, Douglas County, spoke earlier, was very careful with what he said, but as you listen to this, you can sense, and even a veteran law enforcement officer that he is, how this horrible crime has touched him, his officers, his department, the surrounding community. Let's listen again to Douglas County Sheriff John Hanlon.
My suggestion is that they think of the
All right, we're having some technical issues right now. Let's go to Reed Andrews, who's been monitoring social media for us from the K2 Newsroom.
College, a lot of people were tweeting their condolences, but a lot of problem for some of the students, I should say, is that they didn't really know exactly what was going on, especially in the urgency of that. You heard again that call came in at 10:38. One of the students, John Black, said that he was at UCC. They notified people over email and that some of the classes never even found out until it was over. And the frustration you can imagine of having to be bused about 8 or 9 miles south on I-5 to the Douglas County Fairgrounds until you were able to figure out exactly what it was at this pristine campus. You can see that's what with the campus looks like right there. Just a place that people would feel very comfortable in being, but unfortunately we have reports again of about 20 people wounded. The Attorney General's office saying 13 dead. And in response to that, we have so many people being able to just wanting to share their support, have their voice heard, to know that people in Roseburg are supported by them. May God have his eyes and hands all over our little town today. Keep your loved ones close and pray for UCC at Roseburg High School nearby to the community college campus. All games are canceled today and tomorrow. Friday night football canceled there, and you can see from my colleague Stephen Mayer, this is about an hour ago, as he was on his way down to Roseburg, we were able to get confirmation from Mercy Medical that 9 people had already arrived, 3 more were on the way. And again, the only bit of good news, if there is any, and again, what has been just a horribly tragic day for that small community of around 22,000 in Southern Oregon, is that none of the officers that were responding, more than 100 at the scene, were hurt. But again, just a horrible day with multiple people dead at Umpqua Community College in Roseburg. Guys?
Yeah, Reed, this underscores what the point you're trying to make. You know, the focus now being on the victims, and they've been taken to several hospitals throughout the state, with some with more serious wounds than others. We did get an email from a friend of one of the victims. We're not going to release names because we don't know if everyone's been notified in her circle. But this is a young student who is in surgery right now, and they're asking for prayers. Please ask your viewers to pray for her right now. Ask God to guide the surgeon's hands. Hopefully we will not see the number of fatalities go up.
This is emotional for everyone. It's especially emotional for us, as we've been on the air now since, what, about 11 o'clock, talking about this happening very close to us, touching lives throughout our area. And you could also hear that, as you heard me say, reflected a bit in the sheriff in Douglas County. Let's try that again. Let's listen to Douglas County Sheriff John Hanlon.
My suggestion is that they think of the family of the victims and be aware of their anguish and think of them first. The families of the victims are the ones that are going to have the most difficult days ahead.
Yeah, you could hear him clearing his voice there. I think reflecting the emotion so many people are feeling as we see yet another mass shooting, one of the worst in years, and coming so close to us here in our area. 13 dead, 20 wounded. That's the number now. That's what we're going with, because that's what the Attorney General said. But as we've emphasized before, these numbers will change. It always happens that way in the early hours of this, and hours is what we're talking about, because this is going to take hours and hours to investigate the scene itself. As you heard the sheriff said, they need to go through the cars. They need to make sure that they find the gunman's car. They will be searching undoubtedly his home, wherever he's been living. They will be trying to talk to his friends, his family, trying to find out as much as they can about what led this man to do this. And from that, hopefully we can all learn something about trying to recognize young people at risk. Earlier, if you were with our coverage, we had Randy Blazak, a sociologist who we've talked to before, who's written a book about this sort of thing, and how critical it is when we're talking about young men. Again, we know this person was a 20-year-old male. It fits just in the picture that Randy Blazak was saying about these young men, for whatever reason, strike out using weapons. He emphasized the gun is not the problem, it's the person who is doing the shooting. And as we go through this, as we work through this together as a community, we need to keep our eyes in towards the future, heading towards the future, about how to keep this kind of thing from happening again.
You know, one of the first reporters down there on the scene was Sarah Madison, and she described, you know, the chaos, the horror, as some of the students were leaving the buildings and reuniting with family members. Sarah, you just were at the sheriff's news conference. What can you tell us?
Right. So Sheriff John Hanlon from the Douglas County Sheriff's Office gave the first press conference, the first piece of confirmed information, if you will, and he has not confirmed to us. He has not told us how many fatalities or injuries there are. He didn't really describe the shooter or what weapon the shooter used, but he did say that the suspect is a man. And gunfire were exchanged between the shooter and police. And they confirmed that the shooter is dead. Now, like I said, we still don't know much. The sheriff's office received a call around 10:38, and that's when everything started and the school was on lockdown. The next press conference the sheriff is going to have is going to be in less than an hour. Hopefully, we can get more information on that. There's also, we've been seeing on Facebook that there's going to be a candlelight vigil at Stewart Park at 8 o'clock tonight for the victims. And that is what we know so far.
That will be a time for the community to gather. I know from what we've heard already, it's been such an emotional scene at the fairgrounds where the families are being reunited with their students. Have you heard anything more? And we're being very careful with what we say. We're certainly not identifying the gunman, even though it's been broadcast on social media and elsewhere. Have you heard anything about a possible motive from any of this? Anything that he may have said? Sarah?
No, they would not share if the person was a student or who he was, but they won't confirm any of that information right now.
Yeah, they're being very careful, as well they should be, as well. We should all be careful, doing the best we can. Sarah Madison with KPIC giving us some great coverage from there. We'll check back with you in just a little bit.
I want to read a statement we got from former Arizona Congresswoman Gabby Giffords, whose life was changed forever because of a mass shooting. She says, "It happened again. We wish we could say we lived in a country where our students could go to school and be safe from gun violence, but today one of our country's college campuses has again become filled with violence and bloodshed. While we still don't know all the details, we know that young men and women went to school today to learn, and then their lives were cut short by a dangerous person with a gun. We know many of the wounded will have a long road ahead and that the community's heart has been tested, but will not be broken. We can do better than this. We must do better than this. This is not the America we all strive for, is it?" That was from former Congresswoman Gabby Giffords, who of course survived a mass shooting in Arizona, in Tucson a few years ago.
Clearly, we are having to be repetitive in our information and frankly in the video that we're showing as we continue to cover this. But one thing that has struck me of all the interviews I've seen done, and I've read it a couple times and I'm going to do it again because we all want to try to understand why this happened. A student was in Snyder Hall, and she was interviewed by a reporter for the News Review, I should say, in Roseburg. And she described that a shot came through a window. She saw her teacher shot in the head. The shooter was inside at that point, and he told people to get on the ground. The shooter was then asking people to stand up and state their religion, and then started firing. The student, 18 years old, Courtney Moore, says, she was lying there with the people who had been shot.
We have some new information, new sound from someone who heard the shots on campus. Let's listen to that.
At first, I just thought somebody had leftover fireworks, because it happens on the river all the time here. And I was out on my deck, and then I started seeing police officers flying with sirens and lights, and they kept coming and kept coming and kept coming.
That's Lori Andrews, who lives near the campus of Umpqua Community College. Had no idea what was happening at 10:40. I can imagine she had no clue that it was going to turn out like this, hoping.
Oh, no one could imagine this, I would think. Again, the sheriff did not describe very much exactly what went on because the investigation is continuing, but we pieced together clearly that it occurred inside at least one classroom, if not two. that it may have spilled outside. We don't know that, but we do know that officers engaged the gunman. Now you're looking at some live pictures from the scene, media being kept out for good reason as the investigation continues, but I want to highlight that you're looking at live pictures now from Roseburg, and that it, again, shooting in one of those buildings, at least in one classroom, if not two. The officers engaged the gunman and killed him, and that happened fairly early on. Since then, it's been the long, chaotic, frighteningly emotional hours of dealing with the victims, dealing with the families of the victims, the staff, removing people from the buildings, getting them off campus, getting them back with their families, and trying to help them begin to deal with this terrible tragedy in this small community. 13 people are dead, 20 are wounded. Community college shooting in Roseburg at Umpqua Community College that began at 10:38 this morning and is now reverberating, well, as we've mentioned before, all throughout the country and internationally.
Yeah, Hillary Clinton just responded with a statement. It is just beyond my comprehension that we are seeing these mass murders happen again and again and again. We have got to get the political will to do everything we can to keep people safe.
Let's go back now and listen to what few but specific details the sheriff of Douglas County shared with the community just a matter of minutes ago. Let's listen to that.
At approximately 10:38 this morning, the Douglas County Emergency Communications Center received phone calls from the college reporting an active shooter in one of the classrooms at the college. Officers from around the county immediately responded to the college, and upon arriving there, they located the shooter in one of the buildings. Officers engaged that suspect. There was an exchange of gunfire. The shooter threat was neutralized, and officers continued to sweep the campus looking for other threats.
That sweep may be continuing even as we speak. He talked about this was going to take a long time to process this scene, especially now if we're hearing that there may have been more than one gun involved. That's certainly going to cause law enforcement concern that something else may be going on, whether it be on campus, in the suspect's vehicle, or at his home.
Yeah, and to bring you sort of behind the scenes on how we react when something like this happens, we have reporters in Roseburg. We have the entire news crew, frankly, people outside the news department helping us in the newsroom right now gather as much information as possible, but we also, on days like this, rely on our partners at CNN, and that's why we've been reporting information that CNN has confirmed. And one detail that we just saw a few minutes ago was that they have recovered 4 guns from the building where this shooting happened.
Let's get back on the phone. K2 reporter Stephen Mayer scrambled right away, heading south, trying to get to the scene. Stephen, what can you tell us?
Hey guys, we're en route to Mercy Medical Center. That's in Roseburg. That's where the majority of these shooting victims have been taken. We can confirm that 10 shooting victims are there right now and are being treated for various injuries. They've not released any specific updates, but we know 10 shooting victims are there right now getting treatment. We also stopped in Springfield at Sacred Heart Hospital there, at the Catholic Hospital in that area. We can confirm that they have 6 of the shooting victims that they're treating there as well. We also saw a medical emergency helicopter leaving the scene kind of right as we showed up, so still a very active scene at both of those hospitals. We're on I-5 South right now, about 20 minutes outside of Roseburg. We're en route right now to Mercy Medical Center, so hopefully we'll have some more information for you here within the next half hour. But again, 10 patients at Mercy Medical Center right now getting treated.
And you mentioned 6 at a different hospital. The phone was a little scratchy. Which hospital was that?
Yeah, sorry about that. That was at the Sacred Heart Hospital in Springfield, so not too far from the scene. We spotted one emergency medical helicopter leaving that area right as we showed up, so we can tell you that they use helicopters to transport a lot of those patients, because that is a little bit further outside of town, probably about an hour away from the shooting scene. So 2 different hospitals in the area receiving patients and treating them right now.
And that confirms what we had heard earlier. Also, we know that alcohol, tobacco, and firearms and FBI out of Portland were both racing down to the scene. I'm guessing as you got closer, perhaps you saw some of that law enforcement arriving.
Yeah, the first one we saw racing by us, we were going the speed limit, and they were clearly going well past that. They were absolutely flying down the highway. That was just south of Salem. It was an unmarked SUV, but it did have federal plates, so leads me to believe that perhaps the FBI, that was an FBI vehicle heading down there, can confirm that they have agents from offices all across the state en route to the shooting scene to help aid in that investigation. So we saw several emergency vehicles just absolutely flying south down I-5, passing traffic, trying to get down to that scene as well.
Certainly understandable. Stephen Mayer on the phone with us, heading to Mercy Medical Center, where we know that there are 10 shooting victims, and we hope to get more information from Stephen as our coverage continues here on K2.
As far as, crime scenes, this, as you know, Brian, you've been doing this a long time, there could be several crime scenes. We don't know where this shooter lived. We don't know what's happening at that apartment. They're very cautious when they respond to something like this, even after the shooter is killed. Who knows what is waiting for them in his apartment? We've seen this with other mass shootings, the booby traps.
Exactly.
And so there could be several crime scenes happening right now. And that's why I think the sheriff was very careful about the information he was giving out. This isn't over by any means. And obviously this is just beginning for all the victims, several of them still in surgery right now.
We have to kind of keep this in perspective as much as we can, and there's a reason why we are covering up the programming you might be expecting at this hour here on K2, and that's because of the number of people involved and the size of the community there. I mean, if these numbers hold up, there are 13 dead and 20 wounded, or even if it's even close to that, this is going to go down as one of the worst, one of the deadliest mass killings in our nation. It could be, one of the worst, top 5, if you will. Not that we are keeping score, but the impact this has, as we've seen from all of these in recent years, it shatters lives, and we're not talking just the direct victims. We're talking about the emotional impact it has on their families, their relatives, people who live nearby the school, people who know somebody who works at the school. It changes how people think sometimes.
We're following Mercy Medical Center's Facebook page, and we're doing a little bit of repeating on the information here, but they've been posting regularly. One post says, "Our patients are our first priority. We will continue to share information as we have it. We wish to thank our first responders and our staff for their exceptional work. Please continue to pray." And this is important. They just posted about 20 minutes ago, we'll have a blood donation van on site tomorrow at noon at our west parking lot, available for anyone interested in donating.
Reed Andrews is standing by in the newsroom, as he's been all afternoon, keeping up with the enormous number of tweets on Twitter and posts on Facebook of people responding and reacting to this. Reed, let's check in with you now.
Well, Brian and Angelica, you guys have been talking about it recently, and that is just how tough it must be, the gravity of it all hitting the community, and not just that, but the classmates of the victims. It is tough enough to be 17 years old. There's a lot of angst, but to have to deal with such a widespread tragedy, losing one friend is tough. Losing a handful, well, that's got to be nearly impossible. And you can kind of see that type of sentiment right here. This is a student saying, "I can honestly say I never thought something like this would happen where I actually go to school." Many more people saying basically the same thing, but in a different way. Wish these things would just stop happening. This one from a girl who was near the school saying, "Life flights flying over my house. So sad." Suzanne Bonamici, congresswoman from our area in Oregon, saying horrified by news reports about the shooting at Umpqua Community College. "My thoughts are with the community and friends and family of those affected." Again, the reports that we have gotten most recently from the Oregon Attorney General, 13 dead, 20 injured. Our Stephen Mayer is on his way to Mercy Medical, again saying about an hour ago that 12 were on their way there. We hope that none of these numbers climb, but we do know, again, that there was a situation where they had the school on lockdown. It continues to be on lockdown as they continue to sweep through it. The backpacks of the students, innocent people being looked through just in case, because again, as officers were responding to this scene, they just didn't know everything that had gone down. At this point, we know that there is at least one shooter. We haven't been able to find out if there are any others. All we know about him, again, from Governor Kate Brown, is that he is a 20-year-old male. No other information being given out at this time. I'm going to continue to monitor as more people give their tales, not just of sympathy towards the Roseburg community, those from within and from outside of it, but also people giving their accounts of exactly what happened in that classroom. Again, what we have heard from a newspaper down in Roseburg is that a shot came from outside the classroom, and just all of that unimaginable type of tragedy and horror going through. Tough for anyone to deal with, no matter what their age, but you can only think being a teenager, 20, 21 years old, just that much tougher to stomach and have to move on from. Brian and Angelica?
Reed, it makes you sick to your stomach just thinking about it. And unfortunately for all those law enforcement officers who are on campus right now, for the faculty and the students who survived this, for all the family members who are touched by the violence, you can't turn the TV off and do something else. This is their life right now. This has got to be so incredibly difficult for them to be dealing with this afternoon.
We've reached a point in our coverage where we're not getting as much immediate information from the scene as we were earlier. I'll give you a quick timeline of things that we expect to happen. About 20 minutes or so, and trust me, these are rough numbers, we're expecting another news conference from the Douglas County Sheriff's Office. I don't know if it'll be the sheriff himself. That is, again, expected around 3, a rough time. We know Governor Kate Brown, who spoke, half an hour ago, 40 minutes ago, in Portland, was immediately heading down to Roseburg to help in whatever way she could. Oregon State Police have a spokesperson there already, or may have one there soon. Again, we're trying to get as much information as we can, as soon as we can, and hopefully that will come at this news conference. Following that, at 7 o'clock tonight in Roseburg, a memorial service is being organized. It's nothing official. It's just a community doing what a community does in a situation like that, which is to come together, to grieve together, to share their emotions together, and from that, hopefully try to, you can't make sense of these things, but at least you can come together in a way to help each other. We know from earlier discussions that the hospital system down there, the minute they heard that there was a mass casualty incident, they went into their program for that, which meant the local hospitals, the VA, and the morgue all notified that a horrible thing had happened. We know that some of those hospitals, some of those medical centers called in workers from home to come in and help. Something like this, whether it be a man-made disaster, a natural disaster, that's what these medical centers train for, and that's where that training came through today. And so true with law enforcement. They train for these sorts of things, and you can't begin to imagine what was going through the minds of the first officers who arrived on the scene, but we can rest assured that their training was something they relied on a great deal.
We haven't heard much from Umpqua Community College at this point. Their website is still down. It crashed after this happened. Their Facebook page is up. They haven't posted anything, but we're seeing hundreds of messages from around the world, from New Zealand, Peru, Sweden, Russia, from France, people just offering their condolences, their prayers, their thoughts. And a lot of angry people talking about gun control, of course. How many times is this going to have to happen? That's not a conversation we're going to have today, but it's going to come up, no doubt. But, you know, a huge, huge outpouring of support on the Facebook page for Umpqua Community College.
Gino Corridori, our photojournalist based in Salem, raced down to the scene as soon as we got word. He's stationed at the Douglas County Fairgrounds, which is sort of a, I guess, Gino, kind of a reunification center where people who've been taken from campus by bus are trying to reunite with family. Is that correct?
Yeah, this is a very emotional location with families reuniting with loved ones. There's another bus that's coming in right now, we've been told, and it's supposed to have the last group of students coming out. So a lot of the parents have been moved inside to wait for their kids to get off the bus. and we're just kind of all standing around waiting for this to happen.
Sometimes people criticize the media for being ghouls. We race up with our cameras and stick microphones in people's faces and ask them how they feel. Sometimes that's fair criticism, but oftentimes, you and I know people want to talk about these things. They come to us to try to share what they're going through. Have you seen any of that going on yet?
For the most part, people have been very open and wanting to speak. I mean, a lot of the people that I've talked to weren't near the situation. So they don't really have that story that was super emotional. So they're just happy to be with their loved ones and are walking away. There have been some people that have asked me to not videotape them, and people have looked at us sort of like we were vultures here, I guess, that sometimes happens, and we try to do this as professionally as we can do it. It's emotional for us out here. A lot of the journalists we're not happy to be here in any way, shape, or form, and it's just a sad scene all around. We're excited to get, I guess, a shot of the kids getting off the bus and being reunited with their families.
Yeah, I can hear the emotion in your voice, Gino. You've been doing this a long time. You've seen some tough situations, and undoubtedly this is one there right now. So we are going to let you continue your coverage down there, Gino, and do get back with us as you find out more and as you hear more. Thank you, Gino.
We mentioned earlier that we got a message from a friend of one of the victims who is now in surgery. We also just got some information from our reporter, Jackie Lebrecht, who's been checking in with hospitals. She said Legacy Emmanuel has life flight on standby so far, hasn't taken in any patients. OHSU doesn't have any patients. As far as they know, all the patients are at Mercy Medical or Sacred Heart in Springfield.
The police still on the scene. I think, if I'm not mistaken, Gino said that was one of the last buses that was coming through. It's taken so long to clear the campus. I mean, keep in mind this started about 10:40 this morning, and now the work really begins for the hundreds, probably, law enforcement officers who are there. Douglas County Sheriff's Office is taking the lead on this. Their major crimes team will be the lead agency, but they're going to be fully supported by the City Police Department, by other, obviously, departments in the region, not to mention Oregon State Police. We know the Federal Bureau of Investigation arrived down there, and Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms was sending units from Portland, including a canine unit, to assist undoubtedly in the search, whether it be the search on campus or the search at some other location that this investigation reveals. Detectives jumping on it right away. If you think about how we've seen the TV shows, we know how it works. They're trying to find people who know the suspect best, whether it's family or friends or neighbors, and try to piece together what happened, and we want to know why it happened.
We are on standby for another news conference with the Douglas County Sheriff's Office. We heard from the sheriff about an hour and a half ago, and he told us this all started at 10:38. That's when the first 911 calls came in from the college. People reporting an active shooter in the classroom. We heard some people who live off campus who thought it might be fireworks at first, and then they called 911 wondering what was happening. Officers from all around the county responded. They located the shooter in the science building. There was a shootout. The shooter was killed. Officers then swept the campus looking for other threats. He said there are well over 100 officers on campus right now. Law enforcement cleared the campus. They put students, faculty members on buses right away, and they were taken to the fairgrounds as a meeting point with families.
I know one of the witnesses, the newspaper there quoted, said that it sounded like a yardstick slapping against a chalkboard. Was the first thought that went through that student's mind, and then it happened again and again. The teacher went to investigate, and I believe what was said is that teacher came back and told everyone to get out, and they ran. The beginning of the chaos at Umpqua Community College, just before 11 o'clock this morning. The term there, we understand, was just beginning. This is first week of classes, if I'm not mistaken. We don't know, we have not confirmed this, whether or not the gunman was a student there or not. We've not heard from official sources that he was, All the official sources will tell us is it was a 20-year-old man.
This is the worst violent crime tragedy that Governor Brown has had to deal with as the governor of Oregon, and she spoke to us a little while ago. Let's listen to what she had to say.
I know I am joined by my fellow Oregonians and Americans in profound dismay and heartbreak at this tragedy at Umpqua Community College. Facts are still emerging. We know now there were casualties and confirmed injuries. Our top priority now is the medical treatment for victims and the security of the campus. We have confirmation that the shooter is deceased. He is a 20-year-old male. Our thoughts and prayers are with the victims and their families.
Governor Kate Brown speaking earlier this afternoon. She's now headed to Roseburg to be there for the people. Portland firefighters, their Twitter feed says, our thoughts go out to all those affected by today's tragic incident in Roseburg. These are not easy scenes for responders.
Mercy Medical Center tweeted that they had 10 patients from today's tragedy, continued prayers for the community. They're also asking for blood, specifically type O blood, and they're having a blood drive tomorrow at the hospital in the parking lot outside. They're asking anyone that can donate blood to go to Mercy Medical Center tomorrow.
And this just flashed from World News, ABC World News, that President Obama will deliver a statement about the shooting in Oregon. That's expected to happen about 3:20 our time, 6:20 Eastern time. Again, ABC News telling us that President Obama, who was informed about this and kept informed, will deliver a statement on the shooting that happened in Roseburg about 3:20 this afternoon, and we will certainly bring that to you live as it occurs.
Let me read a statement from Representative Blumenauer that we just got. He says, my heart breaks for the Umpqua Community College family and the surrounding community as we struggle to cope with this tragedy. Far too many times in my tenure as a congressman, I have witnessed horrific shootings in my home state and around the country. We await more details on today's shooting, but let's be clear, it is far past time to treat violent gun crime as a public health emergency. These tragedies are at epidemic proportions and happen in America at levels that far and away exceed levels in any other developed country in the world. Something must be done. That's Representative Blumenauer's statement.
We hope that we're getting close to hearing from Douglas County Sheriff's Office on the scene there at a media staging area, and I'm going to kind of jump in here, and I see Joe Douglas there. I don't know, can Joe Douglas hear me or not? No, he can't, but he's one of our reporters who's there at the scene, among others. Stephen Mayer just arriving at Mercy, where we know there are 10 patients, and that we understand that at least earlier 2 of the patients died from their wounds. And we also know that there will be a memorial service, community coming together at 7 o'clock tonight in Roseburg.
You'll have to bear with us. We are trying to get as much new information as possible for you as we stay on the air, piecing together exactly what happened from so many different reporters and so many different affiliates. We have colleagues all over Oregon that are working on this story, and CNN as well.
And one of the sources, as we've learned as journalists, you go as close as you can, as quickly as you can. And I have been liberally referring to the newspaper there and giving them as much credit, the News Review from Roseburg, their reporters were able to talk with students who really did see and hear things, including a student from Portland who said he heard a loud thud that didn't sound like a gunshot, and then he heard a percussion of gunshots, and the students all raced out the front door. In his words, they left like ants, people screaming, "Get out." He said he saw a girl swim across the creek while fleeing. That was a student who has been interviewed by the News Review in Roseburg. Hannah Miles said she was in a classroom next door to the shooting and heard a sound that sounded like a yardstick slapping. You heard me reference that earlier. Then they heard the noise again. They got out as quickly as possible and they left everything behind. And that's the situation that those students who are being evacuated to the Douglas County Fairgrounds face. They've left everything behind, their wallets, their keys, their cars, and it just adds to the confusion, adds to the chaos, and frankly adds to the emotional pain that they're already suffering. Because they understand, as we all do, that this is now a crime scene that has to be treated carefully. And we're not sure how big this crime scene is, if it's just a couple of classrooms or if it extended outside, all of which will affect what can happen next and will keep police busy for hours and hours and days.
We also heard from a professor who said she shared her classroom, shared a wall with where the shooting happened. She heard gunshots and basically everyone just took off. They didn't know much about what was happening. They were screaming. They left the building. They were quickly put on buses and taken to the fairgrounds. She said, I don't have my wallet, I don't have my phone, I don't have anything with me, but I'm alive, I'm okay, I'm at home. Just trying to let everyone know that she was safe, and she was stunned.
Federal law enforcement helping, and as I mentioned earlier, alcohol, tobacco, and firearms there. I'm sure the Douglas County Sheriff's Office will appreciate the efforts that the feds can provide as this investigation is undoubtedly going to be complicated and wide-ranging.
All right, we have several reporters there on the scene. Joe Douglas is on standby. We're going to go to him as soon as we can. We're also waiting for 2 news conferences. I think we're going to hear from the governor again and someone from the sheriff's department in Douglas County to give us an update on what's happening. We're going to ask them if there are any secondary crime scenes. The president is expected to speak in about 20 minutes. We're going to go to that as soon as it happens. So bear with us as we try and put all the pieces together on our live coverage here. We are winging it.
Yeah, one of the encouraging things as we follow through on social media is the number of people from all over the place who are sending their condolences, their thoughts, and their prayers to the people directly affected by this. And we're also getting information now from the Portland Police Bureau just telling us that they're extending their condolences to those injured and killed, but also at the direction of the chief of the Bureau. He's asked that all precincts in Portland provided increased law enforcement presence at school campuses in the city to provide a visible presence and to enhance public safety. Again, the headline here just flashing that officers are going to provide extra patrols near Portland schools after the shooting that happened in Roseburg. They go on to say there's no information to indicate there are any threats to Portland schools related to the events in Roseburg. The Portland Police Bureau has been in contact with local school districts, community colleges, and universities to coordinate any public safety needs. The Police Bureau has offered law enforcement assistance as well to the Douglas County Sheriff's Office and Oregon State Police as they do their investigation. But again, the Portland Police Bureau says it wants the communities to know that all threats of violence need to be reported and will be thoroughly investigated, and that they are now going to be offering extra patrols near Portland schools because of this horrible tragedy in Roseburg.
All right. We're going to listen in. Angelica Carrillo is on the phone from KMTR. Angelica, you were just at the, you just heard a hospital news conference. What can you tell us?
That's right. We just got done here at Peace House at Riverbend in Springfield. The chief, one of the surgeons spoke to us and gave us an update about the new patient. They have 3 patients, all ages 18 to 30.
Yeah, we can't hear that, obviously, but we also have reporters down there, and we're trying to get the latest information about the situation at the hospitals. The latest word we had from Stephen Mayer was that there were 6 at Peace Health there, victims, and 10 at Mercy Medical Center.
All right, Brian, you were talking about the Portland Police Bureau putting out extra patrols, which some people are going to roll their eyes at that because clearly this was an isolated incident, according to investigators. But we talked about this with Randy Blazak. If you have kids, especially, you drop them off at school every day. If you're a parent like yourself who's got 2 kids in college, it's, I guess, an effort to make us feel a little better in the interim. When you drop your kids off at school, when I drop Soren off at school, he's in kindergarten, and I got to tell you, I've thought about Sandy Hook. And there's a door to his kindergarten classroom that leads to the outside, and I always make sure to pull it closed tight as I'm leaving. This is the reality
Sure.
we're living in today. And as a dad who has kids in college, it's even tougher because you're not there with them every day to protect them.
No, you can't be, and you do feel vulnerable, but as Randy Blazak, the sociologist, told us earlier this afternoon, we have to keep these things in perspective, that yes, horrible, awful things happen all the time, but they don't happen to all of us.
Right.
That this indeed is an isolated incident, and you mentioned it, the Portland Police Bureau. There's no threats to Portland schools, but don't we all need a little reassurance right now as we go into these very public situations?
It's the Bureau's way of saying, we're here to support you. We're here to make you feel a little safer because this is tough for everyone. But the reality is, I mean, it's more dangerous to drive in our car right now.
Right. And I hesitate to say it, but having a police presence might deter someone who might be wanting to play around or do something stupid, or worst case scenario, be a copycat, might be deterred by having police presence there. We are filling time because we're hoping any minute now, as you can see in the lower left hand of your screen, the news conference will be held. The last time we went live here, it was to hear from John Hanlon, the Douglas County Sheriff. We do hope to hear from him again. He talked about the efforts that were being made to get the students off campus, that he also spoke about the fact that the gunman was engaged, was in a shootout with police, and that he was shot by police, and no officers were injured. But as far as details about the number of victims, where exactly it happened, we didn't get that. And we're hoping that we will. Joe Douglas is there at that media area, waiting, as we all are, to hear from a spokesperson. Joe, have you been able to glean any information in advance of that news conference?
Well, Brian, we showed up here and got here about 1:30 and talked with the Douglas County Sheriff. He held a little presser where he did not want to confirm any of the information about the number of dead across the street at Umpqua Community College. We're in a fire station just down the road. They've closed off the school right now. You can see there's a number of reporters, photographers here waiting to find out the latest on what's happening across the street. We do know it's closed down, and we got a couple of shots from an area just behind the school where we weren't able to see any activity. We're told that the school has been evacuated at this point. We talked with a student who works for the school newspaper, who said she was just shocked that this all happened. I just overheard another person in this room saying they're concerned that maybe a friend of theirs might have been one of these victims. A lot of people don't know who was killed at this point. We're hearing a lot of things online. We're hoping to find out how many people exactly were killed and hurt across the street at Umpqua Community College, and maybe who those people are. It's just people are on pins and needles around here, hoping to God that it's not someone they know, and their hearts are going out to anyone who fell victim in this attack.
Joe, did I understand you to say you're actually fairly close to campus, not terribly far away?
We're here it's right over a hill, but you can't really see anything. And we're going to go to this news conference.
Appointment for 3 o'clock press briefing. It's going to be a little bit delayed. We're going to come back out hopefully by 3:30. We should be able to come out. Right now there is a briefing going on with everybody in regards to the situation. So as soon as the PIO is available, he will be out here with another update. So we're hoping 3:30.
3:30.
Yeah, Wes will speak. Yeah, not me.
Okay, that's actually that shows you the multi-agency response here. That's actually a press information officer from Clackamas County Sheriff's Office. So we have a lot of officers, police here. He just said that this press conference is going to be held coming up in about a half hour, where we're hoping to get more information. Yes, to answer your question, Brian, the school is right across the street, down the street, but there's a lot of hills here, and you can't see it from where we're standing. It has been completely shut down. So we're hoping to get a lot more information coming up here soon to confirm what we're hearing about online and all over social media.
Joe Douglas for us live there. Joe, indeed, we will check back with you as soon as we get more information that they're ready to speak. Let's take a moment now here at 4 minutes past the hour of 3 in the afternoon to recap for those of you just tuning in, that at just after 10:38, the first calls came into police, multiple calls we understand, of a shooting on the campus of Umpqua Community College in Roseburg. Officers arrived on the scene and engaged the gunman in a gunfight. The gunman was killed. No officers were wounded, but officers initially responded immediately calling for multiple ambulances, saying they had multiple gunshot victims. And it became clear how bad this was in a matter of minutes. The numbers frightened us as we raced to the set, as many as 15, 20 or more dead. We couldn't believe it. The latest numbers we have now, 13 dead, 20 wounded. Those numbers will change. The school was put into lockdown. We've been telling you the stories of the students who heard the gunshots, who ran for their lives, other students who hid inside bathrooms and closed and locked the doors, trying to get away, trying to stay safe. Those students still, some of them still being removed by buses from the campus all these hours later as police begin their long and painstaking investigation of what led to this shooting. And the shock now for them is probably beginning to wear off, and the realization of what's happening maybe settling in.
And the priority now is on those who are wounded. We're hearing about people still in surgery. Sacred Heart Medical Center has confirmed that 3 women are at the hospital in Springfield between 18 and 34 years old. So we also got an email from one of the victims' friends saying she was in surgery. It was going to be a while before they knew her condition. They're asking everyone for thoughts and prayers this afternoon.
We saw Joe Douglas earlier. You've been hearing from Gino Corridori and Stephen Mayer. Stephen Mayer now live for us on camera. Stephen, where are you and what can you tell us?
Guys, we just showed up here. We're on the campus now. We're just outside the campus, I should say. I want to show you what the scene looks like right here. They have this entire area blocked off. There's sheriff's deputies, all sorts of emergency first responders. We just saw another set of vehicles scream past the tape and go towards the campus, obviously continuing to work on this investigation. Want to have our photographer Bob just swing around this way and just show you the mere media presence here. This entire street has just been taken over by live trucks, news trucks, photographers showing up left and right, other media organizations, just a ton of outpouring here, as you can imagine, after such a tragic event here in Roseburg. Back this way, again, they have this area blocked off right now. Deputies keeping us well back as they continue to investigate what is going on. Earlier, we just stopped by Mercy Medical Center, where they've taken 9 of the patients. It was very busy over there as well. You could tell something serious had happened over there. And we stopped in Springfield, like we mentioned a little bit earlier, at the Sacred Heart Hospital there as well. They also have several patients that you just mentioned there as well. So that's about an hour north of where we are right now. We saw emergency medical choppers leaving the area as we arrived, so you can tell they were using those helicopters to ferry those patients to the nearest hospitals. But again, we're here on the campus, completely shut down, not letting anyone in or out right now except for those authorized emergency personnel as they continue this investigation. Of course, we're going to be here all night long continuing to gather information for you, but right now this area is just covered with media and covered with law enforcement.
Yeah, and earlier we were seeing some people stopping by in that general area just to look and witness what was going on. I'm guessing a number of the roads around there are closed off?
Yeah, from what I can gather, this entire road, this is Umpqua College Road leading into the campus. That thing is completely shut down, except for the emergency vehicles that are going in and out right now. It looks like Highway 99 North, that's the road feeding into this area, is still open, but they're directing traffic, really keeping a close eye on who is coming and going into this area. And then just down the road here on 99 in the opposite direction, there appears to be a fire station that is swarmed as well. A lot of people over there as well. Very busy, active situation out here, and we'll continue to keep an eye on it.
All right, Stephen Mayer live for us in Roseburg, right across from campus, Umpqua Community College. A school of about 3,300 or so. No indication how many students were on campus today when the shooting happened. The fall term said to have started.
All right, we had some audio problems with Angelica Carrillo, a reporter that we were trying to talk to, but she gave us some notes on what she just learned at the hospital. She was talking to the medical director for Sacred Heart Medical.
In Springfield, right?
Yes. Yeah, the emergency room medical director. She said they got 3 patients from Roseburg there. Didn't have details on their conditions, but this was an ongoing process. They're working with Mercy Medical Center They've called in multiple extra surgeons and nurses to work this afternoon. They're setting up family resources to help the families get through this, calling in counselors. They're not sure if they're going to get more patients. They're waiting to hear from Mercy and Roseburg. All 3 of the patients were flown in, 2 by helicopter, 1 by airplane. 2 of them went directly into the operating room. They're still working to assess the injuries on 1. They're obviously being treated for gunshots. They couldn't comment on the extent of the injuries, and they are asking, as is Mercy in Roseburg, they're asking for blood. So they're taking blood donations at the hospitals, treating patients right now.
Mayor Charlie Hales just tweeted that 12 people from the Portland Fire Bureau Trauma Intervention Team, as well as 3 public information officers and 2 chief officers, are heading to Roseburg to help with the incident there. Just one of many communities coming down to support a relatively small community dealing with a very big tragedy.
And we are standing by to hear from President Obama. He is going to have a news conference in about 9 minutes. There's the podium right now. As soon as that begins, we're going to listen in to what President Obama has said. We've heard from politicians from both sides of the aisle just expressing shock, sadness, dismay that we're dealing with yet another school shooting. And this one, unfortunately, will go down as one of the worst mass shootings in American history, certainly at the top here in the state of Oregon.
And because of that, and we want to emphasize this, because if you're heading to school, whether picking up a student, a family member, or maybe some after-school activity, that you're going to see more Portland police vehicles around schools in the city of Portland. The Portland Police Bureau has decided to put some emphasis, if you will, on schools here, not because of any direct threat, no direct connection to what's happened in Roseburg, but they want to provide an increased law enforcement presence at school campuses in the city of Portland to provide a visible presence and to enhance public safety. And again, they emphasize there's no and they emphasize there's no information to indicate there are any threats to Portland schools, but they've been in contact with school districts, community colleges, as well as universities within the city to coordinate public safety at those schools, and that will include additional patrols.
As far as a motive for the shooting, we really don't have any information from law enforcement officials at this point. There is information that we got from the newspaper in Roseburg, and that's been shared on social media, that the shooter asked the students about their religion before shooting, but it didn't really seem to matter. The shooting continued. We know it's a 20-year-old male. There are some reports that he may have warned that there would be a shooting today on 4chan yesterday. We don't have that information confirmed, but as Randy Blazak, the sociologist, a professor from the University of Oregon, shared with us, that is part of the pattern in these mass shootings. A lot of time they will give a public warning through social media. We are looking at live pictures right now, awaiting the president's remarks.
Frankly, we're not sure who is speaking here. And it's Rita Cavan, who's the interim president of Umpqua. And if we can dial that up, let's listen in for a minute.
Brief counselors there for the students and staff. The Athletic Fairgrounds have opened their doors to us. The city managers have helped us. The county commissioners have helped us. The governor's office has helped us. All the other colleges in Oregon have offered their help. We appreciate all the help that everybody has given us today. We are still sorting through, trying to reunify students with their families, and that is the highest priority right now. We have families waiting for the last bus to arrive with students on it. and we have grief counselors for those parents who have no children coming off that bus. So that's been our highest priority and why I haven't been in front of the press before now. But as this rolls through, tomorrow the college will be closed. This weekend the college will be closed for all student activities that were planned. We will be open again for classes on Monday. Right now it is a crime scene, so people in the neighborhood who are used to being on campus and walking in the afternoon, we're asking them to please stay away. We are trying to get to the bottom of this. It is extremely sad right now to watch these families wait for the last bus. And I'm sure that you understand why we have priorities that put those needs in front of your needs right now. But thank you for coming.
President, how many students were on campus at the time of the incident?
It was a full day, and we have about 3,000 students, but they're not all there at one time.
And this was the fourth
It
day
was
of
in the
school?
it was in the morning, so that's usually when it's the most busy. So I don't know exactly how many students were there, but it was a busy campus.
What kind of security do you have on campus?
We have security, and we also work closely with local law enforcement, but we have security on campus. We have a security officer and a security team. We have a plan in place for campus violence, and we went into lockdown immediately, and people did exactly what they were supposed to do and pulled in people that were outside and sheltered them. So all of that.
Are they armed security?
No, we do not have armed security.
Have you been given any information about the shooter or the shooter's background?
None.
Could you give us a sense of the age range of students
No.
at the college?
Because we haven't identified all the students.
Well, just generally, what's the
It's a
student
community
population?
college, so the student population goes from 16 to 60. So it's a community college. It's the same student demographic that all of them have.
Can you confirm how many security officers there are, ma'am?
On campus, we have, it's an interesting question. We have a campus security officer. We have a security, the head of that program that schedules them 24 hours a day. Then we have another supervisor who has licensing to assist with that, who supervises that person. All of them were on campus. We also have some retired law enforcement personnel who are on our staff who moved into positions of control as soon as possible. Everybody that was off campus came and to help us out.
We understand that one of the persons that used to work there as security got on Lars Larson today and said that they're only allowed to carry mace on campus. They're not allowed to have concealed weapons. Is that true?
We're not going to get into that.
Are you aware of any threats to students,
No.
to staff, and the school?
No. We would have followed up on that if we
Can
had.
you tell us how you learned of this? Did you hear any shots?
I personally was on my way to a president's conference in Grants Pass, and I heard about it because my cell phone started ringing, and I pulled off the freeway and found out about it and turned around to come back.
Families have been taken to the hospital. Have you heard it? A family had their family members have been taken to the hospital.
The families have been reuniting with the students off and on all afternoon, and they know to call Mercy Hospital, and they know that some students were evacuated to Eugene.
Are you able to tell us in general what your policy is for concealed weapons on campus?
We have a no guns on campus, no guns on campus policy.
What are the repercussions for those who do bring a gun onto campus?
I can't get into that now.
Can you talk to us about the safety drills you guys may have done for active shooter
We just
situations?
had one at in-service last week.
Last week?
Mm-hmm.
What-
Students as well?
Not for students. The staff is responsible for student safety.
Can you just tell us how you're feeling personally?
I feel awful. I feel awful. I mean, to witness the families that were waiting for the students in the last bus, and to see all of the hugs and weeping and trauma that's gone on, more people were hurt than just the ones that were shot. The ones that were shot, that's one level of trauma, but there's psychological trauma. We have veterans with PTSD on our campus. They had a particularly bad day. I have staff who've had experiences that this brought back for them. So we've been very, very concerned and very appreciative of the mental health people in the community they've swarmed down to the fairgrounds to help us. I can't even express to you how many people have come to help us and just showed up. The city manager, the county commissioner, all of them just showed up and started helping. It's a very tight-knit community, and the whole community rose to the occasion today. Roseburg High School sent their buses to evacuate the students. Everybody has been helpful.
Yeah, I can give you.
There's a fly.
So does the school have any knowledge of the shooter posting on any
No.
social media forums
No.
beforehand?
No.
We're going to take one more question, then Rita, we're going to plan to come up later this afternoon, but if anyone has one other question, we'll take that right now.
Any changes going to come, and any changes in mind about security at the school? At this
No, no. This is an anomaly. It's a tragedy and it's an anomaly. And no. We have a beautiful, warm, friendly, loving campus, and we intend to keep it that way.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you.
You've been listening to Rita Caven, the interim president of Umpqua Community College. As you heard her say, she was out of town when she got word. She raced to Roseburg, and you heard her describe the scene at the Douglas County Fairgrounds with the families waiting, not knowing.
The last bus of students arrived. Imagine being a family member who doesn't find their student on that last bus. There no doubt will be those family members who have to deal with that reality this evening. She emphasized, reiterated that there are no guns on campus. That's the policy. They just had a safety drill last week with faculty members running through the protocols of what happens when you have a situation like this. That was our Joe Douglas asking if they're going to change their safety procedures after this. She said, no, this tragedy is an anomaly. We have a beautiful, warm, friendly, loving campus, and we intend to keep it that way.
She also said that definitely the campus will be closed on Friday and closed to all activities through the weekend, but at this point they do plan to reopen. At least at this point they plan to reopen on Monday. She talked about the 3,000 or so students and that this happened at an especially busy time in the school day, about 10:35, 10:40 this morning.
As we await President Obama's remarks, I'm going to share with you a tweet from Multnomah County, Oregon. The county says, as news emerges about the shooting, please remember Multnomah County's 24/7 crisis line. We're here to listen, we're here to help, and that number...
Here comes the President. Let's listen in.
There's been another mass shooting in America, this time in a community college in Oregon. That means there are more American families, moms, dads, children, whose lives have been changed forever. That means there's another community stunned with grief, and communities across the country forced to relieve their own anguish, and parents across the country who are scared because they know it might have been their families or their children. I've been to Roseburg, Oregon. There are really good people there. I want to thank all the first responders whose bravery likely saved some lives today. Federal law enforcement has been on the scene in a supporting role, and we've offered to stay and help as much as Roseburg needs for as long as they need. In the coming days, we'll learn about the victims, young men and women who were studying and learning and working hard, their eyes set on the future, their dreams on what they could make of their lives. And America will wrap everyone who's grieving with our prayers and our love. But as I said just a few months ago, and I said a few months before that, and I said each time we see one of these mass shootings, our thoughts and prayers are not enough. It's not enough. It does not capture the heartache and grief and anger that we should feel. And it does nothing to prevent this carnage from being inflicted someplace else in America. Next week, or a couple of months from now. We don't yet know why this individual did what he did. And it's fair to say that anybody who does this has a sickness in their minds, regardless of what they think their motivations may be. But we are not the only country on earth that has people with mental illnesses or want to do harm to other people. We are the only advanced country on earth that sees these kinds of mass shootings every few months. You know, earlier this year I answered a question in an interview by saying the United States of America is the one advanced nation on earth in which we do not have sufficient common sense gun safety laws, even in the face of repeated mass killings. And later that day, there was a mass shooting at a movie theater in Lafayette, Louisiana. That day. Somehow this has become routine. The reporting is routine. My response here at this podium ends up being routine. The conversation in the aftermath of it, we've become numb to this. We've talked about this after Columbine and Blacksburg, after Tucson, after Newtown, after Aurora, after Charleston. It cannot be this easy for somebody who wants to inflict harm on other people to get his or her hands on a gun. And what's become routine, of course, is the response of those who oppose any kind of common sense gun legislation. Right now, I can imagine the press releases being cranked out. We need more guns, they'll argue. Fewer gun safety laws. Does anybody really believe that? There are scores of responsible gun owners in this country. They know that's not true. We know because of the polling that says the majority of Americans understand we should be changing these laws, including the majority of responsible, law-abiding gun owners. There is a gun for roughly every man, woman, and child in America. So how can you, with a straight face, make the argument that more guns will make us safer? We know that states with the most gun laws tend to have the fewest gun deaths. So the notion that gun laws don't work or just will make it harder for law-abiding citizens and criminals will still get their guns, it's not borne out by the evidence. We know that other countries, in response to one mass shooting, have been able to craft laws that almost eliminate mass shootings. Friends of ours, allies of ours, Great Britain, Australia, countries like ours. So we know there are ways to prevent it. And of course, what's also routine is that somebody somewhere will comment and say, Obama politicized this issue. Well, this is something we should politicize. It is relevant to our common life together, to the body politic. I would ask news organizations, because I won't put these facts forward, have news organizations tally up the number of Americans who've been killed through terrorist attacks over the last decade and the number of Americans who've been killed by gun violence. And post those side by side on your news reports. This won't be information coming from me, it will be coming from you. We spend over $1 trillion and pass countless laws and devote entire agencies to preventing terrorist attacks on our soil, and rightfully so. And yet, we have a Congress that explicitly blocks us from even collecting data on how we could potentially reduce gun deaths. How can that be? This is a political choice that we make. To allow this to happen every few months in America. We collectively are answerable to those families who lose their loved ones because of our inaction. When Americans are killed in mine disasters, we work to make mines safer. When Americans are killed in floods and hurricanes, we make communities safer. When roads are unsafe, we fix them to reduce auto fatalities. We have seatbelt laws because we know it saves lives. So the notion that gun violence is somehow different, that our freedom and our Constitution prohibits any modest regulation of how we use a deadly weapon, when there are law-abiding gun owners all across the country who could hunt and protect their families and do everything they do under such regulations. Doesn't make sense. So, tonight, as those of us who are lucky enough to hug our kids a little closer, are thinking about the families who aren't so fortunate, I'd ask the American people to think about how they can get our government to change these laws and to save lives and to let young people grow up. And that will require a change of politics on this issue. And it will require that the American people, individually, whether you are a Democrat or a Republican or an independent, when you decide to vote for somebody, are making a determination as to whether this cause of continuing death for innocent people should be a relevant factor in your decision. If you think this is a problem, then you should expect your elected officials to reflect your views. And I would particularly ask America's gun owners who are using those guns properly, safely, to hunt, for sport, for protecting their families, to think about whether your views are properly being represented by the organization that suggests it's speaking for you. And each time this happens, I'm going to bring this up. Each time this happens, I am going to say that we can actually do something about it, but we're going to have to change our laws. And this is not something I can do by myself. I've got to have a Congress, and I've got to have state legislatures and governors who are willing to work with me on this. I hope and pray that I don't have to come out again during my tenure as president to offer my condolences to families in these circumstances. But based on my experience as president, I can't guarantee that. And that's terrible to say. And it can change. May God bless the memories of those who were killed today. May He bring comfort to their families and courage to the injured as they fight their way back. And may He give us the strength to come together and find the courage to change. Thank you.
with force and emotion not often seen. President Barack Obama, bordering on anger, I think we could agree, with our country's inability to deal with gun violence. And he's calling on all of us to make sure that our feelings about how this issue has to be dealt with are being reflected properly by the politicians who represent us in Washington.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say he's angry. I haven't seen him like that
No.
probably ever. And you know it's a bad day when the president is holding an emergency news conference to talk about news that's happening in your community. He said, you know, I've had to make these statements too many times. Our thoughts and prayers are not enough. It's not enough. It does nothing to prevent this carnage from being inflicted somewhere else. We are the only advanced country on earth that sees these sorts of mass shootings every few months. Somehow this has become routine. He's going to be criticized for this, of course.
And he acknowledged that.
But there are millions of Americans who agree with him right now, and a lot of people in Roseburg, for sure.
You're looking at some live pictures from the scene of the shooting. A community that the president says he's visited. He's been to Roseburg, and he says they're really good people there. And he singled out the emergency responders who risk their lives to go in and save the lives of others. He says he wants to wrap everyone who is grieving with prayers and love, but then he quickly moved on, as you said, that those thoughts and prayers are not enough, that we have become numb to this. He rattled off the list of the cities that have been victims of this. And now, sadly, Roseburg, Oregon is on that list.
We are continuing to gather more information about how this happened, why this happened. Here's a general timeline of what happened today in Roseburg. 10:38, the first 911 calls came in from the college, an active shooter on campus. Law enforcement from all over the county responded. They located the shooter in the science building. There was a shootout. The shooter, we now know, a 20-year-old male, was killed. Police swept the campus, evacuated all the students. They were taken to the Douglas County Fairgrounds where they were reunited with family members. We heard from the interim president of Umpqua Community College, and she said it was heartbreaking to see the looks on the faces of those family members as they waited for the last bus to arrive, just hoping, praying that their student would be on the bus. At least 13 dead, 20 wounded, several patients critical, 3 of them transported to Springfield, 1 by airplane, 2 by helicopter, 2 were taken right into the OR, 1 is still being looked at. The injuries are being assessed.
CNN is reporting that 4 guns were involved. We have not had that officially confirmed, nor frankly, since the Attorney General said 13 dead, have we had the number of victims confirmed. But as we've said again and again, anything beyond 0 victims is too many. There will be a memorial service, a little mixed communication here. It might actually be at the fairgrounds where those emotional reunions are happening right now. Those parents, family members, afraid as they see the last buses coming in that their student, that their child won't be on that bus. We're also waiting for another news conference from Douglas County Sheriff's Office to get us the latest facts as their investigation progresses.
We've seen at least 2 posts from faculty members at Umpqua Community College about what happened in the minutes, seconds after they heard gunshots. Greg, a professor on campus, says he's fine. His best friend is not and was the first shot. He was in the classroom on the other side of the wall. I got my students out and then we hid. We heard a similar story from another professor, a woman who says she was just rushed onto a bus and taken to the fairgrounds. She's home, she's okay. She's very worried about students and other faculty members.
The school is closed now. It'll be closed tomorrow. It'll be closed through the weekend. Federal law enforcement helping with the local sheriff's office, which is currently taking the lead on this. The interim president of Umpqua Community College trying to describe the emotional impact this is having, but also took time out to praise the community for coming together. It's a small town. The high school brought buses in without even a request, is my understanding, to help remove the students from the campus. that government officials raced to the scene to do what they could to help in this chaos, the carnage that I don't think any of us want to even think about. And now the reality of what has happened is settled in. You could see that, you could hear that on the president's face, as you mentioned, Angelica. For him to come out and speak on national television at 6:30 in the evening Eastern time zone, the networks all breaking into programming to show this, tells you the impact this is having on our nation, something that's happened just south of us in Roseburg.
You never want the president sending any thoughts and prayers your way, and unfortunately it happened today. Let me read you a statement from our Attorney General, Ellen Rosenblum, who was the first to confirm the number of fatalities for us earlier today. She says, "I'm heartbroken by the magnitude of today's event at Umpqua Community College in Roseburg, Oregon. In Oregon, we are a family, and today is unspeakably difficult. Our hearts go out to all of the families affected by another senseless gun tragedy. As always, Oregon's first responders, medical community, and law enforcement have stepped up without hesitation to assist. The Oregon Department of Justice will provide any additional resources that we can. I have members of my criminal justice and crime victim services divisions on the scene offering assistance to law enforcement, students, and families." She adds, in response to this shooting, the Department of Justice's Crime Victims Compensation Program has been posted an emergency application. A horrible thing to have to report.
We've talked about the Douglas County Fairgrounds, where these buses filled with community college students, staff, have been, that's where those buses are going. Our reporter Bob High is there, families being reunited with people who've been evacuated from the school shooting scene. Bob, what can you tell us?
Well, Brian, the saddest thing I've gone through yet this afternoon was one of the families who was waiting for somebody to arrive on a bus here said the last bus has come in, and the ones they were waiting for were not on. And so that's how some people are learning, at least friends had not made it through the shooting at here in Umpqua Community College. Here at the fairgrounds, some of the families who are meeting people who did make it through the shooting are behind us here. The last of the buses have come in here at the fairgrounds, and you can see law enforcement is here at the entrance of the fairgrounds. I can tell you that the FBI and ATF have been meeting here and also debriefing some of the people who have arrived on that final bus, those probably being the ones who were closest to the scene, involved in what was going on, and hearing and seeing what was going on. I understand they're meeting here to debrief those witnesses and to get as much information as they can as to what happened. Again, this happened about just after 10:30 this morning when the first calls came in of the shooter on the campus at Umpqua Community College. We understand there were several buses that came in here. All of the people had been evacuated after the lockdown at UCC, brought here on buses to reunite with families. And again, most of those reunions have taken place already, though there is one busload of people who are still here at the fairgrounds and waiting to be reunited with their families, and also to talk to investigators about what happened and how this all went down. A lot of tears here, both of joy and of grief on the part of people who have been here, either hoping to meet loved ones or being reunited themselves. One witness I talked to, who was in the school room next to where the shooting happened, said it sounded like a ruler slapping again and again on the wall. That's the sound of the shooting itself, as described by a student who was in the classroom next to where the shooting happened. They said they never heard the shooters say anything, that in fact their teacher, they were asking the teacher to go out into the hall and see what was going on. The teacher said, they're not going to do that. They would check to make sure everybody's okay. They looked out, and then everybody was kept inside that room itself. Again, you can see some of the people coming out here at the entrance of the Douglas County Fairgrounds, where people have been gathering and reuniting as the afternoon goes along, and now as we head into the late afternoon hours here after this tragic shooting on the Umpqua Community College campus. The campus itself is several miles north from here, from the fairgrounds itself. We're actually south of Roseburg along I-5. And so it took a while to get everything organized out there, bring people here to the fairgrounds and then reunite them with families. Of course, investigators want as much detail as they can get about what happened in this deadly shooting and figure out exactly how it transpired, what might be learned from this particular case eventually. But again, the priority now is figuring out exactly how this happened, who's responsible, how people responded, the staff that went into lockdown at the school itself, and then how that word got out to kids around the school, and how staff responded in this case. Investigators are also checking the school. We're checking the school, we understand, for anything else that might have been left around the campus. There's no indication that that's the case, but they do want to take it as slowly as possible in checking everything out. We understand that area is still cordoned off as we speak. But once again, all the people evacuated from that campus brought here to the fairgrounds and are being reunited with families. Back to you.
Very emotional, Bob High. Thank you very much. And Kate Brown just ordered all flags at Oregon Public institutions immediately lowered to half staff in honor of the victims at Umpqua Community College.
I can't even imagine what the scene was like at the fairgrounds where Bob was. Kind of a mixture of anger,
grief, relief too.
Anger, grief, and just the pit in your stomach. We are sick to our stomach here just talking about this. I can't even imagine for the families who waited for their children to get off the bus, their loved ones to get off that bus. Steve Dunn, as soon as this happened, started driving down towards Roseburg with one of our crews, and he is there just outside campus. Hi, Steve.
Hey, Angelica, Brian, I was listening to you now. You talk about the pit in your stomach, how awful you feel, and I couldn't help but feel that on the way down here, remembering back in 1998 when I went to cover the Thurston High School shooting in Springfield that killed 4 people. That same feeling in your gut that you cannot believe that it actually happened in our state. I want to show you where we are right now. We're actually probably the best view of this campus you're going to get from the ground. We're actually just west of the campus right now. That is Umpqua Community College. You see right over this hill right now. We can tell that Snyder Hall, where this shooting reportedly took place, is right beyond that building you're seeing right there. You can just imagine, as I look down at this campus, the feeling of the students going into class today, thinking this is the 4th day of class. All they want to do is get to know other students and learn something. And this shooting happens. 22,000 people in this small town of Roseburg. Very, very tight community here. We were listening to the radio on our way down, listening to a local Roseburg radio station. So many people calling in saying, this is the last place you would possibly think something like this would happen. And I'm not sure if you guys have touched upon it, but there will be a vigil tonight at the fairgrounds. You can only imagine a good chunk of that community going there to mourn together tonight. Back to you guys for now.
All right, Steve. Steve Dunn there anchoring our coverage. We have many crews in the area, and we've also got crews shooting from the air. Umpqua Community College closed. The roads around it closed. Fortunately now the last of the buses have arrived from the campus, and everybody is off the campus. We are at this moment awaiting a news conference very close to the scene, sort of the media staging area there. You can see it live right now, where we're expecting to hear very soon from law enforcement to try and get us more details, to begin to answer the myriad of questions that have come up since that gunshots first rang out about 10:38 this morning.
When something like this happens, there are teams of people who immediately are dispatched to the scene of the tragedy. They are trained in trauma and how do people cope with mental health issues. Deb Knapp is in the newsroom with a little bit more on the trauma intervention services. Deb?
Brian and Angelica, it is a program that you don't often think about until there is an absolute need, and then they are there, and you are so grateful that they are a part of our community. We're talking about TIP, it's Trauma Intervention Program, and they have 188 volunteers that service the Southwest Washington and Oregon area. We are the largest and most active chapter in the United States. What that means is these people are dispatched to deaths, whether it's a traumatic death, a natural death, a suicide, and they're there to help the person who's left behind cope with that tragedy that they are dealing with. I just talked to the director of TIP just moments ago on the phone, and she said that they have deployed 13 TIP volunteers from our Portland area. They have just arrived in Roseburg. Right now they're waiting to go through a briefing in Roseburg, but we'll be talking to them momentarily on the phone about what their process will be ahead of them and how they'll be dealing with some of the people who have this tragedy left in their lives, whether they've lost a son or a daughter, a friend, a sister, brother, with this terrible tragedy that we've witnessed down in Roseburg today. The TIP organization in our area covers multiple organizations, whether it's Multnomah County, Clark County, Portland Fire, Portland Police, Clark County, Fairview. So right now, today, they are lending their services to Douglas County. They also have a teen program where they train teen volunteers to also assist other teens that may be going through a traumatic event. These TIP volunteers have a lot of training behind them. They go through a 60-hour training academy. Then on top of that, they must fulfill a 3-month field training. So they go out with other training volunteers and they answer so many calls. And again, it's one of those organizations that you don't think of that we have in our community until the need is there. And today, definitely the need is there. They answer about 150 calls a month. But as I can tell you, there are about 13 TIP volunteers from the Portland area who have just arrived in Roseburg, and we'll be talking to one of them within the next half hour or so. Brian and Angelica.
All right, Deb, thank you. It is so important to let people know that it's okay, even if you don't have a connection to Roseburg or Umpqua Community College. If you need help, call. This is difficult for all of us. And earlier I was trying to give a phone number, but we had to stop to let the president speak. Multnomah County has been tweeting that they do have services available 24/7, a crisis line. I want to give you that number. It's 503-988-4888. Even if you just need someone to talk to cry, it's worth it. Call and they'll make you feel better.
Douglas County Sheriff's Office was early on in this, mentioned that counselors were being made available at the Douglas County Fairgrounds to help people deal with the emotional impact directly just soon after the situation happened.
Let's go back down to Bob High, who has a live interview for us. Bob?
Joining me now here at the Douglas County Fairgrounds is Hannah Miles. Hannah is from Roseburg, had just started college at UCC. Anna, how long had you been going to classes before the shooting happened?
This was my first class of the day, so it was my first class and my only class today.
And you were in the room right next door to where the shooting happened. Describe what happened.
Yeah, we were halfway through class and my teacher was talking about our essays due next week, and I was taking notes, and then all of a sudden there was just this huge pop and it sounded like a ruler smacking against like a chalkboard. That's what it sounded like. Everyone jumped and we didn't really know what was going on, and then there was another one and everybody kind of started to look around like what's going on, and you could hear like shuffling and people talking, kind of yelling in the next room, and we're like, that's odd. Didn't really know what was going on. So my teacher, there's a door adjoining our room to their room at the front of the classroom, and she went and she knocked on it and she said, hey, is everyone okay in there? And it got quiet when she knocked, and when she said that, 3 or 4 more shots were fired, and the look on her face was just horrifying. And she said, we all need to get out, and she got everybody out, and we were all just running for our lives, basically. It was awful being that close, knowing that it's just undescribable.
When did it hit you that there had been a shooting as opposed to anything else?
Probably when we got to our hiding spot, our safe spot. We ran up towards the center of campus, and we followed our teacher, Miss Fair, down into the bookstore. They locked us in a back room. Everyone was huddled together, and we still weren't 100% sure what was going on. And we heard 3 or 4 more shots, and that's when it's like, okay, something is definitely wrong. It was kind of like when reality finally struck, and then when some of the girls were on their phones and they found out they were fatalities, and that's when it really hit, when we were in the bookstore stockroom.
And that's how some people learned people did not make it?
Yes. Mm-hmm. We didn't really know what had happened until we were really in the bookstore, the office.
I asked this before. Did you hear who you believe to be the shooter say anything to anybody at the time?
No, I didn't. You could hear talking. I don't know if it was them or not. You could just hear like people talking, and like the desks and the chairs scraping against the floor and like shuffling, and that's all I heard. I didn't really hear anybody say a particular thing or anything.
You mentioned that this is slowly, even though we're just hours into this, becoming something you can cope with. How are you doing that?
My family, I have a great family. My mom and my dad and my sister are just amazing, and I feel like helping, like talking, I've talked to so many people already, talking about it and saying it over and over and over again. It's like, yes, it's horrible, but we're gonna be okay. You know, I mean, it's awful what's happened. Some people that I just met today in the bookstore office, hiding there, we're there for each other. It's just amazing that we're just holding each other and crying and, you know, being there and supporting each other. Didn't even know who they were, didn't know their name, but to know that we have such a great support system, not only at UCC, but here in Douglas County and Roseburg, it's going to help a lot of people.
Investigation is just getting started. What answers do you want as someone who was there?
You know, I don't know. That's hard. I haven't really thought about it. I guess it's not really why, because some people want to ask why or blame somebody or something. I feel something positive can come out of anything, and I hope that, you know, people do, you know, something does come positive out of this. Relying on each other and just being there to support each other and just loving one another. It's brought us all closer.
Still got to be a hard thing to deal with
Yeah,
already.
absolutely. It's very hard. Still, part of me still doesn't believe it, that, you know, being that close, but I know it's going to be okay. We suffered a loss, but our community is just so great. We're going to be okay.
And what do you do now? Go home with family?
Yep. I'm going to go home with my family, cherish them, and just spend time with them, love on them, because you always think this would never happen to me, this could never happen to my school, but it does and it can, and, you know, every day is a gift. And I just thank God to be alive and to be able to go home to my family, because some of my classmates can't do that.
Anna, thanks so much. Thanks for talking to us. Hang on for
you.
just a second. Guys, we'll toss it back to you, but it's a situation here at the fairgrounds. People being reunited with families and grieving for those that are lost. Back to you.
Hannah Miles, so eloquent, so strong and amazing. Thank you so much, Bob. I just want to reach through the TV and give her a hug.
Oh, she needs it. So many people do there. She talked about hoping something positive comes out of this, and we listened to the president just a few minutes ago, and he wants something done, no question about it. He says we've become numb to this and we can't stand for it anymore. Let's listen in to a bit of what the president said.
As I said just a few months ago, and I said a few months before that, and I said each time we see one of these mass shootings, our thoughts and prayers are not enough. It's not enough. It does not capture the heartache and grief and anger that we should feel. And it does nothing to prevent this carnage from being inflicted someplace else in America.
He went on to say in a powerful news conference that was carried live across America that we are collectively answerable to those families who lose their loved ones because of our inaction, speaking about what he says is our country's inability to gain control of gun violence.
Yeah, no matter how you feel about the gun debate issue, which side you stand on, I think, you know, some of the president's comments underscore how so many people are feeling across the country right now. We went from just absolute shock this morning around 11 o'clock, and now it's turning into a lot of anger. We're seeing that on Twitter, we're seeing it on Facebook. What's it going to take? What is happening?
How many more of these scenes do we need to see, whether it's in relief or in grief? People directly affected by this, people indirectly affected by this, as the president said. This has become all too routine and something must be done. Stephen Mayer is live for us just off campus in an area that's closed off to traffic, correct?
Yeah, that's right, guys. Traffic's still closed off going down Umpqua College Road. That's going to be the main access point to get into the campus. Have seen some cars going through. A lot of those have been law enforcement agents, but there's also homeowners that they're letting through that live in this area that need to get to their houses, so they're checking IDs, making sure that those people belong in this neighborhood, and then letting them pass on through. You can see this intersection is closed off. Highway 99 still open, though. We do have some crossing guards kind of managing traffic right now. Several people out here trying to keep that traffic flow still going. You can see a Jeep pulling in right now. Presumably that's a homeowner who lives in this area who's been cleared to come on in and go back to their house. I want to show you the stockpile of supplies these guys have out here. 2 pallets of water, seemingly some food in there as well. They're going to be here for the long haul. They're prepared to stay here for several hours as agents continue their investigation on campus at Snyder Hall, where this all reportedly took place. We have seen several types of agents go in and out of here. We've got local, state, and federal. I've seen Homeland Security leaving the area, FBI agents going in. I told you earlier that we were on I-5 heading south down here and saw several emergency vehicles just racing by us, trying to get down here to aid in this investigation. As we've been mentioning, this is a small town, Roseburg, 22,000 people, so they're really going to feel the impact of this, unfortunately. And this is a community college. This is a commuter college, but I'm sure a lot of these students know each other. They most likely grew up together, went to elementary school, middle school, high school together, so you would imagine this is a very tight-knit community. A shooting of this scale would be devastating for any community, but to have it happen here in such a small town where people are more tight-knit and know each other a little bit better makes it all the more difficult. Now, they have not given us any indication of when they're going to reopen access here, but as I mentioned, they got a ton of water, a ton of supplies. Looks like they're going to be here for the long haul, as will we, continuing to gather you the latest information. Let's send it back to you.
All right, Stephen, thank you. You guys are doing a great job. This is not easy at all. You know, having to talk to the people who are dealing with this face-to-face in Roseburg. As he said, it's a small community. Everyone knows each other. You heard from Hannah Miles, one of the students, who's already looking at the positive here. We're going to survive. We love each other here. But it's going to be a difficult couple of days as we try to piece together exactly what happened this morning. We're keeping tabs on the wounded and how they're doing in the hospitals.
It is 4 o'clock. You're watching K2 News. I'm Brian Wood with Angelica Thornton. We've been on the air ever since we got word of a mass shooting at a school in Oregon. It quickly became clear how serious this was. The first calls coming in about 10:38 of a mass shooting at Umpqua Community College in Roseburg, Oregon. Initial reports were really, frankly, too frightening to believe. Dozens of people dead. That was the initial report. We have come to learn now from the Attorney General, anyway, that 13 are dead, that 20 are wounded, and the gunman has been killed. Police arriving on the scene, finding carnage, and finding a gunman who exchanged fire with them. They shot and killed him.
We know he is a 20-year-old male. We don't know anything more. His name has not been released. Some media outlets have been releasing names and what he may have posted on social media, but they're backtracking, so we're being very cautious not to release any names or possible motives in this shooting. This may have spread over 2 classrooms in a building. 2 staff members at the college said they heard gunshots on either side of the classroom where this seemed to be focused. They ran out of their classrooms. Some of them hid, some of them ran out of the building. They got on buses. As soon as they got there, they were taken to the fairgrounds where they were reunited with family members.
The investigation just now getting underway. Police on the scene there at the community college collecting evidence, talking with witnesses. Undoubtedly, police searching the gunman's car, or however he got to school. Searching as well his home, trying to find out as much as they can about what led this 20-year-old man to do what he did, and to help deal with the victims of this. Again, the numbers, 13 dead, 20 wounded, will undoubtedly change. The governor is on her way down to Roseburg if she hasn't already arrived. Federal law enforcement helping local police as well in this investigation. And what we're hearing from the witnesses is amazing. The sound of gunshots in the room next door and the race to save their lives.
Let's listen in to Douglas County Sheriff John Hanlon, what he told us just a short while ago.
At approximately 10:38 this morning, the Douglas County Emergency Communications Center received phone calls from the college reporting an active shooter in one of the classrooms at the college. Officers from around the county immediately responded to the college, and upon arriving there, they located the shooter in one of the buildings. Officers engaged that suspect. There was an exchange of gunfire. The shooter threat was neutralized, and officers continued to sweep the campus looking for other threats.
That was Sheriff John Hanlon speaking to us, what, a couple of hours ago? Frankly, I've lost track.
So I hear you're looking for a car and you're asking yourself, where do I start? Given that Easton's Automotive Group has been the area's most trusted dealer for the past 25 years, get on over to eastons.com and find your bloody dream car.
Track of time. Sheriff's office, in a matter of minutes, a news conference was scheduled to happen about 3:30. That didn't occur. That could be coming at any time when we do hope to learn more about how many victims, what happened, and who that gunman is.
You know, what's making headlines now is President Obama's comments about the shooting. Oftentimes after tragedies like this, he comes out and cautiously offers support, maybe hints about what we need to do politically to stop gun violence in this country. That was not the case about an hour ago. He was angry. Let's listen in.
Somehow this has become routine. The reporting is routine. My response here at this podium ends up being routine. The conversation in the aftermath of it, we've become numb to this. We talked about this after Columbine and Blacksburg, after Tucson, after Newtown, after Aurora, after Charleston. It cannot be this easy for somebody who wants to inflict harm on other people to get his or her hands on a gun.
President Barack Obama speaking to the nation about 3:30 or so this afternoon. You're looking at live pictures right now at the Media Staging Center where we expect to hear from the Sheriff's Office again. I have been referring to the newspaper down there and their coverage of this, the News Review out of Roseburg, because they were able to interview a couple of students who were frighteningly close, much too close to the scene. I'm going to read some of what the News Review has reported, quoting Courtney Moore, an 18-year-old from Rogue River who was in a writing class in Snyder Hall when a shot came through the window. She said she saw her teacher get shot in the head. The shooter was inside. He told people to get on the ground. And Courtney Moore, a student, telling the News Review that the shooter was asking people to stand up and state their religion and then started firing away. Moore said, is quoted as saying that she was lying there with the people who had been shot. Brady Winder, a Portland man, a student down there, said he was in the room next door when he heard a loud thud that didn't sound like a gunshot. He then heard a percussion of gunshots and the students raced out the front door. He's quoted as saying they left like ants, people screaming, "Get out." He says he even saw a girl swim across a creek while trying to get away.
Let's go to Stephen Dunn now, who is standing by with Stephen Mayer.
Hi, Angelica. Yes, you can just imagine as folks make their way past this barricade here, there's 22,000 folks in this community absolutely stunned by what they're hearing today, what happened this morning. K2 Stephen Mayer joins me now, and I know, Stephen, you guys were on your way down and saw the frantic work of law enforcement as this was unfolding today.
It was pretty amazing to see the response statewide to this shooting. We were on I-5 South heading down to this area and saw multiple vehicles just scream by us, sirens going. They weren't marked vehicles, and they had federal plates, so it leaves me to believe that the FBI perhaps was responding. We know they sent agents from their Portland office as well as from surrounding offices, but just pretty amazing to see how quickly statewide agencies jumped in to get down here and help out this small community.
It really, truly is amazing. I know you've been here for a while on this particular corner, Stephen. You've seen a lot of people going by here. We see a big line of traffic now. What are you hearing from folks as they come by?
Well, mainly the people that are going in and are law enforcement continuing that investigation, but we also know that homeowners, I think this is one right behind us, are trying to get back to their homes. Can you imagine living so close to this campus, so close to this tragedy where 13 students were killed? It's got to be an eerie feeling as they go back, and you can see them checking IDs right now to make sure these residents belong here. They don't want to just let anyone in. But pretty amazing what the thoughts are going through their minds. And as we mentioned earlier, this is a community college. You mentioned this is a small town, so I'm sure a lot of these students grew up together, going to elementary, middle, high schools together, and then, you know, trying to finish off their education at a good community college like Umpqua is, and then just to have this tragedy. And we heard Bob High with his interview, which was just chilling to hear that woman describe hearing gunshots in the classroom next to her.
When you look at about 1/10 of the population attends this college here, a lot of people know each other, certainly in this community. As we talked about on our way down today in our car, listening to local radio here, and so many people stunned by what happening. Say, you hear this all over the national news, of course, but it doesn't happen in rural Roseburg, Oregon, particularly where this campus is right now. We're in a very rural spot. We have a farmhouse right next to us, about 100 yards down the way here. So this is a place where you would look on a map and say it is absolutely not going to happen there. We're going to stay on the scene. Stephen and I are going to keep talking to folks as they come by, get more for you as soon as we possibly can. Back to you guys in the studio for now.
All right, Steve. And Steve, thank you very much. We're continuing our coverage now. Governor Kate Brown spoke a little bit earlier and talking about profoundly dismaying and heartbreaking what happened at Umpqua Community College, that her thoughts and her prayers are with all the victims. She said she was immediately then flying off to go to Roseburg to help down there. She also, shortly thereafter, ordered that all state flags be lowered to half-staff, that to be done immediately. Another person we heard from not too long ago was Rita Caven, who's the interim president of Umpqua Community College, and she talked about how awful she feels and how extremely sad it was to watch the families waiting for the last bus to come from the campus, praying, hoping that their student, that their loved one, that their friend would be on that bus. She confirmed that obviously the campus is closed today, will remain closed tomorrow and throughout the weekend.
She talked about how there was a no guns on campus policy. They just had a safety drill last week. This was staff members, not students, on what to do in this kind of a situation. And when one of the reporters asked her how she felt, she just said, "I feel awful." She was also asked if they were going to change any of the safety procedures. Are you going to arm your security guards on campus? It's a very small security force. I think there are only a couple of officers, maybe even one. He's not armed. She said, no, this tragedy is an anomaly. This is a beautiful, warm, friendly, loving campus, and we obviously can see that when we talk to some of these students. I mean, these are great people. Roseburg's a great town.
President Obama talked about visiting there and praising the people who came out to help, the first responders especially. The president of the college praising the community for unselfishly just racing to the scene to offer whatever help they could get. You talk about safety, we talk about campus. The Portland Police Bureau has decided to provide extra patrols to schools in the city, and that includes community colleges, universities, as well as the public school system and private schools, I would assume. Not because of any specific concerns or certainly any threats, but just as a way to reassure people that there is a police presence, that in fact what happened there we do hope was an anomaly and won't ever happen again. And if a police cruiser with an officer in uniform can help bring some reassurance, then it's probably a good move.
On the phone with us now is Dennis Tooney with the Trauma Response Team. Dennis, you are in Roseburg?
Yeah, I'm at the fairgrounds.
I'm so sorry to be talking with you under these circumstances, but can you give us a good idea of what's happening there right now, what your role is?
Well, I got here just a few minutes ago, and there's a lot of different agencies here, and I'm still trying to make contact with people. It's a very big scene, and there's a lot of different law enforcement agencies here.
Dennis, what's the job of the Trauma Response Team in a situation like this? How do you move forward?
Well, we try to make contact with whoever is in charge of the scene and get some direction from them about who they would like us to help and work with and kind of go from there.
Do you focus mostly on the victims directly affected by this, or do you try to broaden out the support because trauma can come in many forms?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think initially our task here is to seek out the people that are most seriously affected, family members, witnesses, people who have been involved that way, and see what aid we can give them, how we can work with them, and give them a little bit of relief on site.
And I imagine, too, that as you move forward through this, the first responders are emotionally affected as well.
Yeah, they always are in a situation like this. And we look for people that we might want to spend a few minutes talking with and seeing how we can help them as well.
Dennis, were you at the Reynolds High School? Were you there after the Reynolds High School shooting?
I was there the day after.
Yeah, and what is the most difficult part of helping the community in the aftermath of something like this?
I think trying to help them make sense of what's happened and feel safe and try to reestablish a little sense of control. When things like this happen, things feel so out of control and spun out that I think people feel frightened and upset, and reassuring them is a big part of what we do.
Yeah, I can imagine, because the number one question people are going to be asking is why, and none of us can answer that. We've been sitting up here for hours. There's no answer to that question, unfortunately. Well, good luck, Dennis. Thank you so much. I know you have a really, really tough job, and I appreciate you taking the time to talk with us there. Thank you.
Best of luck to him, and to, again, he emphasized the number of people who are down there in support of the victims of this horrible mass shooting coming from across the state, the federal government sending the FBI and ATF down there. Red Cross was immediately activated and positioned at the fairgrounds, where the people evacuated from the campus were being reunited with their family and their friends. The campus closed, locked down for hours, still probably in lockdown, even though everybody's been evacuated right now. And the time, you can't begin to imagine. You hear something, maybe you were a witness to it, then you're put into lockdown, you can't move, you don't know really what has happened. And the rumors that start to spread, it adds to the trauma. It makes it even worse, if that's even possible, given the horrific nature of this.
It could get worse. One thing we've been trying to monitor is how some of the patients are doing. Some of these patients were critically wounded. 3 of them were flown out of Roseburg to Springfield. 2 were in surgery the last time we checked. We just got another update from a family friend of one of the young women in surgery. She didn't have anything new to report, but she's been, updating us on how the surgery is going, and we're just hoping and praying that she makes it, and that number 13 doesn't climb any higher. We don't have any names of any of the victims at this point. We do not have the name of the shooter. We're being very cautious. We, at this point, don't know if all family members have been notified. It's still very early.
It's hard to describe the emotion, the anger, the power the president presented when he spoke to the nation about 3:30 or so our time about what happened in Roseburg, a community that he said he has visited. And he talked about the political choices that we make in America and why they can lead to this. Let's listen to a little bit of what the president said.
It's fair to say that anybody who does this has a sickness in their minds, regardless of what they think their motivations may be. But we are not the only country on earth that has people with mental illnesses or want to do harm to other people. We are the only advanced country on earth that sees these kinds of mass shootings every few months.
That was the president speaking to the nation at an impromptu news conference. He had been immediately informed of the mass shooting shortly after it occurred, and then came out and spoke in a powerful way at the White House.
Let's listen to what Rita Cavan said. She is the president of Umpqua Community College, who was living through a nightmare today.
We have security, and we also work closely with local law enforcement, but we have security on campus. We have a security officer and a security team. We have a plan in place for campus violence, and we went into lockdown immediately, and people did exactly what they were supposed to do and pulled in people that were outside and sheltered them. So all of that.
Are they armed security?
No, we do not have armed security.
This has been a debate on many college campuses. There have been protests at Portland State because students there and faculty members, frankly, some of them don't want their police force to be armed. We asked Rita Cavan if that policy would change on campus, and she said no, without hesitation. There's no way we're going to change our security protocols. This tragedy, she said, was an anomaly, and this is a good campus. This doesn't happen here. This is an anomaly.
Just before flying down there, Governor Kate Brown held a news conference. I'm going to quote from a few of her statements. She says, "Today is heartbreaking for Umpqua Community College, the greater Roseburg community, and all of Oregon." She said, "My heart is heavy as we continue to learn more about today's tragic events. While it's still too early to know all of the facts, the effects of an incident such as this one are long-lasting." She ends by saying, "Please join me in keeping the victims and their families, as well as first responders, in your thoughts." And that statement several hours ago holds true now because, again, it's really becoming clear, and as we move forward through this, the impact that this tragedy is having on a small community here in Oregon.
Now, we've heard from politicians across the country, presidential candidates. We've heard from strangers who are sending messages directly to our Facebook page on K2. K2's Facebook page, people from Sweden and Peru and China, all over the world, sending their condolences. But the common thread through many of these messages is, what is wrong in America? Why does this happen in America? So the gun control conversation is going to be the focus moving forward when you look at social media.
Yeah, and when you listen to what the president said, the push is on. He's calling on gun owners to make sure that their elected representatives are fairly and accurately representing how they feel. He praised responsible gun owners and encouraged everyone to reflect on this incident today, all these mass shootings that we've seen, and somehow come up with a way for our nation to get a handle on the gun violence, especially these mass shootings.
And Vice President Joe Biden just made some comments about the shooting, saying he's predicting the investigators, and of course we don't know if this is true, he's predicting the investigators will find that a semi-automatic or automatic weapon was used in the shooting. Can we listen in? Do we have audio here? This is just a live picture. We don't know if he's talking about the shooting, but I can paraphrase what he said. He's at a global summit in New York, saying it's still too early to know all the details, but he's basing his guess on the large number of people killed and injured. The vice president renewing his call for what he describes as sane gun legislation. He says the Second Amendment doesn't allow someone to own a bazooka. He says there's almost nothing worse than getting a phone call saying your child is gone. I think everyone can agree with that statement.
No question about it. And especially down in Roseburg, where we heard from the sheriff earlier today, who talked about people he knows directly affected by this. They know someone on that campus. Keep in mind, the community is what, about 20,000? The number of students at the school numbering 3,000. We're waiting and hoping to hear more from the Douglas County Sheriff's Office and law enforcement down there. K2 reporter Joe Douglas is standing by at the media center. Joe?
A lot of media here, a lot of cameras, and they are all waiting for a news conference that was supposed to start at 3:30. Obviously, that hasn't happened. We've been waiting to hear an update on any possible update on the death toll or the number of people hurt here. There's a lot of reporters that have come here from all around the state, even in different parts of the world. I heard one person speaking German out in the parking lot. And there's a lot of people who are locals and other folks who are gun rights advocates, I'm hearing, who are around here who are really upset about some of the things that President Obama had to say. Of course, we heard earlier the interim president of Umpqua Community College say that there were no guns allowed on campus, no guns allowed, and unarmed security on campus. She also said that, you know, she is really obviously emotionally distraught over this, that the campus is going to be closed tomorrow and through the weekend. She also said that she's not going to plan on making any changes to security at this point, and that this is an anomaly. We are waiting to hear the latest on this horrible shooting, the latest on the death toll, everything. But it is a pretty crazy scene here that's developed.
Yeah, it's been crazy for hours, Joe. Thank you very much, and thank you to our viewers for staying with us in our extended coverage as we cover this horrible tragedy at the community college in Roseburg.
Yeah, I don't think anyone can be prepared, no matter how much training you do, for the emotional impact of something like this. And that's what Umpqua Community College is going to have to be dealing with. Frankly, colleges all over the country. This is going to be, you know, something that they're going to be talking about. Do we have the proper safety protocols in place? I know that a reporter, Jackie Lebrecht, has been at Portland State talking to people, just getting their reaction after hearing something horrible like this about a college just down the highway.
And that's exactly right. I mean, talk about the utmost empathy that they have. I mean, they're in class each day doing exactly what these students were doing in Roseburg, and it happened again just a few hours away. And you know, it's a forefront of a conversation that's happening in classes today. I know students were headed into their classes. They planned on talking about it. Some students had just come out of their classes. They were talking about it, and they're just talking about it amongst one another at Urban Center. Today, our day started talking with Kate Brown, and I know that Brian had just reiterated some of her remarks. She called it a profound dismay and a heartbreak for Oregonians, and folks here at Portland State are feeling the very same thing. Again, they've had those protests recently, asking the police officers rather on campus to be disarmed, and people are still split on that. They say, yes, I do see the value of having officers on campus armed, but at the same time, we just don't want guns out here at all. So people are still split about that as we were talking to them today. You know, other folks talking about, you know, I'm aware it's scary. They said, I don't want to live in a bubble, but nobody ever thinks it's going to happen. Of course, the students at Umpqua didn't think as well to happen to them. It's the crazy part they're saying. They also say, you know, tragedies are happening everywhere. It's possible it could happen here. We don't want to think about that. But they said, you know, I don't feel any more scared today than I did yesterday. You just have to be as aware as you can of your surroundings. But certainly a ton of empathy here at Portland State University. We were hoping to get some professors on camera just to talk about mass shootings in general in the country. They're really just trying to deal with this, trying to talk with the university community, trying to figure out exactly how they will respond to this. As you said, Angelica, there will be so many conversations at community campuses around our country, and especially here in Oregon, about what are we doing to protect our students? Is there anything more that can be done from these situations? And as more information comes out about the shooter, as more information comes out about how he got in, where his gun came from, obviously those conversations will continue, but the utmost empathy happening today at Portland State University. Back to you guys.
All right, Jackie, difficult day. A lot of conversations being held at campuses and hopefully at home too, as we begin to begin to really understand the scope of this tragedy in Roseburg.
All right, we have some new information, good information about the patients at Peace Health, Riverbend, the hospital in Springfield. There's a really long name. It's hard for us to keep track of the name of the hospital. But they have 3 patients there, and 2 of them are in stable condition and 1 is in critical condition. So I think that is an upgrade for a couple of the patients. We're really happy to hear that. Yeah,
and we know that there are multiple victims scattered at multiple hospitals. As far as we know, no victims were needed to be flown to any hospitals in the Portland area. But we do know that some were flown to hospitals down in Roseburg. The numbers there still confusing, as you can imagine. Even hours after this has happened, it is chaotic as emergency medical teams, as law enforcement try to get a handle on who was where, what happened to whom. Again, even the sheriff, who should know the most, just a couple of hours ago was unable to confirm the number of fatalities, even though we heard from the Attorney General earlier that there were 13.
And one of the things that we struggle with and that they struggle with after something like this is now in the world of social media and bloggers and everyone's an investigator. So, you know, things pop up on Twitter and then they get shared thousands of times and it turns out not to be true. So we're really kind of trying to balance, you know, good journalism here and also give you the most information we can. And that's why we've been so cautious with information about the victims and the shooter specifically.
We are hoping to give the best, most accurate information from law enforcement on scene with a news conference that we are waiting for, scheduled to begin, an hour ago, delayed, and then delayed again. You're looking at live pictures there at what has become sort of an ad hoc media center. I believe this is at a fire station not terribly far from campus. And that's where we heard from both the interim president of the college talking about how awful this day is and what needs to happen. And that's also where we heard from the sheriff earlier today.
Yeah, this is a campus of about 3,000 students, which sounds big, but it's really not. Some of these students are part-time. It's a community college, and you know how community college campuses are. They're very open. They're very integrated with the rest of the community. They're not separate from the town up on a hill. So there are a lot of people going through campus, and 10:30 in the morning on a Thursday is just about the busiest time. People are going to class. You have faculty members showing up for school. So she said it was a very busy time on campus.
And all of those people on campus had to be evacuated. They were taken by bus to the Douglas County Fairgrounds, where it was a horribly emotional scene for many of them there. K2's Bob High has that part of our coverage for us live from the fairgrounds. Bob.
Yeah, Brian, there's two things going on here at the fairgrounds. On the one hand, people are being reunited with families, or unfortunately learning that friends that they're waiting for are not coming back here. On the other hand, we have investigators who've been on the scene here debriefing people who witnessed what happened, saw what happened, heard what happened, and that's the other part of what's going on inside the buildings here at the fairgrounds. Take a look behind me and I'll give you an idea of how many law enforcement officers are here. This whole street in front of the fairgrounds is lined with marked and unmarked police cars, all that arrived down here when word got out of the shooting this morning, just after 10:30 this morning. A lot of these officers and investigators came down I-5, lights going as they sped down I-5, and have now been meeting with people, debriefing them, figuring out what happened, piecing together the timeline of events. We've heard from witnesses that this all happened very quickly inside one classroom. Talked to one of the witnesses who said they heard something like a ruler against a chalkboard kind of sound over and over and over again. They didn't know what happened. Their teacher asked through the door that connected the two classrooms if everybody was okay. They heard more of that. That's when the teacher got scared and everybody ran out of the room and across campus. If we look over to the left-hand side here, you can see that there are still people that are coming out of the Douglas County Fairgrounds here, though the number of people coming out has dwindled quite a bit. Law enforcement has been here, as well as volunteers, Red Cross, all helping the survivors and the people that know them deal with this tragedy. You can also see that the U.S. flag is at full staff, and again, we want to remind people that the governor has ordered the flags at half staff in honor of the victims in this horrible shooting. Again, we've seen emotional reunions here, people hugging, people crying, a lot of tears, both of joy and of sadness, as people learn what happened on campus at UCC, and then also get reunited with loved ones that they've been waiting for word of once they get back here and authorities have finished talking to them. We did understand that other people have said that they knew some of the people who did not make it. They're shocked because of what has happened. Obviously, but also it comes out of the blue. This was only, remember, the fourth day of classes at Umpqua Community College. So a lot of these students, especially, we talked to Hannah Miles earlier, you heard from her, and she said that basically she was just getting started. It was her first year at UCC. She was taking notes in her class. She didn't know a lot of people on campus, was just getting to know people, and all of a sudden, 4 days into classes, you have this horrible shooting, fatal shooting, and police on campus. She describes running from the classroom and then hiding in another room, and then in that case, meeting people in the bookstore where they were hiding, introducing themselves, finally bonding eventually over the course of a half hour or more as they hid, waiting for law enforcement to get there to clear the area so that they could escape. Once that happened, eventually after the lockdown was lifted and people were brought over here to the Douglas County Fairgrounds in several buses. Those buses arrived, dropped people off. Authorities talked to those witnesses and then released them to their families and friends. Again, we understand some of that is still going on here on the fairgrounds as authorities try to learn more and more about what happened, piece together the exact events of how this all took place so they can maybe figure out best practices, what was handled on campus. Again, you heard the president of the college say that they had practiced some of these drills But in some cases, some of these students were new to campus, and so it was certainly something new to them and something they had not practiced for, being only 4 days into the school year. Again, a lot of tears of sorrow and joy here as people are reunited and then learn of those that did not make it at the college in the shooting, and authorities still looking to learn more and more about how this all transpired and the person responsible for this deadly day in Roseburg. Live at the Douglas County Fairgrounds, Bob High, K2 News.
Just an awful day, Bob, an awful scene to witness there with those families coming together in relief or in grief, and that knowing that really this is just beginning, the trauma for them.
We keep talking about the young woman that Bob interviewed earlier, Hannah, who's amazing.
So
her
eloquent.
Composure. Yeah, imagine how bittersweet the dinner is going to be at her family's house tonight. You feel so horrible for all the other students that didn't make it out.
And we are starting to hear from more and more of those students. K2's Joe Douglas is live with one for us right now. Joe.
Brian, I'm standing here with Kayleen Holm. She's a student at Umpqua Community College. She was actually in a building next door when this all happened. Kayleen, what happened?
We heard from a teacher that there had been an active shooter on campus, and so we were taken out of our chemistry lab room into the back room of the science building, which was supposed to be safer than anywhere else on campus, and that's where we found out that it wasn't a drill and that there had been multiple people shot, and that's where we waited it out until the law enforcement officials came and told us that everything was safe and that we were able to leave.
Explain exactly where you were.
We were in the building right next to Snyder Hall, which is where the shooting happened. It's probably less than 100 feet from Snyder Hall, which is where the science building is.
Did you hear shots in there?
I didn't hear any shots, but that's probably because they are saying that the gun was silenced.
When you found out what had happened, what was it like in that room? Take us into that room.
It was, when we found out that it was an actual shooting, that's when people started kind of panicking. They started calling their loved ones, telling everybody that there was a situation, but we were safe. And that's when we started looking on social media.
I'm sorry that we lost that signal there, her describing the frightening situation when they first got the word that this was not a drill. Can you begin to imagine what was going through those students, the faculty, the staff mind when they realized that this was real, this was happening now, and lives were in danger. Let's check in again with Stephen Mayer, who's with us, along with Steve Dunn, just not terribly far off campus. Stephen?
Yeah, hi Brian, how you doing? We're actually just where they have it all barricaded outside campus right now, and I can tell you this, just a short time ago we were up on the hill overlooking the west side of the campus, and it was an eerie silence as we looked down and saw just law enforcement vehicles and very little else. Of course, no students, they're all gone now, and I assume professors are as well, but as you look down on that campus, you just feel the eerie silence of everything that's happened throughout this day. Stephen Mayer, I know you checked on some hospitals on your way down as well. Tell me about that.
Yeah, apologize, looking through the latest information here, but we know 2 people are in stable condition and 1 person is in critical condition, serious condition, I'm sorry, 2 people and 1 in critical at Sacred Heart Health Hospital up in Springfield. That's where we stopped earlier today on our way down here. Right when we arrived, we saw an emergency helicopter taking off. So they used helicopters to get those patients from this area up to Springfield, which is at least an hour drive. So they wanted to get them there as quickly as possible. We also stopped by Mercy Medical Center, where they have at least 10 of the shooting victims that they're treating there right now. No update on their conditions, but we stopped there as well. Things seem to be very frantic there. You can tell something serious had happened and that all the doctors and all the nurses were taking this very seriously, trying to help those shooting victims.
And one other thing we were talking about earlier, Stephen, is something very sad. We saw elementary school buses going by as we were standing here, and of course kids looking out of the bus windows over what had happened earlier today. You just imagine what was going through their head, and also the conversation they'll be having with their parents later on tonight. We're going to stay here for quite a while, again, see if we can talk to anybody that comes by. This is a situation that's so sad for this community of 22,000 people as it really starts to sink in this evening. Back to you guys for now.
All right, Steve. Steve will be checking back with you. Thank you both very much.
All right, some important information here about what's happening in Roseburg this evening. A vigil will take place at Stewart Park at 8 o'clock. Governor Brown is planning to attend that vigil. Of course, we're going to be there too, and we're going to be able to show you that vigil. Also, some notes from Mercy Medical Center in Roseburg. They've been asking for blood, and they just gave us an update. There's a change of venue for the blood drive. It will be now held at Community Education Building. That's at 2459 Northwest Stewart Parkway. That's right across the street from the McDonald's there. You can register on the second floor and then give blood on the scene, and they'll have, you know, a recovery area set up for anyone who wants to donate blood. They need this blood right now.
You mentioned that the governor is headed to Roseburg, perhaps has already arrived, and will be attending that vigil at 8 o'clock. Prior to taking off, flying undoubtedly down there, she spoke with reporters in Portland. Let's listen to what she said.
I know I am joined by my fellow Oregonians and Americans in profound dismay and heartbreak at this tragedy at Umpqua Community College. Facts are still emerging. We know now there were casualties and confirmed injuries. Our top priority now is the medical treatment for victims and the security of the campus. We have confirmation that the shooter is deceased. He is a 20-year-old male. Our thoughts and prayers are with the victims and their families.
As you heard her say there, the gunman in this, 20 years old, we do not know much more about that man. Nothing confirmed, certainly. We don't know if he was a student or not. We have no idea where he is from, whether he was a student, whether he, what his motives were even. We're hearing some reports from witnesses who heard him talking about religion, but that was only one witness. And again, you even heard Kate Brown, and she did not confirm the number of victims in this. That's something that many of the officials have been very careful about revealing, because the numbers were so wild early on in this, and remain. We're going with the best numbers we have from the highest official, and that's Oregon's Attorney General saying 13 people have been killed, but that could be wrong too.
This mass shooting will forever change Umpqua Community College. This is not what they want to be known for, but unfortunately this is what people are going to remember. And so it's so difficult for the people in this great community to talk about what's happening today and how to move forward. We just heard from Dr. Rita Cavan, the president of UCC. Let's listen to what she had to say.
More people were hurt than just the ones that were shot. The ones that were shot, that's one level of trauma, but there's psychological trauma. We have veterans with PTSD on our campus. They had a particularly bad day. I have staff who've had experiences that this brought back for them. So we've been very, very concerned and very appreciative of the mental health people in the community.
That was Dr. Rita Cavan, the interim president of Umpqua Community College, who I believe she said she was in Grants Pass when she heard this and rushed back to campus. We're trying to get more information about the victims who were wounded and their condition. We understand that Mercy Medical Center there has 9 or 10. That number we've heard both. Peace Health Oregon in Springfield telling us that 2 of the shooting victims are at Riverbend. 2 of them are in serious condition. 1 of them is in critical condition.
2 are still in surgery. They were taken right into surgery after they were flown to the hospital. We're just waiting for updates on them. But 1 of them was upgraded to serious condition from critical condition earlier. So that's just about the only good news we've gotten in the past couple of hours.
Right. What we are hearing, talking about good news, is, and we've heard this from several people, not least of which the president of the college there, about how the community came together. That the school district provided the buses to remove the students who had been in lockdown and needed to be evacuated. That the city officials responded immediately to the scene. Law enforcement from throughout the community and frankly from throughout the state, both local, county, state, and not to mention federal law enforcement responding as well. The president clearly making a strong statement this afternoon, actually nighttime on the East Coast, 3:30 this afternoon, our time, a strong statement about mass shootings and our country's inability to get a handle on that issue. Powerful messages from around the country, and messages we're seeing, as you mentioned, Angelica, on Facebook of people around the world sending condolences and support to the college campus.
Yeah, it's really touching to see, you know, these wonderful messages going right to UCC from just about every continent. Let's go down to Steve Dunn, who's with Stephen Mayer.
Yeah, hi Angelica. I can tell you now, I actually have someone who knows a lot about this campus here. I want to introduce you to Jeremy, who is a student at this particular college, and you took the winter term off because you're a firefighter, but you were Facebooking with people today as this incident was happening. Tell me about that.
I was actually speaking with a couple friends of mine that were on campus. I got a phone call from a buddy of mine that there was an active shooter at UCC and that he had heard that from his sister. And so I turned around and started messaging a whole bunch of people that I know that are on campus that are current students there, and was actually speaking with a buddy of mine that was in lockdown and was telling me, you know, what was going on, what he was hearing from inside the school. You know, and I spoke with a few different people that have told me that, you know, that either the campus was completely silent or some people heard gunshots, as well as when I was in town, I went down to the local gas station and spoke with a man that told me he had rolled into UCC when he heard the gunshots, and he had actually left, you know, and it's surreal to hear or to, you know, hear what's going on and know so many people that are there with being a student. I mean, I know faculty personally as well as people that are on campus, and you know, your instant thought at first is, you know, what's going on and, you know, if anybody's hurt.
And you were talking to these folks on Facebook about weapons, weren't you?
Yeah, I actually was speaking with a buddy of mine, and I had asked him, you know, where's his gun at, because I know he carries, and he had told me that his concealed weapons permit has expired, and he, you know, at this point in time, life's a little hard. He was unable to re-get his concealed weapons permit, you know, and it blew me away, because I know the guy is a very advocate shooter, and he's pretty really good with a firearm, probably better than me, but, you know, and, you know, talking with him, and I mean, I can't even picture being in his situation, knowing the fact that he's used to carrying a firearm, you know, hearing shots that are being fired and know that he doesn't have his with him to even do anything at that time, and just being that, you know, unable to do anything. I couldn't picture being in this situation.
Let's talk about this community. 22,000 people live here, very tight-knit. What's this going to do to this town?
You know, I don't know if I can fully answer what it's going to do to the town. You know, you're right, we're a really close-knit community. You don't have a lot of crime around here. You know, it really doesn't, you know, things will happen here and there, which happens everywhere. But you don't have these big crimes that are happening, like especially like this here at UCC. And, you know, I think it's going to change a lot of things. I do believe that it's going to bring out a lot of animosity towards gun owners that I don't think will be the best. But it's going to change a lot of things.
You took the winter term off. Do you plan on going back to the school?
I do. And personally myself, before I go back to UCC, I will get my concealed weapons permit and I will carry on campus, because I'm allowed to carry on campus. The UCC wants to promote that it's a gun-free zone. It's actually not. You are allowed to carry a firearm if you have a concealed weapons permit. And I plan on doing so.
A lot of people talking about this is the last place in America they would have thought something like this would have happened. Your thoughts as well?
We all thought that too. You know, Roseburg's a very advocate gun place. Everybody owns guns. You can go to Walmart or your local grocery store and see somebody with a handgun on their hip. It's very known around here for firearms. So yes, you're right. It is very odd to have this happen here. It's very odd to have happen here.
And Jeremy, by the way, going back to school studying criminal justice. Am I correct on that, Jeremy?
I want to go and actually do criminal justice. My goal is to become a juvenile probation officer.
One more community member certainly affected by what happened this morning. Brian and Angelica, back to you guys for now.
All right, Steve, thank you. Unfortunately, I don't think it's odd for it to happen anywhere at this point.
No,
We've sat up here too many times, different towns, big cities, small towns. It's pretty much happened everywhere at this point.
Every time it's a crushing blow.
Yeah.
We're hearing, as we mentioned, more and more now from students who were there, who were very close to the shooting this morning. Sarah Cobb is one of those. Let's listen to what she says.
Today I was sitting in writing 121, and then we were just going over lesson plans and stuff, and then all of a sudden I heard a loud bang noise, and I thought maybe it was somebody like dropped a textbook or a desk ran into the wall or something, but it was kind of too loud, and so I was just, what is going on? So I looked out the window of the classroom, and there was people running, and I immediately knew that was a gunshot. And I told the teacher, we need to get out of here right now. And then we heard the second and third ones, and she opened the door, and I was one of the first people out, so I just booked it across campus.
I can't blame her, can you? And we're hearing similar stories from other students who were very close, that they heard this strange sound. They couldn't quite tell what it was, and then they listened a little longer or even went to investigate in one case, and that's when it became frighteningly clear that these were gunshots, and the human reaction is to do what she did, which is run.
Yeah, and it's amazing how composed they are, but these people are going to need a lot of love and support over the next couple of days as this sinks in. Fortunately, they live in a community where they're getting a lot of that love and support. Frankly, they're getting it from all over the world. Reed Andrews is in the newsroom. He's been monitoring social media at the Mondo pad for us. Reed, you're seeing all kinds of messages coming in.
Angelica and Brian, and here's what I'm doing. I'm looking at the website Banjo, and what you can see is a lot of people from the Roseburg area, whether they're still there or that is just their hometown, sending some messages about their hometown, hoping that they're able to overcome this horrible tragedy. A lot of it with just scenic pictures of the beautiful scenery there, the state flag, this bridge, as well as this Umpqua United. You can see the P and the Q interlocked, just trying to emphasize that unity. And then this one as well, Pray for Roseburg, with the heart right around where it is in Southwest Oregon. Taking a look here, we've also got a Twitter account, Roseburg, we love you, at RoseburgU. This picture really says it all. Our prayers go out to all the families and community. They are really just retweeting a lot of different people who are sending those well wishes, pictures and everything from the scene, so everyone that's connected can not just check here, but as well as K2 News on Twitter and the hashtag live on K2. As for that, you can see we've got a lot of tweets. The president just about an hour ago saying that America is becoming numb to mass shootings. For whatever reason, one way or the other, a lot of the people responding to that do not necessarily agree with the president's viewpoint on that. And looking onto the Google Trends, this is the real key here. You can get an idea of just how paramount that is in the minds of people right now. You can see what is gun control interest in terms of where this is being searched. The top cities searching for gun control at this moment, not surprisingly, Portland, Oregon, followed by Austin, Texas, and Seattle, some pretty liberal cities in there looking into the issue of gun control.
Reed, we're going to have to interrupt you real quick. We'll get back to you in a couple minutes. Let's listen to the Sheriff John Hanlon, Douglas County Sheriff.
Today at Umpqua Community College. These sort of tragedies aren't supposed to happen here, yet they did, and it leaves tons of questions in our minds. And so, as this is a very active investigation and the investigation continues, there are a few questions that I can answer for you, but there will be more to come. It's very early in this event, and we are still trying to confirm a great amount of information that is floating around, and a great amount of information that we need to confirm. I want to say first and foremost that our victims and families of our victims are our priority. Everything that we do from here on will be for them. At this time, we are reporting and can confirm 10 fatalities in the shooting. 7 additional injuries. Those that were injured were initially transported to our local hospital, and 3 of those that were critically injured were transferred to another hospital up in the Eugene area. We know there are conflicting reports of the numbers of casualties, and I can tell you that this number is the best, most accurate information we have at this time. The FBI has established a toll-free number for tips and families. That number is 1-800-225-5324. Also can be remembered as 1-800-CALL-FBI. When you do this, you choose option 7. Again, this number is to help reunite and provide information to the families of the victims. This event has been deemed a mass casualty event, which brings with it hundreds of resources to this small community. Along with those resources and the fact that this is a mass casualty incident brings specific protocols that we must follow. That includes specific processes by which the state medical examiner's office may manage identification. And because of these protocols, the need to notify each family, we don't anticipate releasing the names of the fatalities for 24 to 48 hours. The law enforcement investigation into the shooter and into his motivation is ongoing. We are not ready at this time to make any comments about him. Reunification continues at the Douglas County Fairgrounds. Family and students should gather there. There are counselors at the fairgrounds providing assistance to all the folks that are down there. At this time, I'd like to have my Public Information Officer, Corporal Dwes Hudson, address some other issues. Thank you.
So we're going to continue to use the hashtag UCC shooting on our Twitter account, which is DouglasCOSO. Further written updates will be posted to our social media accounts, our website, and to flashalerteugene.net. We have a number of agencies that have provided a lot of resources to this incident, and at a future briefing we'll walk through what those are and what that looks like. We also anticipate having another briefing later this evening, and we'll notify you via our social media account and Flash Alert. And then I have a couple of administrative things to discuss, and that's all the information I have right now.
The president is here.
Is the shooter among the 10 fatalities?
I'm not taking any questions. That's the end of the briefing.
It's just for accuracy. Of the 10 fatalities, does that include the shooter?
No questions. Thank you.
Is there another briefing scheduled?
We're going to have another briefing later this evening.
An important question. Perhaps we'll get that nailed down at the next briefing that he talked about having later this evening. But again, if there is anything good about this, the news is that there are 10 fatalities, not the original 13 as we had heard. So the sheriff confirming 10 people killed, but that 7 of them were injured. 3 of those were in critical condition.
I can't believe we're even saying that.
I know.
If there's anything good to report here is that there are 10 fatalities.
No.
That's sad. One fatality is too many, as Brian, as you mentioned earlier.
He emphasized that he's being very careful with what he can and can't say because it is still so early in this. Yes, it seems like it happened so long ago if you've been following us here, but for the investigators there, it is still early in this. There's a lot of information they need to confirm. They're not going to be talking about the names of the people who were killed, he said, for 24, maybe even 48 hours, and he's refusing to comment about the shooter at all. The only information we have been told from officials about the shooter is that he is a 20-year-old man. We don't know if he's a student. We don't know from what town he's from. We know nothing more than that officially.
Let's listen to an interview that Bob Hyde did just a short while ago with Hannah Miles, a student that was on campus that had to evacuate when this happened.
And you were in the room right next door to where the shooting happened. Describe what happened.
Yeah, we were halfway through class, and my teacher was talking about our essays due next week, and I was taking notes, and then all of a sudden there was just this huge pop, and it sounded like a ruler smacking against like a chalkboard. That's what it sounded like. Everyone jumped, and we didn't really know what was going on, and then there was another one, and everybody kind of started to look around like, what's going on? And you could hear like shuffling and people talking, kind of yelling in the next room, and we're like, that's odd. Didn't really know what was going on. So my teacher, there's a door adjoining our room to their room at the front of the classroom, and she went and she knocked on it and she said, "Hey, is everyone okay in there?" And it got quiet when she knocked, and when she said that, 3 or 4 more shots were fired, and the look on her face was just horrifying. And she said, "We all need to get out," and she got everybody out, and we were all just running for our lives.
So eloquent, so well spoken for someone who's been through such a traumatic situation, and we're seeing that repeated again and again from these people who have faced death, quite frankly, and are able to talk about it in the way that Hannah was.
Yeah, there is a vigil tonight at 8 o'clock. The name of the park is Stewart Park. It was escaping me at 8 o'clock tonight. The community is welcome. We've heard that Governor Brown is planning to attend this candlelight vigil at 8 o'clock tonight. We, of course, are going to be there. Students like Hannah are going to need the support. They're going to need a lot of love in the coming days. Even if they, escaped unscathed physically, they're going to have a lot to deal with as they really digest what's happened on their campus.
A lot of emotional scars for the people there.
Oh, absolutely.
We're going to turn now to Stephen Mayer, who's live at the scene. Stephen?
Hey guys, it looks like we're going to be here for the long haul. They're bringing more heavy equipment to this area, some lights for the nighttime to keep it lit out here. We just learned that the campus is going to be shut down throughout the weekend. You can only imagine what investigators have to pour through now in terms of evidence and just pure carnage back on the campus right now. So they're going to be doing that for several days, you would be led to believe. Now, of course, we just got that update from the sheriff. Hopefully his numbers are correct. Only 10 dead is what he's reporting. That he says that's the best information they have at this point. Of course, Attorney General Ellen Rosenblum earlier today said 13 dead, so that's a number we've been using for a long time, but we sure hope, and a lot of people here in town sure hope the sheriff has the better numbers as opposed to the Attorney General, because that would be 3 less victims. We also just got an update from the hospital up in Springfield. They have 3 victims right now. They're all women. They won't give us ages or names yet, but they say 2 are in serious condition. 1 other is in critical. 2 are taken right into surgery. We arrived to that hospital shortly after one of the medical choppers lifted off after delivering some of those patients. It's about an hour drive from the campus here, only a very short flight, I would imagine, in one of those medical choppers. But back here out at the scene, Highway 99 is open. We do have people directing traffic here, but Umpqua or College Road, the main road leading into the campus, remains closed down. You can see the people here guarding it, making sure only residents who belong in this area are let through. We see them checking IDs of drivers as they come up here, just trying to get back home, because there are homes. There's even a farm right here. This is a very rural community, so a lot going on in this area. But the college campus will remain closed throughout the weekend as those investigators continue to just pour through the evidence. And it's been a really sad situation, because this is a busy road. This is Highway 99, and I've seen 4 or 5 school buses go by now from the Roseburg School District, just young kids. One of the buses appeared to have just elementary school kids, and unfortunately you could see all their heads out the window trying to survey the scene here. This entire area just filled with media trucks and media and reporters and photographers. So your heart breaks for those little kids who have to drive by this sort of scene, and then of course they're going to go home and ask their parents what happened. And of course that's going to be a very difficult discussion around a lot of dinner tables tonight here in Roseburg, a small community, but across the country, after what the president had to say earlier today, live here on K2 News. But this area is open right now. The college campus will remain closed throughout the weekend as they continue to pour through the evidence. Obviously a very difficult situation for the residents of Roseburg right now.
And you also mentioned the number of reporters, the news crews that have arrived on the scene. It seems somewhat overwhelming, I'm sure, to people in that area who see all these live trucks and all these news crews staged there. But it's an indication of just how critical this story is to so many people, right?
Absolutely, and what the president says, unfortunately, we're having to cover these sort of things more and more. But yeah, look at this line of trucks we had that we were just showing you. All the way down the street, all the way over to the fire station where they're holding press briefings there as well. This entire area just flooded with media. I've seen people from across Oregon. We have a national reporter here doing hits as well. I would imagine some people perhaps from Northern California making the drive up as well. Just more and more people arriving by the minute, because this is a huge deal. If it happened in any town, let alone a town of just 22,000 people, a really tight-knit community. Steve Dunn had an interview with a gentleman earlier today. He said, I would never have imagined something like this happening here. a lot of us have guns, and it's something that we're fairly comfortable with around here. He said you could buy a gun right off the shelf at Walmart here in town, so they never expected something like this, but of course that's what you always end up saying after a story like this. That's what's so unfortunate about it, and that's what they're saying here right now. So it's going to be a long time before some of these hearts that are broken begin to heal.
It's so sad that Roseburg is now on that long and seemingly growing list of cities that we now refer to with mass shootings, whether it be, Newtown, the Columbine shooting where it all began, and now Roseburg is on that list. Stephen Mayer among several of the news crews that are working the scene there right now. I'm Brian Wood, joined now by Deborah Knapp.
You know, what's interesting, what Stephen brought up was an interesting point of conversation around a lot of dinner tables tonight. He said those school buses of kids peering out the window. Here, when you're towns and hours removed and away, you might be able to control a little bit of that conversation at our dinner table with the young kids. But because Roseburg is such a small town, and because Umpqua Community College is such a large presence within that small town, that will be a necessary conversation for very many young children. We do want to go to K2's Bob High, who's live at the fairgrounds, I believe. Bob?
Deb, yes, the Douglas County Fairgrounds. We just saw a group of people escorted by police leave the fairgrounds. We can only assume that their families getting the horrific news that their loved ones did not make it through this ordeal, that they are among those who were killed in this tragedy or injured possibly. In the meantime, we've also seen a group of chaplains show up here at the fairgrounds. We don't know exactly why they're here, but it may be possibly for the proceedings tonight that are planned here at the fairgrounds. Gathering, we understand, is going to be happening here tonight. One of the most heart-wrenching descriptions of what happened came from a young student who had been only at the college 4 days. She's a brand new freshman at UCC, Hannah Miles. Here's how she described what she went through during the shooting.
It was awful being that close, knowing that it's just undescribable.
When did it hit you that there had been a shooting as opposed to anything else?
Probably when we got to our hiding spot, our safe spot. We ran up towards the center of campus, and we followed our teacher, Miss Fair, down into the bookstore. They locked us in a back room. Everyone was huddled together, and we still weren't 100% sure what was going on. And we heard 3 or 4 more shots, and that's when it's like, okay, something is definitely wrong. It was kind of like when reality finally struck, and then when some of the girls were on their phones and they found out they were fatalities, and that's when it really hit, when we were in the bookstore stockroom.
And a number of people just learning at that time that possibly their friends, loved ones had not made it through this ordeal. Hannah described the gunshots to me as something of a yardstick against a chalkboard, snaps, if you will, against the chalkboard, which drew the attention of the class and the teacher. They were in the classroom right next door to where the shooting happened, and their teacher went to a door that adjoined the 2 classrooms, actually yelled through that door, is everything okay? And that's when they heard more shots. The teacher got the kids out of the classroom, got them running across the yard into that bookstore where they all huddled until finally the law enforcement made sure everything was clear. In the meantime, Hannah tells me that they bonded during that time. She didn't know anybody in that bookstore as they were huddled waiting for word. They were texting out, trying to find word of what was actually going on. They had learned about the shooting that way, and also got in touch with other people that they knew, everybody texting back and forth during that time. Finally learning that, in fact, the all clear was given, and people were evacuated then from campus, but in the meantime had learned that in fact the shooter was dead, and that some of their friends were dead as well. A very, very tough time, but as Hannah Miles told me before she left here with her mom, that things would be okay, that they realize that this is a tight community, that they embrace each other, and that's what they will lean on as this community grieves for those who were lost and is grateful for those who made it through this ordeal today. Live at the Douglas County Fairgrounds, Bob High, K2 News.
Bob, I'm struck by the composure of both Hannah and of her teacher. I've watched your interview with Hannah throughout the day, and just understanding what a traumatic event that she heard, that she witnessed, that she was a part of.
I can tell you, Deb, her mom is a respiratory therapist, and so she may be the reason that Hannah is so composed in all this, is because her mom deals with life and death situations all the time in her occupation, and probably, as they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, that her daughter has picked that up and sees the positive in all this and hopes positive comes out of this. That's something she said over and over again to me, is that as tragic as the situation is, she hopes things can be learned from it, and that the community realizes there are a lot of good people who can lean on each other in these times of heartbreak.
There's a stillness about her that we all could learn from. Thank you, Bob, so much.
Bob, thank you. Steve Dunn is anchoring our coverage live from just across from the campus there. Let's turn to him. Steve?
Hey, Brian, we are still at the entrance right now to Umpqua Community College, which has been shut down for the most part since the shooting this morning. I want to introduce you to John here. John was on campus at the time of the shooting. He was in the Vet Center, which is on the campus. John is a military veteran. He was armed at the time of the shooting. And tell me about that, John.
About
what happened when it all unfolded.
Well, when we were about ready to go to class, leaving the vet center, and a gentleman came in and said, "We're on lockdown. There's been shots fired." A few of us got up and said that we should go check things out. I didn't know if other people had their concealed carry or not. So when we left the room, we were immediately told by staff, get back in the rooms, go back inside, and essentially that's what we did.
You are armed, and you told me you're armed quite often, as a matter of fact. You carry a concealed weapon, correct?
Right.
Tell me what was going through your head at that particular time when you heard the shooting had occurred and you've got a weapon on you.
Well, at first I was thinking that I could possibly do something to intervene to help save some lives. But being where the vet center is located on campus, a good 200 yards away from where it was, by the time we got there, everything would have been over, and we would have also been a visible target as well, crossing the field. And not to mention the SWAT team and everybody responding. We didn't know where they were, what the time was for their response, and they wouldn't know who friends and foe were. So it ended up being better that we ended up going to different classrooms and stayed in there where we could better defend a smaller group of people should the shooter come to the classroom where we were locked down in.
What was going through your head, John, when you heard that so many people had died and so many are now injured on this campus that you attend quite often here? Tell me about that.
It's devastating. The families, our family and friends are going to go through a lot because of this tragedy. But as far as I know, I personally haven't been told that I've known anybody that was involved in the shooting. It's definitely a sad day for our community.
You and I talked about this earlier because you grew up here in Roseburg.
Right.
And a lot of people know each other in this fairly small town. How do you think this town goes forward after something like this?
I hope everybody just comes together and understands that this is not a gun issue. This is a mental health issue. Be it the guy was suffering from long-term mental health or if it was just a daily dose of being down. I can't tell you where the community is going to go from this. I've heard other reports of where the national spotlight is taking it and where our state government is taking it, and that's sad too, because they're wanting to make it a political game instead of trying to help the community and understand the reasonings behind these types of incidents. It's just really sad.
Do you have any concerns about going back on campus again?
No, I was prepared to go to math class after it was over, but it turned out to be bigger than we imagined. Being in the rooms that we were in so far away, we had no idea what was going on. Actually, we ended up turning on the projector with the computer, and we were actually KATU watching you guys stream, and that's where we got most of our information. And that's essentially when we found out that, we're not going to be going to any other classes for the rest of the day.
And other students you've talked to, do they express concerns about going back to class at all?
Nobody that I know of. Our community is resilient. Not that we've had tragedies like this in the past, but we are a tight-knit community from Roseburg to Winston, Riddle, everywhere around here. Like you said, everybody pretty much knows everybody. We'll come together and we'll pull through. for
John,
the families.
thank you very much for talking to us. I
Thank
appreciate
you.
it very much. All right,
Yeah.
you hang in there. And that's the thing we've been hearing from so many people since we arrived, resilience of this small community, that they will come together. And we talked about so many folks getting together tonight to talk about it and mourn together. Just like John, they say they will go on. We'll stay right here at the scene and keep you guys posted. Back to you for now.
All right, Steve, you're absolutely right. We've heard that reflected by many people, not least of which is student Hannah Miles, who we heard from earlier, who was praying and hoping that something positive could come from this.
You heard that gentleman talk about the gun debate that inevitably comes up in a situation like this. Earlier today, we heard from President Obama. Let's take a listen.
There is a gun for roughly every man, woman, and child in America. So how can you, with a straight face, make the argument that more guns will make us safer?
We understand from CNN, the network is reporting that 3 pistols, 1 long rifle was recovered at the scene. So again, 4 guns were recovered at the scene, according to CNN. The Sheriff's Department, Douglas County Sheriff's Department, has been pretty tight-lipped about this ongoing investigation, and they're treating it just as that. They say that the victims and their families are their #1 priority. So at this point, we do not know the identification of any of the people who were shot or killed, or the identity of the shooter at this point. However, they did give out a phone number for families to call if they still need to be reunited with loved ones from Umpqua Community College, or if they have concerns or they need more information about it for personal information. That number is 1-800-225-5324. They say 1-800-225-5324, or it's also translates as 1-800-CALL-FBI, and you can call that number to help reunite and get information about your families.
And the Douglas County Sheriff's Office just tweeted again, emphasis that the Douglas County Fairgrounds, that is the place that they are trying to reunite family members and people who had to be evacuated. They're going to keep that open. So if you can get that word out to anyone in that area, if they still need to connect with family, friends, the Douglas County Fairgrounds is the place to be.
As the school is closed for the rest of the next 3 days, so through the weekend, Umpqua Community College is closed through the weekend. Tonight, they will be holding a vigil for the tragic event that happened earlier today. Earlier this morning, the first call came in about 10:38. They will hold that vigil at 8 p.m. at the Stewart Park, and also other vigils will be happening at other campuses around the state of Oregon. We just found out information. University of Portland's Facebook page has sent out a message saying that their prayers and sympathy are with the victims of the violence which occurred this morning at Umpqua Community College. And they also plan to have a prayer vigil beginning tonight at 9 p.m. at the Chapel of Christ the Teacher. And all are welcome to join in the prayer for the Umpqua and Roseburg communities.
And we understand that Governor Kate Brown, who spoke earlier in Portland, has arrived, we understand, in Roseburg and will be attending that 8 o'clock vigil tonight. And of course, K2 will be there. The initial word of this horrible tragedy started coming not long after 10:30 this morning. It was frankly unbelievable. And the initial signs were coming from social media, no surprise there. And not soon after, the fire department confirmed via Twitter that there was an active shooter situation on the campus. And that fire department was also the first to report that the shooter had been neutralized, if you will. Social media, a critical element in this and many other situations, and there's been a real outpouring of love on social media as well. K2's Reed Andrews is in the newsroom at the Mondo Pad following that for us. Reed?
People's thoughts on the president's, what his remarks were, particularly critical of the American public for allowing these types of mass shootings, in his words, to happen routinely. We can get an idea of exactly how many searches are happening for that. Look at this just sharp peak right here on Google Trends. As a result, shoot, I botched that. Let's go back to it. And you can see right there, just a sharp uptick right around when news broke this. The top searches relating to gun control, Oregon gun control, shooting gun control, Umpqua gun control. And you can see that Oregon gun laws, that is something that people are searching very regularly. And I can take you right here and you can look at Oregon gun laws, and there's this peek up right here around December of 2012, the Clackamas Town Center shooting that took the life of 2 people along with the gunman. And then you can also see a nice, or I guess an unfortunate uptick right around in June of 2014, the Reynolds High School shooting. We've got a lot of different information. This is actually probably a more zoomed in illustration of that right here again, right around June of 2014. That's the uptick from the Reynolds shooting. So the history of shootings within Oregon, mass shootings, those pale in comparison to unfortunately what we saw down in Roseburg today with 10 people dead. Again, we have not been able to get confirmation from the Douglas County shooters whether the shooter was in that. The sheriff, again, not saying whether the shooter is a part of that. But again, we have all of it that we're following here on K2 News on Twitter. Peace Health Oregon, that took 3 of the people in. Again, we got an update not too long ago that they had that they are in serious condition, 1 in critical. I guess the good news in that 2 of the victims are in serious condition after being upgraded. And we'll continue to follow it. This right here, Banjo, just a lot of different tweets and well wishes from people throughout the Roseburg area trying to send their condolences to their fellow people down there in Roseburg. I'm going to continue to follow all of this, and I'll have updates for it as it comes in. For now, I'm live in the newsroom, guys.
All right, Reed, thank you very much. And regarding those who have been injured in this, we do expect to hear very soon from hospitals in the area, at least one hospital in the area, about the number of patients they are dealing with.
Along with our crews who quickly went down to Roseburg as soon as we heard the news this morning about the shooting. Also, volunteers from the Trauma Intervention Program. They're a critical source here that we have in our community. In fact, we have the largest and most active chapter in the nation servicing our area here. These are the volunteers that respond when tragedy or tragic events strike. They have sent 13 volunteers down to the Roseburg area to talk to the families who have to deal with this unthinkable tragedy. Governor Kate Brown also addressed the media earlier today before she made her way down to Roseburg. She will be attending that service, that memorial, tonight at 8 o'clock. Let's take a listen to what she had to say earlier.
I know I am joined by my fellow Oregonians and Americans in profound dismay and heartbreak at this tragedy at Umpqua Community College. Facts are still emerging. We know now there were casualties and confirmed injuries. Our top priority now is the medical treatment for victims and the security of the campus. We have confirmation that the shooter is deceased. He is a 20-year-old male. Our thoughts and prayers are with the victims and their families.
And that information is about all we know about the shooter and the victims, really. The numbers fluctuated up and down throughout the day. The latest information that we received from the sheriff tonight is that there are 10 fatalities. We do not know if that includes the gunman in that 10 fatality number. An additional 7 people with injuries, and of those 7, there are 3 people with critical injuries. They were taken by life flight to Eugene, and hopefully we'll hear more from that hospital soon.
People in that community trying to get their heads around what happened. At 10:38 this morning, the emergency calls, several phone calls to 911 of an active shooter at Umpqua College campus. Police arriving, finding the shooter, engaging him. A shootout occurred. The gunman apparently killed in that shootout. And as Deb said, 10 students killed and at least 7 injured. Steve Dunn anchoring our coverage from Roseburg tonight. Steve.
Brian, you know, something like this obviously affects an entire community, whether they were on that campus or not. This is Casey. He was not on campus at the time, but he was texting someone who was on campus at the time. I want to point out to folks, you are a Marine. Yes. You carry a weapon.
Yes, I do.
You have it on you right now.
Yes, I do.
And you told me most people in this community do carry weapons, Casey.
Yes, yes. This is a very close-knit community. This is a very rural community and very gun-oriented community. Everybody knows their rights down here. We know our liberties. And this is just a tragic situation that could have been avoided had somebody in the classroom that had happened and been armed.
Tell me what was going through your head at the time, because we can only imagine being in Portland where we were. And here you are. Were you at work at the time? Were you home? Where were you when this unfolded?
I was picking out shoes for my daughter at Fred Meyer.
Okay, you're picking out shoes at Fred Meyer. This unfolds. You start texting with someone inside.
My friend John Parker texted me, told me that there was an active shooter here at Umpqua Community College, and I thought he was joking. And I called another source to find out if it was true or not, and it happened to be. So this is very tragic for this community. My heart goes out to the families.
I've talked to several people today who said that they had the urge at that point, especially the folks who were armed at the time,
Yes.
to jump in a car and go assist. Was that on your mind as well?
It was on my mind, but I was so far away, I knew I couldn't get here to be in that sort of situation, so I wanted to come and offer John Hanlon my help, any assistance that he needed, but unfortunately I wasn't able to provide that, so I've just been off in the distance, just trying to do what I can down here right now.
You lived in Douglas County a couple of years now. You've told me that. You've been around the world, in fact, having served with the Marines.
Yes.
Tell me where this incident, having served in the Marines, ranks up in your life as something that's happened, just a terrible tragedy, obviously.
Well, I saved lives in Iraq. What I did in Iraq, I didn't have any casualties on my team or in my platoon, but I was part of a protective security detachment. When I was in Iraq, I protected VAPs and generals, and fortunately we didn't have any fatalities or casualties, but we did save lives. So this is just a terrible situation that you wish that you could have avoided with yourself assisting in the situation, but unfortunately it just wasn't in the cards this time.
You've been around this county long enough to see the resilience of this community. Do they move on from this?
Eventually. It's going to take a while.
Casey, thank you very much for being here. We appreciate it very much, and
Thank you.
certainly appreciate your service as well. So there you go. We're gonna be here. Several people coming by as they're getting off work, coming by, seeing what's happening here at this closed-off entrance of Umpqua Community College. As they do, we'll talk to them and we'll get back to you as soon as we can. Back to you guys in the studio. All right, Steve. Yeah, I think a lot of people are coming home now around our community and really learning and really beginning to understand the impact of what has happened in Roseburg.
Roseburg is a small community, about 22,000 people. It's 70 miles south of Eugene, and this community college that we're talking about has 3,000 students. Most of them are part-time students, and it's not your typical young college student that you imagine. The average age is actually mid to late 30s that attends Umpqua Community College. Here's the timeline of events. I know a lot of you are maybe just walking in the door, maybe you've been hearing about this throughout the day on social media, but haven't had a chance to catch up to the true news of what happened today. At 10:38, they received calls, some 911 calls started coming in that there was an active shooter in a classroom there at Umpqua Community College. Officers responded to this scene, and they did locate the shooter in a building. A male subject, he was 20 years old. There was an exchange of gunfire. The sheriff did confirm that the shooter did fire upon the officers. At that time, they say the threat was neutralized. We believe that is probably when the shooter died at the scene. The confirmed fatalities from today, from the shooting that happened at Umpqua Community College, 10 people, 7 additional people injured. 3 of those are critical, and they've been taken to a hospital in Springfield, and we'll continue to follow their improvements and get their status updates as soon as we get them.
And moving forward with the school campus closed down, the investigation of the crime scene continues. A lot of police officers on the scene there. Undoubtedly, they will also be searching for the suspect's vehicle, maybe where he lived. As you heard the sheriff say not that long ago, there's still a lot of questions, still a lot of information to be confirmed. That's going on tonight. Also, there's going to be that candlelight vigil at 8 o'clock in Stewart Park there, and the governor will be there for that. Also ongoing, as we mentioned, the Douglas County Sheriff's Office just retweeting that if people have been separated from family and friends, the Douglas County Fairgrounds remains the place to be reunited, and that's where K2's Bob High is standing by live. Bob?
Yeah, Brian, we just talked to one family that had worried about their youngster student at the college who they had not been in contact with. They've just left here and gratefully finally got in contact with them. They just had not called or sent a text message during the day today, and were unaware of what was going on. So thankful for them that their loved one is okay. We understand there's a group of people that are still here who maybe have relatives involved in the shooting or wounded or possibly deceased in the shooting that are still meeting with law enforcement officials, still talking to them about what has happened today. So You can only imagine what kind of day it's been for them. Take a listen to this now. We put together some of the recollections from some of the people that we've interviewed today about how they remembered this all unfolding. Some of them students, one of them a parent. Take a listen to what happened.
I was taking notes, and then all of a sudden there was just this huge pop, and it sounded like a ruler smacking against like a chalkboard. That's what it sounded like. Everyone jumped, and we didn't really know what was going on.
Unreal, like, is this really happening right now? I didn't know what to do.
So my teacher, there's a door adjoining our room to their room at the front of the classroom, and she went and she knocked on it, and she said, "Hey, is everyone okay in there?" And it got quiet when she knocked, and when she said that, 3 or 4 more shots were fired, and the look on her face was just horrifying.
There were a couple people like crying. Everybody was like on their phones, like texting everybody, making sure like people were okay. And I was just like trying to find familiar faces in the crowd.
We got word that they were busing the students here. We didn't want to have cars going down there and making it even a worse situation with traffic. So we just waited and just relieved to have her in my arms again once she got off the bus.
I want to encourage people to pray for the families that had lost somebody today and the people that were injured. I hope everyone's safe, and I do feel sorry for those families. I mean, it's a sad day.
It's awful what's happened. Some people that I just met today in the bookstore office hiding there, we're there for each other. It's just amazing that we're just holding each other and crying and, you know, being there and supporting each other. Didn't even know who they were, didn't know their name, but to know that we have such a great support system, not only at UCC, but here in Douglas County and Roseburg, it's going to help a lot of people.
Some of the emotional times down here for people involved in this and people who are waiting for word. I talked with one person who was waiting for a friend to arrive on one of those buses who had gone to college there. They're a family friend. They were waiting for word here. The last bus had arrived, and only then did they realize that the person that they knew was not going to make it here to the Douglas County Fairgrounds, and in fact, they didn't make it out of that at all. That's some of the tragedy being dealt with by some of the people here. Others grateful that they've been reunited with loved ones who made it through this tragedy. Now just starting the grieving process for those who were lost today. Live at the Douglas County Fairgrounds, Bob High, K2 News.
Such a horrible situation, such a sad scene. Bob, thank you very much. And you mentioned the community coming together. We want to remind everybody that Mercy Medical Center in Roseburg, that's dealing with most of the injured, is continuing to plan for a blood drive that's going to happen tomorrow from noon until 5 o'clock at a community education building on Stewart Parkway. Again, an opportunity for people to donate blood and to really show some respect, some love, and some care for the people affected by this.
It's hard to not fight back tears when you hear Bob's story of that family waiting at the fairgrounds, waiting for that last bus, waiting for that last student or last person to walk off the bus, hoping to have your son, your daughter, brother, sister, whoever they were waiting for to walk off the bus and be told that was it. You just can't imagine the anguish that family is going through tonight. Roseburg gained national, international headlines just last month on a much more positive note because, if you'll remember, Alex Scarlatos, the Oregon National Guardsman, that is where he's stationed, that is his home, gained worldwide attention when he was involved in helping to tackle the gunman on that Paris-bound train. He's now on Dancing with the Stars. He's gained all sorts of fame since that situation. He has just tweeted that he is heading home to Roseburg tonight. Everyone send thoughts and prayers to the families. So Alex Scarlatos will be heading back to Roseburg tonight.
Roseburg, a small community, law enforcement there, well-trained from what we understand, and that does include responding to what are considered mass casualty incidents, and that's what this one was. We heard the sheriff talk about that a little bit earlier. Let's listen again.
I want to say first and foremost that our victims and families of our victims are our priority. Everything that we do from here on will be for them. At this time, we are reporting and can confirm 10 fatalities in the shooting. 7 additional injuries. Those that were injured were initially transported to our local hospital and 3 of those that were critically injured were transferred to another hospital up in the Eugene area. This event has been deemed a mass casualty event, which brings with it hundreds of resources to this small community. Along with those resources and the fact that this is a mass casualty incident brings specific protocols that we must follow. That includes specific processes by which the state medical examiner's office may manage identification. And because of these protocols, the need to notify each family, we don't anticipate releasing the names of the fatalities for 24 to 48 hours.
He went on to say that he was not going to comment about the shooter involved in this. He mentioned, as you heard, mass casualty incident. We spoke earlier with a spokesperson for a coalition of hospitals in that area and said they mobilized their mass casualty protocol, and that included calling in workers from home to deal with it. And we also heard from Rita Caven, the interim president of Umpqua Community College, who said just last week they had a drill for staff members, a drill about a shooter on campus, an active shooter. So their training was as recently as just last week.
You wonder if that's what kicked in on that teacher that just kind of knocked on the door to ask, is everybody okay? Because that's such a reaction that you wouldn't necessarily expect. It wouldn't be unusual for somebody to walk out of their classroom door or peek into another door, but that was a very cautious attempt to kind of look at the situation and to see what they needed to do next. We're being very careful. We need to reiterate here on how much information that we're reporting on the gunman. Throughout the day, there had been various social media reports, and other media agencies have released some information that has been retracted, and it has been proven to be incorrect. And so we are being cautious on what we're hearing until we have it confirmed for you to pass along to the viewer. We do know several police agencies are helping Roseburg right now, along with the FBI. Many agencies are down helping in this investigation. A lot of people don't have their cars, they don't have their belongings. Everything has been closed off. Cars are being searched at this point because this is a very active investigation down at the Umpqua Community College campus.
And because of what happened down there, Portland police have decided to provide extra patrols near Portland schools, public schools, community colleges, and universities. Not because there has been any threat or information to indicate there are any threats to Portland schools related to what happened in Roseburg, but to provide a visible presence and support for those schools. School security has been a critical issue. There were protests regarding Portland State University just last week, as I recall, regarding arming the patrol officers at Portland State University. Rita Caven, again, the interim president of Umpqua Community College, addressed the issue of security on campus there and their security patrols. Let's listen.
We have security, and we also work closely with local law enforcement, but we have security on campus. We have a security officer and a security team. We have a plan in place for campus violence, and we went into lockdown immediately, and people did exactly what they were supposed to do and pulled in people that were outside and sheltered them. So all of that.
Are they armed security?
No, we do not have armed security.
She went on to say she just feels awful about this, and she was there to witness some of the families waiting for students to get off the bus as they were being evacuated from the campus. They have a no guns on campus rule, clearly broken today. The campus closed for the investigation today and tomorrow, and in fact through the weekend they're going to keep Umpqua Community College campus closed.
Brian, it's interesting because throughout this past year that has been a discussion on the Umpqua Community College campus, and the campus was split about 50-50 as of this summer as to whether to arm their security that they had on campus. As you heard from the president of the college, the interim president, they are not armed. not to know at this point. You can't look back on a situation to know whether that would have helped in this situation or not. But it is definitely a conversation that you do see on many university and college campuses around the nation, including Umpqua, just as recently as this summer. We want to go now to K2 Stephen Mayer, who's live in Roseburg, and I understand people are being allowed to get back into their homes, Stephen.
Yeah, good evening once again to you guys. This is the main intersection, the main road leading back up to the college, Umpqua College Road. It is blocked off, but they are letting certain people here. I'll step out of the way so you can kind of see what the situation is here. You can see there's a car pulled over right now. They're showing their ID. That's most likely someone who lives in the area, as a resident who has a house in this area, and they're letting only those people through, in addition to, of course, local law enforcement. They're keeping this very tightly locked down. As I mentioned earlier, you can only imagine the evidence and the carnage that they have to pour through right now over at Snyder Hall, over at the college campus, as they try to figure out exactly what happened. So this is going to be shut down for a long time. They said the campus is closed through the weekend. They've already made that announcement, and could be closed for a few days after that as well. It's going to take them a lot of time to sort through this. Want to show you a quote, want to read you a quote that we got from the Douglas County Sheriff from a letter that he sent to the Vice President back in 2013 talking about gun control. This is a quote from the Douglas County Sheriff saying, "Gun control is not the answer to preventing heinous crimes like school shootings." That was back in 2013. That's Douglas County Sheriff, who we've been hearing from all day long. And so it's really interesting to see the debate that's already going to begin to play out. We heard what the president had to say earlier today. He's obviously very staunch in his support of stricter gun control laws, but local authorities here in Douglas County have already been fighting back against that. That was a quote back from 2013. But back out here, this remains closed down. You can see they've got water. They've got some night lights that they're going to be using once the sun goes down. These crews are prepared to be here for the duration. They're going to be here for several hours throughout the weekend, trying to figure out exactly what went down on this college campus that left, the latest number we got from the sheriff, that left 10 people dead and at least 7 others injured. We've heard from local hospitals. Peace Health up in Springfield has 3 patients there. 2 are in serious, 1 in critical condition. That's 3 women. 2 of them were rushed right into surgery. We were there shortly after one of the emergency medical helicopters lifted off after dropping off those patients, about an hour drive from this campus to that hospital up in Springfield, but a very short flight, I'm sure. So a lot of patients continue to fight for their lives right now in hospitals. There's going to be a vigil, like we've been mentioning, at 8 o'clock, I believe, over at Stewart Park. The governor will be there as well. That's going to be the first chance for this community to really come together, try to come to grips with what happened here in their small community. Only 22,000 people in this community. It's a community college, an open campus. A lot of these students, I'm sure, grew up together, going to school together, elementary, middle, high school, and then trying to get their college degrees here at this campus. So there's going to be a lot of broken hearts tonight at that vigil, and of course we'll have the latest for you. We'll be live from that location a little bit later on today, just trying to report as the healing begins here in Roseburg. Back to you.
And that's a good point. The healing is beginning now. We're already hearing that from some of the students as they got off those buses. They're trying to move forward in a positive way, and the sheriff's saying that what they're doing now is for the victims and their families, the investigation especially. President Obama, as we mentioned, spoke from the White House about 3:30 our time, carried by the national networks, talking about Roseburg, that he's visited Roseburg and that there are really good people there. But then he became, frankly, visibly angry as he said, "Our thoughts and prayers are not enough. This nation needs to do more." Let's listen.
Somehow this has become routine. The reporting is routine. My response here at this podium ends up being routine. The conversation in the aftermath of it, we've become numb to this. We've talked about this after Columbine and Blacksburg, after Tucson, after Newtown, after Aurora, after Charleston. It cannot be this easy for somebody who wants to inflict harm on other people to get his or her hands on a gun.
The issue of guns, a lot of people responding to that, but he says this is an issue we need to politicize. Bob High, live again, as you can see. He's at the fairgrounds where it's been an emotional day, to say the least. He's there,
We're working on getting Bob's microphone.
and we can hear some scratching, but we can't hear his voice. We are seeing some people behind him. Bob was earlier telling us that people are still trying to use that facility.
Are you not hearing me, guys?
Oh, there you are, Bob. Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay. Brian, I'm sorry, we had a little bit of a technical mix-up there. As I was saying, there are some people who are still here, we understand, who are...
Well, we're losing your mic, so we'll check back in with you again, Bob. Give us a couple of minutes, we'll get that fixed.
A lot of times when we do this live coverage throughout the afternoon, you have batteries that fail, and you know, it is still live television, so we'll have to roll with the punches there. But as you can see, the police presence is still very strong in Roseburg. A lot of streets still closed off. Parking lots full of cars, of students' cars, of faculty cars, I'm sure, are unable to be accessed because police do need to continue their investigation. This has been a very upsetting day. That seems like such a mild word on what we've really had to endure. It all started at about 10:30 this morning. The first call came in at 10:38 about the active shooter inside a classroom at Umpqua Community College. And as we just heard just recently, that this faculty had just gone through a training. How soon was it? Just about a couple weeks ago.
I recall the president of the university or college saying it was just a week or so ago where they went through an active shooter training drill.
And it appears that their training really came in to play today with how one teacher responded when hearing what sounded like a ruler banging on a chalkboard, or not necessarily what they would describe as a gun sound or the pop of a gun, but just knocking on that door to see if everybody was okay. And then once the gunfire continued, and that's when the teacher urged everybody to find safety at that point.
I think we have the audio issue fixed with Bob High live at the Douglas County Fairgrounds. Let's try this again, Bob.
Just one of the things that we have to deal with sometimes with live television, but we can tell you that there are still a group of people, we understand, that are still here at the Douglas County Fairgrounds talking to authorities. We're not exactly sure who they are, but we can imagine that they're close family members of the people who were involved or possibly victims in the shooting itself. Take a look to this side, and we saw a group of chaplains that have arrived here at the Douglas County Fairgrounds. This is some of the vehicles that they arrived in, all getting out and going into the same building where we've seen law enforcement coming and going all day long. And we saw a group of people coming out earlier this evening, obviously some of them distraught, not wanting to talk to the media, and we can only surmise who they were. But again, the complex here at the Douglas County Fairgrounds has been the place where authorities have been talking to family members, friends, relatives, people waiting for word of what happened to people on the campus this morning. It's been a very emotional day, and a day with people not exactly knowing what was going on, because it's a very fluid situation. And then authorities are trying to make sure that they've accounted for everybody, that it was the school itself had only been open and classes had been in session only for 4 days, remember, and some of the people were there for the first time being freshmen on campus. And so tracking down everybody, making sure that people are accounted for, that they didn't simply run away from the situation and are unaccounted for, but is a difficult situation. We also talked to one parent who, or a friend, pardon me, who was waiting for word of someone who was missing and then didn't arrive here on the bus, and unfortunately did not apparently make it through this tragedy. Another parent on the flip side was waiting for word, also didn't have a loved one come and arrive on a bus, but in the meantime had found out that they were in fact somewhere else. They hadn't texted or called and were unaware of the situation that had evolved at the campus, and so finally got word tonight of what was going on, reached out to them, and they're going back to maybe giving them a stern talking to, and then also give them a great big hug. So relief for them, at least in this situation. In the meantime, we're waiting for word of what might happen here with the remainder of the evening at the Douglas County Fairgrounds. Obviously an emotional day, a lot of tears, both of joy and of sadness here as people learn what has happened and transpired on the campus early this morning. Remember, this all took place just after 10:30 this morning, and all of the families, the loved ones, the friends have been texting back and forth, trying to get word of what happened, trying to get word from authorities as to what happened. We've heard through the day that the shooter was killed in exchange of gunfire with law enforcement on campus. And so that word has gotten out. But again, the fate of those injured or killed in this shooting still getting out to the loved ones who were waiting for word of what exactly happened and how it happened on campus. It's been a tough day. It's going to be a tough few days as the investigation continues at UCC. But again, authorities doing what they can to comfort the grieving here at the Douglas County Fairgrounds. Live at the Douglas County Fairgrounds near Roseburg, Bob High, K2 News.
All right, Bob, thank you. To put a real emphasis on what you just said so well, the mayor of Roseburg, Larry Rich, just did an interview, and he's quoted as saying, "Why would somebody do this? What would drive somebody to this point?" He says he thinks it's going to be harder tomorrow than it is today, because that's when we'll start recognizing some of the names of the victims of this shooting.
Bob started mentioning that the comfort that will be taking place, in fact, right where he is at the fairgrounds. And part of that comes from a response team coming straight from the Portland area. It's called the Trauma Intervention Program. You might know them as TIP, or maybe you've never heard of them before. Most people haven't until there's a critical need. Maybe, unfortunately, if you've had a traumatic experience happen in your life, these are the people that respond and help the victims go through the next necessary steps through their grief. TIP responders responded to the Reynolds shooting. They've responded to the Clackamas Town shooting. And now there are 13 volunteers from our chapter here down in Roseburg. We have the largest and most active chapter in the nation. A lot of support from the various agencies in our area, from Clark County to Washington County, Clackamas County, Multnomah County, Portland Fire and Police. There are so many agencies. I don't even know the extent of how many people are involved in the TIP program.
I'm just checking around some of the national news sites. New York Times, no less than 3 stories on the front page of their website, and a photograph showing students with hands clasped above their heads with police officers searching them and going through their bags. Police not knowing who the victims are and who the suspects are at an early stage of this incident that started again this morning about 10:30. Social media playing a role early on and continuing now, perhaps even more. Reed Andrews at the Mondo Pad in our newsroom, been monitoring all of that, and there's quite a bit of it, isn't there, Reed?
It is particularly heartwarming in some ways to see all of these people from all over put well wishes towards Roseburg community. Some of them never even really knowing that it was on the map until hearing the news that broke out around 10:38 this morning. Other people from the community giving breaking news. Here's a reporter from our sister station down in K-Val. Then we also have updates from Peace Health Oregon. Again, that update about the 2 victims that have been, or 2 of the 3 victims that were taken in being in serious condition, 1 in critical. And then we also have something that my colleague Corey Marshall put together, which is really remarkable and is getting a good bit of traction on the web, which is a look at the history of high-profile shootings in the Pacific Northwest. Really just gives them down in timeline form with descriptions of exactly what happened, how many people died, some detail on the motive, if that was ever able to determine. That is something that in this case we still haven't really been able to figure out. The Douglas County Sheriff giving no information whatsoever on the motive of this shooter. The only information that we know about this shooter is that it is a 20-year-old male. That is according to our last update from Governor Kate Brown a few hours ago. And ABC News reporting that 4 guns were taken from the scene. All of that really getting a lot of traction online. You can see interest on the community college really peaking right around 11 a.m. or so, a little bit before, according to Google Trends. And as well, we just have a little bit of information shooting on campus. That was something that got a lot of traction today as people looking at that on Google Trends. I'll be checking the Twitter trends as well and get back to you on that, but that is what we are seeing right now from social media.
Okay, Reed, thank you very much. I want to emphasize something that the Douglas County Sheriff John Hanlon said not that long ago, that they're still very early in this event, still trying to confirm a great deal of information. He would confirm that there were 10 deaths and 7 people injured. And directly quoting him here, he says, "I want to say first and foremost, our focus is on the victims and their families. Everything we do at this point is for them."
And they also have to go through a process in this investigation for each person. So again, they don't anticipate the department or the agency releasing the names of the victims for another 24 to 48 hours. And again, we're being very careful with our reporting as well until we have absolute confirmation to release more information.
We're talking about the sheriff. Let's take a moment now to listen to some of what he said.
This event has been deemed a mass casualty event, which brings with it hundreds of resources to this small community. Along with those resources and the fact that this is a mass casualty incident brings specific protocols that we must follow. That includes specific processes by which the state medical examiner's office may manage identification. And because of these protocols, the need to notify each family, we don't anticipate releasing the names of the fatalities for 24 to 48 hours.
That was the sheriff speaking from Roseburg. Around that same time, Governor Kate Brown spoke from Portland, saying that it was with profound dismay and heartbreak she heard about this. She is now on her way, or probably already in Roseburg, because her staff said that she plans to attend the memorial service that's set to begin at 8 o'clock at Stewart Park in Roseburg.
You cannot imagine what the day was like. It started off as, I'm sure, a sunny Thursday morning in Roseburg. School just started within the past couple days. So many kids off to college for the very first time. And then this happens. We did manage to meet up with one of the students as she recounts what happened as she was sitting in class. This is Sarah Cobb.
Today I was sitting in Writing 121, and then we were just going over lesson plans and stuff, and then all of a sudden I heard a loud bang noise, and I thought maybe it was somebody like dropped a textbook or a desk ran into a wall or something, but it was kind of too loud, and so I was just, what is going on? So I looked out the window of the classroom, and there was people running, and I immediately knew that was a gunshot. And I told the teacher, we need to get out of here right now. And then we heard the second and third ones, and she opened the door, and I was one of the first people out, so I just booked it across campus.
That was a student that we heard from. Other news outlets, including the newspaper in Roseburg, spoke with students shortly after it happened, and perhaps one of the most chilling comments came from a student who said she saw her teacher be shot in the head through a window. She says that's when one shot came through a window, the teacher went down. The shooter was inside at that point, telling people to get on the ground. The shooter was asking people to stand up and state their religion, and then started firing away. This is Courtney Moore, 18 years old, from Rogue River, who said she was in her writing class in Snyder Hall, spoke to the reporter from the News Review in Roseburg. Moore said she was down on the ground, lying there with the people who had been shot.
And the sheriff at this point is not giving motivation or a motive really for the shooting, as he's not giving also the identification of the shooter at this point. So we don't know exactly what led up to this morning's events, whether this gunman was a student on campus, what his affiliation was to the campus, if he had relationships with anybody in that classroom. We are still waiting to hear about that information. We do have a number to call if you have not, or you have maybe family or relatives, somebody that attended Umpqua Community College and you have not been able to get a hold of them. It's an FBI toll-free number, 1-800-225-5324. That's to help give you information to the families involved to help reunite you with your loved one.
You're seeing some video that we shot earlier, as well as some live pictures. With the law enforcement presence there is frankly impressive, if not overwhelming. That's one of the school buses that was used to transport the students from the campus to the Douglas County Fairgrounds, where they could be reunited. And some of the people gathering and the look of shock on their faces as they begin to comprehend what happened. Again, this morning in this small community college campus in the relatively small town of Roseburg, shocked by the sound of gunfire in a classroom, a gunfight with police, a shooter down, 10 people dead, at least 7 injured, the latest word from the sheriff there. And he emphasized that there are so many questions, that this is just beginning. The investigation is just getting underway. And what we think is the best information we have right now may not be so great as the investigation continues, but such as it is with these chaotic mass shooting situations. Initial information can change, and it takes sometimes days, if not weeks, to get the clearest picture of what happened, and obviously what we'd like to know is what led to this.
And I hate to even say this next line, but in previous instances when we've seen mass shooting events, you don't know if this is the only scene. Oftentimes there are other scenes, whether it's somebody's house or apartment or another area of the campus. And so this is why they're being so closed down and thoroughly going through the scene. We do know the ATF agents were on the scene as well with K-9 teams looking for possible explosives. We have not heard any more information about that, but this is a thorough process that they have to go through to make sure it's all safe and all clear.
And the sheriff emphasized that the district attorney's office is being directly involved, Oregon State Police offering assistance, even though the county sheriff is the lead investigative unit. Alcohol, tobacco, and firearms, that federal bureau reported that they were sending a team or teams down from Portland, including search dogs. The FBI involved in this as well. The sheriff later today, via a tweet, sent out thanks to all the law enforcement and the fire department or the emergency agencies that responded to this. Such a team effort in such a small community, and that's what we're hearing echoed again and again, whether it's by the interim president of the college or the sheriff or other state officials or even the students who we've talked with. They all talk about how this community has come together to help them in this horrific time.
You really saw the responders jump into action because this is such a small town. This is such a small community. The town itself is about 22,000. That community college, 3,000 people who are there. So they did need help. When you talk about a mass casualty situation, imagine being the first officer on the scene and discovering what was behind that door. So a lot of resources came to their aid. We know that some people were taken by life flight to a Springfield hospital about 70 miles north of Roseburg. 3 of those victims, they were all females between the ages of 18 and 34, were taken. In the beginning, when they were first taken there, they were all in critical condition. At the last report, I understand 2 are in serious. 1 is still in critical condition. There are another few people who are also injured. I believe another 4 additional victims with injuries that are at the hospital in the Roseburg area. But then, of course, the 10 fatalities is the number that we hate to report.
And we have been on the air with continuing coverage since shortly after hearing the reports about 10:30, 10:45 this morning. Thank you for staying with us in our continuing coverage, and it will continue now with K2 News at 6.
Deadly college shooting. A gunman opens fire inside a classroom at Umpqua Community College in Roseburg.
And we were all just running for our lives.
10 people killed, 7 others wounded. The 20-year-old gunman dead after a shootout with police. Now the small Southern Oregon community is joining together to support the victims and their families.
Everything that we do from here on will be for them.
And good evening, everybody. I'm Steve Dunn. I'm live right now in Roseburg, where 7.5 hours ago, tragedy unfolded right down this road that is now closed down to Umpqua Community College. Lone shooter walking into the campus and opening fire, killing 10 people and wounding 7 others at this point anyway. It has been a terribly emotional day for this community of 22,000 people. We have every angle of this story covered for you, beginning with K2 Stephen Mayer, who joins us now. And Stephen, walk us through this horrifying day.
Well, Steve, we now know the first calls came in just around 10:45, 10:38 to be exact. We've since listened to some of the recordings that police were recording after those first calls came in, and it is clear that they responded in a big way. They sent all their units out to this area, police, sheriffs. They responded right here to the campus, put this area on lockdown, set up a perimeter, but unfortunately by then the damage was already done. We now know 10 people were killed, dozens more were wounded. Most of the shooting happened in 2 rooms in Snyder Hall on the UCC campus. That's where law enforcement found the shooter.
Officers engaged that suspect. There was an exchange of gunfire. The shooter threat was neutralized, and officers continued to sweep the campus looking for other threats.
But it was just one man, 20 years old. Investigators haven't released his name or if he was a student at UCC. The victims with the most serious injuries flown to hospitals that could handle severe trauma.
When you hear something like this, you drop everything, and yes, we call people in, but we almost have to turn people away because people want to help. So we had an army, I think I counted 10 different surgeons, general surgeons at one point, not to mention all the subspecialists that were there to help.
Students were evacuated from the school and taken to the Douglas County Fairgrounds to be reunited with family, but that's where some families learned that just was not going to happen. The people there they were looking for were either in the hospital or dead. Thursday night, the president talked to the country about the shooting, something he says he's had to do one too many times during his administration.
We are not the only country on earth that has people with mental illnesses or want to do harm to other people. We are the only advanced country on earth that sees these kinds of mass shootings every few months.
And back out here live, you can see the main access road to get into the campus is still closed down. In fact, we're told this campus will be closed throughout the weekend as this investigation continues, Steve. And we also know that at 8 o'clock tonight, there'll be a vigil at Stewart Park, and you can just imagine how many people will be there as this tragedy continues to affect this small community.
You and I have talked to a lot of people since we've been here this afternoon, and while they certainly say it's a resilient community, this will definitely take its toll. Understandably. Stephen, thank you very much. We want to continue our coverage now with K2's Hillary Lake, who's standing by at the fairgrounds right now. A lot of people will be gathering there this evening. And Hillary, you talked to someone who was right next door when this whole shooting unfolded?
Well, I sure did, Steve. I talked to a Portland man who recently moved here to Roseburg about 3 weeks ago to go to school at UCC. His name is Brady Winder. He told me he was in the classroom next door to where the shooting happened here, and he spent some time here at the fairgrounds earlier today before he got to go home. Here's some of what he saw and heard this morning.
We heard a loud pop. It sounded like a desk hitting the wall or hitting the floor. Pretty loud, but none of us knew it was a gunshot. We had no idea. We all just kind of sat. It was kind of startling. We just kind of waited, trying to be quiet, listening. Our teacher eventually went over to the door connecting them, which was closed and most likely locked, but she said, is everyone over there okay? And we're just probably a minute or so of us just sitting there silently, and we're just waiting for noise, and we heard about 4 or 5 more gunshots, and at that point somebody said, those are gunshots, and everybody clicked, and we just we bolted out of the room.
And Brady told me that the entire experience was absolutely terrifying. He said he and his classmates just started running as fast as they could to get away from that building as fast as they could. And then he called somebody he knew who works at the hospital and told them what was going on. And they said, yeah, people are starting to roll in here. This is a real active shooting event. Brady also told me that he plans to continue going to school here, even though he's very shaken up by this, as everybody in this community is. He told me that hearing those gunshots and knowing that this is a mass casualty situation is something that will stick with him forever. Reporting live in Roseburg, back to you.
Hillary, before you go, I want to talk about this tight-knit community we have here of 22,000 people. So many people we've talked to were born here, grew up here, never left, and they know so many folks. Everybody knows everybody. You can just imagine the mourning and the togetherness at that where you are tonight.
That's absolutely true, Steve. This is a very, very small community. Everybody does know everybody. And I actually even had a man who walked up to me in the parking lot a few minutes ago, told me he's just traveling through, and he told me that his family, that his kids were in the theater shooting in Aurora, Colorado, and he's planning on going to the vigil tonight because he just feels a connection to this community.
Hillary, we've talked all day long about so many people saying, hey, we are a resilient community. We will get through this. It will obviously take its toll. What are you hearing from folks over there regarding that?
Well, I think that, you know, like most other towns where situations like this have happened in, Roseburg is a very resilient community. I actually have some friends who grew up here, and I've spent some time here myself. And it is one of those communities that, you know, people are going to get back up. They're not going to let this define them. I don't think that they will forget, but this is not something that is going to define this community and leave a black eye on it.
Certainly something you will obviously never forget. In one interview we had earlier, a gentleman told us that this doesn't just affect the victims from today, but also their families and every single person in this community. We will continue our coverage here live in Roseburg. In the meantime, back to you guys in the studio.
Steve talks a lot about the tight-knit community that Roseburg is, and Roseburg was thrust into the international spotlight just recently as of last month, but it was much better news because we were celebrating a hometown hero, of course. I'm talking about Oregon National Guardman Alex Scarlatos, who's now gained fame, reality TV show fame, because of his appearance on Dancing with the Stars. He earlier tweeted tonight that he is planning to return to the community of Roseburg. This is a very solemn return for him, obviously. But when you talk about how close that community is, and Stephen Mayer was talking just recently, within the past hour, about watching school buses drive by and seeing little kids' heads popping out the window looking at the scene. When you're not in that community, you can kind of filter how much information you're ready to tell your children, depending on the age, depending on what they're prepared to know and prepared to talk about at the dinner table. But in the community of Roseburg, it's a very different story. There are not many people who live there. It's a town of 22,000 people, and many of them know each other. Many of them have maybe family or friends that have gone through the community college, may be teaching at the community college. This is going to be a very hard discussion tonight.
We have heard reaction, the sending of condolences, the thoughts and prayers from local, state, and national officials. And today, Vice President Joe Biden spoke about something that he certainly understands, a parent's loss.
There's few things worse than getting that phone call saying your child is gone. Your child is gone. Or your brother, your sister, your husband, your wife. And folks, part of the dysfunction of our political system today is that there is an overwhelming consensus in America on two things that are equally defensible: the Second Amendment and sane gun legislation relating to background checks and the ability to. The Second Amendment doesn't say you can own a bazooka. It doesn't say you can own an F-15 with Hellfire missiles. There's the ability of the government to limit the type of weapon that is available.
Joe Biden was speaking at a global summit in New York. He says clearly it's still too early to know all the details, but he suspects that a semi-automatic or automatic weapon was used in the shooting at Umpqua Community College.
And we do know through some CNN reports that there were some firearms discovered at the scene. According to CNN, 3 pistols and 1 long rifle were recovered at the shooting scene. We don't know if those were obtained legally. We don't know the history of those guns. We're still sorting out information about the gunman himself and his relationship to Umpqua Community College. But these are questions that will be asked, and I'm sure answered within the next few days.
We may get some more answers within the next hour or so, because we just learned that the Douglas County Sheriff's Office anticipates holding another news conference about 7:15 this evening. It's anticipated that Governor Kate Brown will speak there, as well as Sheriff John Hanlon. The sheriff has been understandably very careful with what he is saying about the shooting situation, what happened and how it happened, only confirming earlier that there were 10 killed and 7 injured at that time.
And understandably, saying the top priority for the Sheriff's Department, the victims and their families. They're most concerned about them going forward. That is why we don't know their identities at this point. He anticipates that they will release that information within the next day or two. Of those people who survived the shooting but had to be transported to hospitals, there are 7. 4, we understand, were taken to a Roseburg hospital. The 3 critically injured victims were flown to Springfield. We understand 2 of those people are in serious condition. 1 is still in critical condition. I believe all 3 of those victims were female. They're between the ages of 18 and 34, and that's not unusual because we have read information about Umpqua Community College that the average age on campus, is in the mid to upper 30s, and so it's quite a vast range of students that attend the community college there. Most of them are part-time students, and so we will be learning more about the identities of the 10 people who were shot and killed, as well as the 7 who were left injured.
Rita Caven, the interim president of Umpqua Community College, said the age range on campus is 16 to 60. And she said this was an especially busy time on campus. It's in the morning. And while certainly not all 3,000 or so students were there at that time, it was certainly an especially busy time. She reminds everyone that this is a gun-free campus, that they just had a drill with staff about an active shooter, and that she just feels awful and is so extremely sad for everyone affected by this.
We have several crews covering this story throughout the day. K2 Steve Dunn is anchoring our coverage from Roseburg. And Steve, you have somebody to talk to tonight.
I do, as a matter of fact, Deb. I want to issue Kayleen, and this is also her mother, Becky, right here. And Kayleen was in the chemistry lab today when the shooting unfolded. I want to start with that. Tell me what was going through your mind at the time, Kayleen.
Well, when I found out, I didn't really think it was true. I thought it was a cruel joke. But when I found out that it was real, my first thought was, is anybody I know that was there okay? And then my second thought was, I need to tell my mom I'm safe.
That's always number one, isn't it? How close were you to the actual shooting?
The science building is about 100, 150 feet from the Snyder Hall, which is where the shooting happened. So I was pretty close, but not close enough to hear anything.
You were in lockdown, I assume, at that point?
Yes, at that point we were in lockdown, and we were in the bowels of the science building, which is probably one of the safest places on campus.
Still, I would imagine, though, even though it's one of the safest places, had to be frightening for you, this whole ordeal.
Oh, yes. It was very emotional and very terrifying. I got very close with my organic chemistry companions today, and I definitely cried quite a bit.
This is an event that certainly has bonded you, I would imagine,
yes,
with your fellow students.
Yes.
You then, did you text your mom? Did you call her? What happened?
I sent her a text message at first saying that there was an active gunman and that I thought I was safe and that I loved her, but then I tried to find out more information, and so I didn't get a chance to send her a text again until a little bit later, and that wasn't a very good idea.
I would imagine. Let's bring Becky in and talk about that right now. Becky, what was going through your mind at the time?
Well, like she said, the first text was that she thought she was safe, that she was in the chem lab, and then there was a second text that said, "Love you." And my thought was that perhaps the gunman had come into the lab and that she only had time to say "love you" before she was no more, and so it was terrifying.
So what did you do at that point?
I started crying. I started sobbing. I texted her right away, and luckily she responded fairly quickly, and so I was very, very relieved.
I would imagine you were tempted to jump in the car and head down to the campus at that point.
Well, I know enough about police protocol that I knew that wouldn't even be not only not welcome, but it wouldn't be effective at all. Knowing that she was safe, I was able to stay where I was, notify friends and family that she was safe, and I told her immediately, once you get to where I can be with you, let me know right then, and I'll be there.
We didn't get a chance to talk about this beforehand. You both from Roseburg then?
Yes.
Are you from here? Tell me about this. How does this impact this community?
You know, I am so proud of this community. As soon as word got out, there was an outpouring of prayers and support, and just when we got to the fairgrounds where they evacuated the students and faculty to, there was the Costco there with food and water, and Dutch Brothers, our local coffee place, and Abby's Pizza and Subway sandwiches, and the taxi services were there to take people home, and there was no sense of any division whatsoever. Everybody was just, there was so many hugs and support and care that it was amazing. It was very encouraging.
Kayleen, any concerns about going back to campus for your next class?
Not really. I mean, I have faith in our local law enforcement, so I know that after they do their sweep, it'll be safe for us to go back. But I mean, if somebody wants to do something so terrible like this, they're going to find a way, no matter how many precautions are put in place. So I feel fine going back to school.
And Mom's going to sleep a lot better knowing daughter is safe and sound tonight, I would imagine.
Mom is very cool with the fact that daughter is safe and sound.
There you go. Thank you very much. I'm glad you're okay. Thank you very, Becky and Kayleen. Another family certainly affected by what happened this morning, but fortunately all is well with these folks tonight. Continue talking to folks here this evening. As soon as we get more information, we'll bring it back to you. In the meantime, back to the studio.
Can't imagine their night of sleep tonight.
No.
Thank you,
Can't
Steve.
imagine, after all they've been through. Earlier in our coverage today, we had a fascinating discussion with Portland sociologist Randy Blazak. Angelica Thornton was anchoring with me at the time. Angelica's live in the newsroom.
Brian, I think we're all trying to wrap our heads around this. You know, how could this happen? What drives someone to do something like this? And I think those questions are amplified when it happens so close to home. We talked with sociologist Randy Blazak. He studied these mass shootings. He was very careful not to speculate about what happened today, the motive in today's shooting, but he talked about some of the common threads that he finds.
Case like this, when we have a mass shooting, we have a male who has experienced some intense loss. So, you know, we used to use the term going postal when we talked about workplace shootings, and then we kind of moved into this happening in high schools. And so we have someone who is dealing with an intense emotional situation through gun violence, and this becomes a way in our culture. I mean, there's a real connection between masculinity and gun usage. I mean, it's not about guns, it's about who's using the guns. Right. And that gun violence becomes a way of solving the problem. So usually what we see in a case like this, and it may turn out to be this situation or not, is the person is suicidal and they want to go out in a blaze of glory.
So bottom line, Blazak thinks this is a much bigger issue. This is a mental health issue. This is a gun issue. This is an issue about how we raise our boys, stepping away from the idea that boys don't cry, that boys don't need that emotional help. And we have since learned, of course, since we spoke with Blazak, that this did end in a gun battle. The shooter died in a gun battle with police. The gunman was killed. Unfortunately, in many of these situations, the picture that Professor Blazak paints turns out to be chillingly accurate. Of course, as we learn more about the suspect in the coming days, we'll be checking back in with Blazak to get his perspective. Brian and Deb?
And Angelica, I remember when we were talking with him, we were emphasizing how this needs to be a point of inflection for us in our society, but also right at home with our kids, that we need our radar set high for troubled youth in our society.
Absolutely. Parents, teachers, friends, relatives can't just say boys will be boys, and yes, he likes violent video games and he has a chip on his shoulder. We have to address these issues and change the culture so that these kids come forward earlier and they feel more comfortable, you know, getting help.
Absolutely an issue for our culture today, now more than ever. Angelica, thank you.
Far too many of these cases that we've had to reflect upon and to dissect and to see what the behavior patterns are of these. Let's go now to K2's Stephen Mayer, who is live in Roseburg. And Stephen, you talked to somebody who responded to the shooting.
Quick tidbit that someone shared with me that I thought our viewers would like. I just tweeted this out and it's getting a lot of play on Twitter as well, so definitely want to share this. Apparently a lot of veterans go to school here. Charlie Company, I'm told, of the National Guard is stationed here in Roseburg, not far from the campus here, the UCC campus. And so one veteran that we spoke to, he served in Iraq and now he's going to school trying to get his degree. He was really impressed by the fact that the local VA office called him after they heard about the shooting and called to make sure that he was okay. He says with all the controversy surrounding the VA on a national level over the last few years, he wanted to let local people know that at least the local VA office is watching out for one of their own and calling all the local veterans that went to school here, that go to school here, to make sure that they're doing okay. So just a small piece of information to share with you, but something that was really important to him that I wanted to pass on to you guys.
Very good, Stephen. Thank you. A bit before we went to Stephen, we had a picture of a flag flying at half staff. I don't know if we still have that available to us. But that is what, there we go, that is what the governor ordered not really terribly long after hearing about the shooting. She spoke about the importance of a community coming together and immediately ordered all flags at state institutions to be flown at half staff. She is in Roseburg right now. She is meeting with law enforcement. We understand she's going to be at a news conference that's scheduled for about a half an hour or so from now. And also we understand she will be at an 8 o'clock memorial service that's being held in Roseburg as well.
There are actually several memorial services starting to be planned to take place across the state. We've also heard of another service that will take place at the University of Portland tonight. The one in Roseburg is happening at Stewart Park at 8 o'clock. University of Portland is having one in their chapel tonight at 9, and they invite people to come and share in prayer for the students, for the community of Roseburg.
Let's get back now to Steve Dunn, who's with our reporter Joe Douglas, who's one of the first down there on the scene. Steve?
Yeah, of course, Brian, we have reporters fanned out all over this community right now, trying to get to the bottom of what happened here 8.5 hours ago. Joe Douglas is one of them. And Joe, I know you've been talking to various folks throughout the community who really don't want to learn the identities of those affected by this tragedy.
Yeah, it's just a horrible reality that a lot of people that I've talked to say they're terrified to find out who is on that list of victims because they're afraid it's going to be someone they know and love. And the other aspect to this, Steve, is, as you know, this is a rural community, this is a logging community, and the Douglas County Sheriff's Office is doing the best they can to get us the information we need to get. But, you know, up until today, there's a website that we all belong to, that we all get our information from, that a lot of agencies belong to in Portland and a lot of bigger cities. Well, today they've had to join that because this has thrust them into an international spotlight. I mean, there's a CNN crew over there. There are agencies from all over the world and the country here. So this has taken a place that's a wonderful, smaller rural community and thrust it into an arena that it's never been before, and it's making some big changes that are lasting changes.
And really they all are, and you've heard a lot of people say this as well. It's really a family. This is the only higher education institution in the entire county, Douglas County here. A lot of these folks have gone to Umpqua Community College, or their kids do, or their grandkids do, or what have you.
You're right. This is like a living room or a den or it's part of the family for folks when you have a smaller community like this. It would be horrible anywhere. We don't mean to diminish it, for anyone, but it is just definitely a huge impact here. This is a very strange scene. We have a lot of live trucks down here, a lot of photographers and media. There's a drone over there. I'm not sure if it's going to be used by a TV crew or not, but definitely a strange scene in a very homey and nice, comfortable place.
And we've all talked about, can you just imagine tonight, all these folks are going to gather tonight to mourn together, that the majority of this community will undoubtedly be there.
Yeah, it looks like a lot of these people are going to be there or be there in spirit, because it's definitely, it's shaken this community up. It's shaken up the whole state, the whole country. It's just a really terrible situation. We're expecting to get a lot more information here at a news conference we're going to be covering at 7:15 down at the fire station. We're going to bring you the latest on that.
And we'll get all the latest details that coming up here in about 45 minutes or so. Joe Douglas, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Back to you guys in the studio for now.
Okay, Steve, thank you very much. Steve, of course, anchoring our coverage from down in Roseburg as we continue to monitor, hoping to get new information on the investigation that is ongoing from what happened this morning. It has started at 10:38. That is when the first call came in that there was an active shooter on the campus of Umpqua Community College. When police responded to the scene, there was an exchange of gunfire with the gunman, who has yet to be named at this point, confirmed at this point. The shooter was neutralized. That was the sheriff's terminology, and we assume that's the time that he was shot and killed after exchanging gunfire with police. We do know that police were fired upon. The confirmed injuries, 7 people, 3 of those were taken with critical wounds to a Springfield hospital. The remaining 4 victims are at a Roseburg hospital. And again, 10 victims left dead from this morning's early mass shooting at this small community college in Southern Oregon.
What we don't know, the sheriff's office could not say of whether the gunman is included in that 10. We are hearing other news outlets reporting, attributing it to the FBI, that indeed the gunman is part of the 10 dead. We are waiting to hear that officially, and perhaps we will at that news conference. Soon after the gunman was neutralized, and more law enforcement raced to the scene, and more ambulances raced to the scene, the students, the whole school was put into lockdown. You've heard in our coverage many of the students saying that they hid in various places, whether it be storage rooms, bathrooms, the bookstore. They were then taken out and in many cases, like you're seeing right here, searched by law enforcement to make sure that another suspect wasn't hiding among the victims of the shooting. They were then taken by bus to the Douglas County Fairgrounds, where there has been an afternoon into evening scene of emotional, just so much emotion, whether it be relief or whether it be grief. As these students come off, they've left their belongings, everything's scattered, they just ran for their lives, and they arrive at the fairgrounds and hopefully into the arms of family. On the other hand, there may be family and friends there who were waiting and waiting for bus after bus, and yet their student, their friend, did not get off the bus, and the fears grow from there.
And those families will be greeted by trauma teams that will help them within the next several hours dealing with their grief and the next steps that they need to take. And those trauma teams traveled from Portland. They are part of the trauma intervention program. 13 people, 13 volunteers taking time to go down and meet with those families. We saw just moments ago the flag flying half-staff. That's what the governor ordered today when speaking about this tragedy that happened this morning in Southern Oregon. Bob High is live at the fairgrounds. And Bob, I understand that's where the flag is, that the shot that we've been taking.
Sure. Chat with you real quick. The flag has been lowered to half-staff here at the Douglas County Fairgrounds. Take a look over my shoulder here. This flag is at the entrance to the fairgrounds itself, which has been the center of reunions for people here who have been waiting for word of loved ones who were at the campus during the shooting itself, for reunions here. And now, except for the fact that this it's a picturesque scene, a scene of tragedy though as well, so that touching but sad at the same time. In the meantime, we want to revisit an interview I did with Hannah Miles. Hannah was in the room next door, the classroom next door to where the shooting happened. This is what she had to say about what she heard and saw during that ordeal. And you were in the room right next door to where the shooting happened. Describe what happened.
Yeah, we were halfway through class, and my teacher was talking about our essays due next week, and I was taking notes, and then all of a sudden there was just this huge pop, and it sounded like a ruler smacking against like a chalkboard. That's what it sounded like. Everyone jumped, and we didn't really know what was going on, and then there was another one, and everybody kind of started to look around like, what's going on? And you could hear like shuffling and people talking, kind of yelling in the next room, and we're like, that's odd. Didn't really know what was going on. So my teacher, there's a door adjoining our room to their room at the front of the classroom, and she went and she knocked on it, and she said, hey, is everyone okay in there? And it got quiet when she knocked, and when she said that, 3 or 4 more shots were fired, and the look on her face was just horrifying. And she said we all need to get out, and she got everybody out, and we were all just running for our lives.
And they hid in a bookstore area until that area, the scene was cleared by law enforcement. They were texting back and forth, Hannah said, to other students to figure out if everybody was okay. This, again, was only her 4th day on campus. She's a freshman at Umpqua Community College, and the classes just started 4 days ago, so this was all new to her. In the meantime, something we haven't talked a lot about yet is that any personal items they had there at the college, their cars, their keys, their phones if they dropped them, anything they didn't have on their person is still there at the college, will be there. They'll have to make arrangements to pick up some of those items. Backpacks, clothes, shoes, jackets, those kinds of things are kept at the scene, isolated by authorities as they begin their investigation, and things, personal items that they have to live without in the meantime until that investigation is concluded and authorities make arrangements for them to pick up those personal items. Again, just one little piece of this tragedy that people are going to have to deal with as the days and weeks continue on and people begin to come to grips with what has happened today at Umpqua Community College. Live at the Douglas County Fairgrounds, Bob High, K2 News.
Bob, thank you. I'm joined on the set now with Angelica Thornton, and I know watching your coverage when you were on the anchor desk, you made this observation as well. These victims, these people who went and witnessed exactly what happened today, and their calmness and their stoic reaction that they have right now, you can only imagine what tonight has in store for them.
Hannah was one of them, and she came off like a superhero, to be honest with you, when she's describing the fear, the anxiety, leaving the building, seeing people wounded. You got to think that part of that is that she's in shock right now.
Yes.
And I really think that the whole community, not just the campus community, the whole community is going to really have to keep an eye on so many people who were affected by what happened there today, because this is how PTSD happens. I mean, the president of the college said they have many students there who suffer from PTSD. They have war veterans on campus who are going to have a really difficult time processing this. It just happened. So when she goes home tonight, I hope she's okay and she's got a loving family. She's lucky. But you got to worry about what's going to happen in the coming days and how people are going to process this.
We saw her mom give her a big hug earlier today.
How great must that feel?
That must be a wonderful reaction.
And Bob is talking about the inconvenience of your stuff being trapped in your car, in your dorm. You don't have your cell phone. You don't have your keys in your wallet. And we heard from a professor earlier who was in the same building, and she said, I don't care. Yeah. She posted something on Facebook. She said, I'm home and I'm safe. I don't care about my stuff. I mean, if there's anything that's going to put that into perspective, we'll get our stuff tomorrow. We're so lucky we survived.
And that's it. It's just stuff.
Yeah.
K2 Steve Dunn is anchoring our coverage from Roseburg tonight. And Steve, you have with you State Senator Jeff Cruz, who lives in Roseburg. This must affect him tremendously.
No question about it. Senator Cruz and I have talked a number of times on our Your Voice, Your Vote program, talking politics, of course, and now, unfortunately, Senator, we're talking tragedy.
We are, and this is, it's a shock to the entire community.
You live in Roseburg now. When
Yes.
did you first hear about this?
I heard about it. A friend of mine who's retired from the DA's office called me early this morning and said, have you heard? Because I was on a tractor, obviously, wasn't hearing, and I've been kind of monitoring the situation ever since then.
And you just live, what, a couple miles down the road?
Yeah, yes, I do.
Don't you? So this greatly impacts you. It impacts every single person who lives in this community.
Oh, absolutely. And because right now, nobody knows who the victims are. And so everybody's kind of, I mean, those people who had kids at the college who have contacted them, they know it, but there's still a lot of unknowns out there.
So much of the discussion after the shooting, of course, on social media has been about gun control.
Right.
You folks have discussed this a lot in the legislature. What does this do to that conversation?
Oh, I think it will ramp it up as every one of these does, but I still personally keep going back to what the real solutions might be, and especially in Douglas County, the mental health services that we have in this county are pathetic at best, as they are statewide, and in most cases you will find these people have real issues that aren't being addressed because we don't have the services for them.
You've lived here a while. What does this community do now to move forward?
This community is, I'm so proud of this community, its ability to pull together, and we will. I had a conversation legislative leadership and folks in the governor's office earlier today, and Monday we will start having conversations about what we can do. But I mean, for example, I've already had a call from the vice president at Umpqua Bank saying, what can we do to help? So this community will pull together. It always does.
All right, Senator Cruz, thank you for coming
Thank you.
by. Good to see you.
You
Unfortunately, in not these great of circumstances. We will
Okay.
see you very soon.
Maybe February will be more pleasant.
Well, let's hope so. Senator Cruz, thank you very much. Back to you guys.
Steve, I'm sure in the next few hours, as the memorial will take place there, you'll be hearing from a lot of people and a lot of their stories of how this is going to impact their community. Thank you so much. We'll check in with you in just a little bit.
You know, one of the things that we struggle with as journalists when something like this happens is, you know, getting that information to you as quickly as possible so you know if your loved ones are involved, what you can do, how you can help. And right now we're dealing with that in the newsroom. We do not have the shooter's name confirmed, and we are not going to go with it. Several other news agencies are. But earlier in the day, we saw them reporting another name and then having to clarify. So we're being extra careful. This isn't about getting it out to you fast when we're talking about identifying a shooter. We don't want the wrong information out there.
And that is critical because it's damaging if you do have the wrong information. So you as the viewer, so you know where we're coming from because other agencies have reported a name. But like Angelica mentioned earlier this afternoon, when everybody was so quick to gather as much information and get it out as quickly as possible because we're all confused. We all want to figure out what happened and to provide some answers because this is unsettling, but we want to make sure they are the correct answers and we are providing the right information to you. In fact, the other person who was named called one of the news agencies and
it
said,
wasn't me, I'm alive.
Right.
Yeah, and we did hear the sheriff talking about a timeline as far as releasing more information. He corrected the number killed. Fortunately, it went back down to 10. Earlier, we were reporting 13, and we had that number from Oregon State Police. And then he said, I am not going to identify the victims or the shooter for at least 48 hours. So we want to clear it through the departments that are leading this investigation as well, not just things that we see on Twitter from other news organizations.
And because social media is such a news source, so readily available at the fingertips of so many people, we want to make sure that we have it correct the first time that we announce those names. And as Angelica mentioned, we're not expecting to hear officially who died today, and that's 10 people, so we can expect that within the next day or two. 3 people were critically injured. They were all flown to a Springfield hospital. We know 2 of those people have now been upgraded to serious condition, but one of them is still in critical condition. I believe those 3 victims are all female. We were told that they are between the ages of 18 and 34. There are an additional 4 people with gunshot wounds that were taken to a Roseburg hospital. So as Angelica also mentioned, the numbers have changed throughout the day. They've gone up, they've gone down, and the last information that we got was that 10 were killed and 7 were injured. It looked like Stephen Mayer may be preparing for an interview. I'm going to check with our control room.
Yep.
Yes, we are ready for Stephen Mayer, who is live in Roseburg. Stephen?
Hey guys, yeah, we're live here right at the intersection where you take the main road here into campus. It remains shut down. I want to introduce you to Kristen Brady now. She's a student at UCC, was on campus when this all happened. Describe for us where you were and what it was like for you.
I was actually over by my car. I was putting away my anatomy and physiology book and getting ready for my next class, genetics. And my friend was with me. She and I were about to part ways, and she was going to go home, be with her kids, and then we heard this popping sound. And at first, we thought it was this car backfiring, and we even saw this 1980-something car drive by and associated with that. But then a teacher or an administrator, couldn't quite tell, she came out and said, no, there's an active shooter, get in your car right now, get in your car. And my friend got in her car, she drove away. She actually texted me recently and said that she was able to pick up 2 individuals on the road out in the open and get them to safety.
Wow, so your friend drove off. What did you do? Did you stay on campus or did you drive off as well?
I actually was a little too scared to try and drive off. I was worried that I might get hit while trying to drive off. And then I started worrying about the other students in the science building, along with the teachers in there. I had no idea this was going on when I came out. So I sat there going back and forth of if I should or shouldn't. And then this girl came out of the science building and had her earbuds in, was texting on her phone. And I made a choice then to go ahead, run towards the science building, and I'm yelling at this poor girl.
She had no idea what was going on. She had her headphones in.
Yeah, she had no idea. So I'm yelling at her and basically just said, you know, there's a shooter, get inside the building, get inside the building. We both ran for our lives to get inside the building. And I saw Dr. Richards leaving the teacher's offices to get in. I don't think she was quite sure what was going on. The look on her face was, you know, she was wondering what in the world was going on. And then my teacher, Dr. Champion, he opened the lab for us to get inside the building and get into the most inner part of the science building. And Dr. Breslin, he actually told us as a reassurance that that part of the building actually is probably the safest place to be anywhere on campus.
I'm sure it felt like hours and hours, this whole thing, but how long was it from when you first heard those popping sounds to when you first saw first responders getting to the scene and trying to control the area?
We actually couldn't see anything that was going on. There were no windows or anything in that area of the building. We weren't able to see police until they were coming to the building and saying everything was all clear. And that was probably around 11 something. And then...
So only about 15 minutes after the first report.
Well, 15, maybe 30 minutes. It felt like an hour.
What was it like when you heard the all clear that you were safe and that you would get out of this okay?
I still felt nervous. It was just kind of a go on automatic kind of feeling. We just followed what they told us what to do. They wanted us to have our hands up. They gave us pat downs, the whole 9 yards. So it was almost like, is there another person that might be in this crowd?
And that was some of the speculation. It's hard to know all the facts when this is all developing. What brings you back to the campus? Why did you want to come back down here tonight?
Well, I came down here to tell my story, basically. Various reporters were asking if I could tell them what's going on. And, I mean, that's basically about it. I've heard that other students are telling their stories and trying to get the whole picture, basically, of how it was like for everyone.
For the viewers in Portland watching tonight that don't know Roseburg well, how is this community going to respond to this? 10 people killed, several others wounded. How will you deal with this tragedy?
I would say this is a very tight-knit community. So, I mean, the people are going to want answers. They're going to probably have a very big ceremony for those that passed away. A lot of people are going to be praying for them. And, you know, they're going to hope that justice, you know, will be served by finding out what was this guy thinking, or, you know, what brought this guy here, because from what I've heard, he's not even a UCC student.
Yeah, and you mentioned the ceremonies and people coming together already. We know a vigil will be held tonight at 8 o'clock, Stewart Park. Governor Brown will be there as well. Going forward, is it going to be hard going back to school? I mean, will you go back to classes? How do you move forward after this?
I think the only way to move forward is not even go one day at a time, maybe just 1 hour at a time or one class at a time. And just to try and support those that maybe know people that were injured or unfortunately killed in this incident.
And they haven't released names yet, but have you checked in with all your friends? You know if all your schoolmates are okay? I mean, have you checked with them yet?
I've checked with all of my friends and most of my classmates. I don't know if all of them are okay. I really hope that they're all doing really well.
How hard is that not knowing?
It's actually really scary. I still feel very nervous inside about not knowing.
Kristen Brady, thank you so much for chatting with us. She was in the science building when this all happened, and fortunately it sounded like teachers had a good plan in place. They gathered up the students, brought them down to the basement. Kristen said that was one of the safest areas on campus, so fortunately the teachers were able to gather up the students and protect them before police and sheriff's deputies could arrive. But still, as you heard, a lot of shock in this community. It's going to be a long time before things get to anything resembling normal back here in Roseburg. Back to you guys.
Stephen, thank you. And I think one of the reasons they were able to get get all those students to safety and act in such a quick and organized manner is that just within the last week, they went through an active shooter training,
They
a
just
drill.
went through all of this.
So when you talk to some of the students and they recount what happened, we talked to Hannah, I believe, who was in the classroom next door, and she was telling us how her teacher responded by going to the adjoining door and knocking on it, "Are you okay? Are you okay?" instead of walking out in the hallway and opening up the door. I mean, that might have been your gut reaction, right? To
Right.
go out and visibly go check. And he didn't do that.
We talked earlier to some of the the emergency responders who train schools and malls and facilities on how to handle situations like this. And they said, sadly, they learn not to open the door and run out to the hallway after other shootings, after Sandy Hook, so each time this happens, people's preparedness gets a little bit better, but unfortunately, this keeps happening. And you just have to, I don't know how these people who survived, who witnessed this today, are going to go to bed at night, tonight, after living through a nightmare
Well,
today.
you watch Kristen, and as Stephen asked her, what made you come back? Like, what made you come back to the scene after you were able to go home to safety? I don't know how easy it would be to sit still in a room after going through that. Of course, you do want to continue to talk or share your story a little bit about what happened to you today.
And that's what Hannah said earlier too as well. I keep talking about it and it's making me feel better. I just want to talk about it. They are obviously counselors on campus there. We've seen, Multnomah County reach out and say, call us, call our crisis line if you need to talk. This just doesn't affect people in Roseburg, but outside the community. And they are getting so much support on the Umpqua Community College Facebook page right now, flooded with comments from all around the world. Our thoughts are with you. Community College of Philadelphia Security are praying for the UCC family. Prayers for you all from South Carolina, so very sorry. Prayers from Central Illinois, my heart goes out to all of you. We want to attend vigils. There are so many vigils being planned right now, it's really hard to keep track. This person said, prayers to everyone that has been affected by this tragedy. I favor armed college public safety officers, but that debate and others should come after the families have been helped through this horrible time. Well, it's too late for that. That debate is happening. That debate now in this country happens as soon as a shooting like this happens. And we saw that with President Obama's comments. He did not hesitate today.
In fact, we do want to take a listen to him and listen to the tone of his voice and how he responded to today's shooting. Let's listen to President Obama.
As I said just a few months ago, and I said a few months before that, and I said each time we see one of these mass shootings, our thoughts and prayers are not enough. It's not enough. It does not capture the heartache and grief and anger that we should feel. And it does nothing to prevent this carnage from being inflicted someplace else in America.
Roseburg was thrust into the headlines just recently. It was just beginning of last month, but it was a much more positive light, how we were all talking about the small community of Roseburg because it is the current home of Oregon Guardsman Alex Garlatos, who now a lot of people know from his fame on Dancing with the Stars. He is planning to return to Roseburg tonight for a variety of reasons. He needs to be within that community, but Jackie Lebrecq, who covered his appearance on Dancing with the Stars, just confirmed with us that he was also a student at Umpqua Community College. So this is a part of his family as well.
And this must be so tough for him. Ironic, really, because he stopped what could have been another similar tragedy on the train on the way to Paris, he and his friends. He's our hero. We love to talk about him, and now he's heartbroken that this is happening in his hometown. He obviously wasn't there. He couldn't do anything, and he's been tweeting about it, saying he's on his way home to Roseburg tonight.
And we've been talking about the power of social media in various forms, whether it's spreading information, accurate or inaccurate, but it's also a therapeutic tool for people, as you were mentioning, some people reaching out from across the world, giving their support, sending their prayers and love to the community of Roseburg. K2's Reed Andrews is live in the newsroom, and I know you've been monitoring social media tonight, Reed.
Yeah, Deb, as we were saying, initially there were a lot of people that were posting here at the Umpqua Community College page, not really sure. This is, basically just 20 minutes after the shooting happened. Is everything okay on campus? I heard there was a shooting, and then as more and more of the details began began to unravel, people just started really giving their messages onto the page for a Halloween party, just putting the comments below, just because there was nothing else on this page for them to comment on. And then now people not just putting well wishes and making sure that everyone knows here in Roseburg that they are loved from throughout the community, not just in Oregon, but throughout the country, but also posting these photos. Then we can also, I'm just going to post onto here, this is Banjo website, which is able for us to kind of crowdsource and look by area for things. These are tweets out of Roseburg. You can see just this wonderful imagery of that small town, the front sign on the community college's front area, and you can see pray for UCC. Another one right here, the same message right there, just the beautiful logo and everyone trying to have their sentiment really from a vantage point up top onto UCC. Pray for Oregon. This one is really all over the internet as multiple people are putting it all over. This one right here with the heart right around where Roseburg is. And then this is probably my favorite of them. I know that Bob High is down there right now at the fairgrounds, but you can get an idea of those flags being lowered to half-staff. What it really was a picturesque day, just the 4th day of classes at the community college, but now just a forever sour day, October 1st, in the minds of so many different people as a result of what happened. Again, 10 people shot, multiple more injured, and we're getting updates on their conditions, just hoping that everybody is able to survive and that 10 doesn't become an 11 or 12. A very tough thing for everybody to live through. As multiple people have been saying, it's not just the people who died today, but the entire community of Roseburg and the community college having to come together and finding a way to handle such a horrific loss. Angelica?
Yeah, it really hurts. And if you've ever been to Roseburg, you know these are good people. This is a great town. They have a lot to brag about. They're very proud of their town, their heritage, how tight-knit they are. And
generations of people live there.
Yeah, and so many of them have a connection to the college, and now they're going to be, that's where the shooting happened. The college is not going to want to be associated with that legacy, but unfortunately this is reality tonight, and they're going to have to deal with that too.
Their spirit is strong, and they will be able to they'll be able to get through this. One of the students we heard from, Hannah, said we'll be okay, and another student we heard of, it's not just day by day, but it's hour by hour, almost minute by minute, taking that next step, putting that foot right in front of your other foot. K2 Steve Dunn and Stephen Mayer are live in Roseburg, field anchoring for us tonight. Steve?
Yes, Deborah, a couple of hours ago, in fact, we interviewed Jeremy, you were going back and forth on Facebook with people who were actually on campus at the time of the shooting. For folks who did not see that, walk us through that again.
I got a phone call this morning from a friend of mine that his sister had actually been at campus. He's the one that called me and said, hey, dude, active shooter at UCC. At first, it took me a minute. I was like, what? Well, I'd messaged a couple buddies of mine that go to UCC and was actually speaking with a friend of mine, actually a couple of them, that were relaying to me hearing the gunshots and what was being said in the classrooms and what they could hear and what they couldn't. And it was surreal to listen to.
It's been a tough day for you. We talked about this earlier, a tough day for a whole lot of people. You just recently drove over to the hospital. Tell me about that.
I went over there and stopped for a minute, and the families that are out front, it's just surreal. You can see that, there's like no expressions in their faces. They're just waiting for word on their kids and their family to find out what's going on, and nothing's being said yet, at this point. And they're having a candlelight visual here in town at Stewart Park at 8 o'clock, which I plan on being at that. That's something the community got together and put together really quickly, which I think is really good.
How many folks in this community, this very tight community, do you suppose will be there?
I couldn't tell you. There's a Facebook page, Inform Me Douglas County. It was put together about a year or two ago. It's really good for informing stuff that's going on, from events to in the community to police logs, scanner traffic, all that. They've been really good, and it's grown a lot, and that's where a lot of our information has come from, and they put together and got it set up there at Stewart Park. So.
I would imagine it's difficult obviously now, but much more so when the names start being released.
I think when the names start coming out, it's going to get a lot worse. Right now, I know of somebody personally that is close to my family that, if I'm correct, has already found out that they lost somebody. Once it comes to the public with the names, I think that it's going to be, the grieving process is going to be a lot harder.
All right, Jeremy, good to see you. I'm sure we'll see you tonight at the vigil as well. Thanks for coming by again. We look behind us. This is the Cascade Foothills behind us, and actually a gorgeous night. The sun is setting as we speak, and it's difficult to even think about the fact that just a mile down the road, this beautiful campus, beautiful rural campus, that such a terrible tragedy unfolded this morning. We'll continue our coverage here from Roseburg. In the meantime, back to you guys in the studio.
Steve, thank you. As he mentioned, what a beautiful night it is in Roseburg tonight. First day of October. Yeah. Kids, students, I shouldn't call them kids because the age range is 18 to 60 at that college, but everybody going back to school. For some of them, it's the first time that they've gone to college within just the last couple days. This might have been their third day at school.
You know, and on a college campus like this, there's such a carefree attitude. It's a beautiful morning, you're going to class. No one knows that it's going to turn out to be one of the darkest days of your life. You know.
No, and imagine, as we talked about just recently, about the drills that the teachers just went through, probably prepping them for the start of school to prepare just in case there's an active shooter. I know growing up here in the Northwest, our drills were earthquake drills. You grew up on the East Coast, maybe it was hurricane drills.
Yeah, absolutely.
And now our kids are having to prepare themselves, or the teachers that look after our children are having to prepare themselves for something as tragic as the episode that we saw today, that we never want to see, that we don't want to report upon, but unfortunately, that's our reality.
Yeah, and you know, my husband works on a college campus and they go through these drills, but it's not something they worry about, honestly, realistically. I mean, it's not something they worry about, and you shouldn't, because as Randy Blazak pointed out, he's the guy who has all the numbers and he's done the research. You have you know, your chances of dying in a car accident are
Much
higher than but when it happens like this, yeah, it's horrifying. It's really awful.
We talked about the services happening tonight. We've seen the video of the flag flying at half-staff at the fairgrounds, the Douglas County Fairgrounds. That was ordered by our governor, Kate Brown, who is now in Douglas County. She's there with the families, the victims, the investigators as this continues to go on. They are having their own memorial service tonight at Stewart Park in Roseburg, but also there are other services happening here.
Right. There are vigils popping up all over the place, not just in Oregon. Outside the school, a lot of community colleges across the country are also holding vigils, different college campuses. Let's go to Joe Douglas now. We're on standby for a news conference with the sheriff at 7:15, but I know, Joe, you've been gathering some information before that. What can you tell us?
Well, I can tell you that we heard earlier that the Governor Kate Brown, was going to be at this news conference, and now Oregon State Police are saying that's not going to happen. They say that the sheriff is expected to be here. We're going to learn the latest. There's still a number of outstanding questions. Yes?
We can't hear your microphone. Is your microphone on? I'm not sure. We're having some difficulty hearing you.
We're having some difficulty with the microphone. We'll check on that. I'll be right back.
All right, we'll check back in with Joe. You know, this is live TV, so we're bound to get a few hits, technical problems throughout the day. Our reporters have been doing a great job. This is really hard for them, having to talk to the students who had just come out of that building, but they're doing a great job out there gathering information for us.
And we're also working to get more information on the people who've been transported to various hospitals. I know that there was a large response from outside of the Roseburg area because when the call came in, it was a mass casualty. The numbers started fluctuating in the early part of the day. They didn't know if there were 15 fatalities. That number now is a solid 10 people that died. But as you can imagine, in that kind of small community, the resources aren't as abundant. The hospital there may be trained, but they may not be prepared for that kind of response. And so 3 of the people who were shot today when the gunman came into their classroom were taken up to a hospital near Eugene. And we're still monitoring their conditions, and we will pass that information on as well.
Are we checking in with Brian Wood? Is that all right? Let's check in with Brian Wood. Brian, what do you have?
Well, we want to talk a little bit about Governor Kate Brown. She is now in Roseburg right now, and what Joe was about to tell you before those microphone problems got in the way was that she was originally going to speak at this news conference that is tentatively, emphasized tentatively, scheduled for 7:15. We're going to be staying with coverage until then. Anyway, she will not be speaking there. We understand she still will speak at a memorial service scheduled for 8 o'clock at a park in Roseburg. But earlier today, just, I don't know what, about an hour or two after we got confirmation of this horrible situation in Roseburg. The governor spoke in Portland. Let's listen to what she said.
I know I am joined by my fellow Oregonians and Americans in profound dismay and heartbreak at this tragedy at Umpqua Community College. Facts are still emerging. We know now there were casualties and confirmed injuries. Our top priority now is the medical treatment for victims and the security of the campus. We have confirmation that the shooter is deceased. He is a 20-year-old male. Our thoughts and prayers are with the victims and their families.
She went on to praise the emergency responders and to talk about how the community there in Roseburg and the greater community around that has really come together to help in this moment of crisis. Let's continue with a little bit more of what she said.
We are holding the community of Douglas County in our hearts today. The work that first responders have done is harrowing. To our first responders, thank you for your work as this community reels from grief.
And indeed, we do have to count the first responders among the emotional victims in this. The first officers on the scene who had to engage in what ended up being a gunfight with this mass killer, and also had to deal with the victims immediately there in front of them in carnage that I don't think any of us can really imagine. The emotional trauma that those first responders, whether it be law enforcement or emergency personnel, emergency medical personnel arriving on the scene right away, it's really hard to comprehend what they are going through as well. So I do think we need to keep them in our thoughts and as victims of this too.
Absolutely, Brian, and I know that there are many counselors in Roseburg already on their way. They've been trained in these crisis situations on how to deal with the incredibly huge emotional toll this takes on people in the aftermath of a mass shooting like this, on people in the community who weren't even there, who were affected by something like this.
These trauma teams are such a critical part of our society, really, and we don't necessarily think of them on a regular basis unless you're put in a situation where you need them, and then you're thankful that they're there. Our trauma center here in Portland is actually the most active agency that they have nationally, you know, when you take a look at all the different national chapters that they have. I believe K2's Joe Douglas is now ready. I think we fixed his mic problem. Joe, what do you have for us?
Well, Deb, I have confirmed that federal authorities are saying that we heard about 10 people being killed in this attack today. The federal authorities say the gunman was one of those 10 people that was killed. We're still waiting here for a press conference to start up here in a few minutes with what we're expected to hear from the sheriff, the Douglas County Sheriff, for an update on this situation. He said just a little while ago that there are 10 people dead and 7 people injured in this horrible attack. There's news media here from all over the country and the world that are setting up again in this firehouse in this small, tight-knit community of Roseburg. Right across the street is the community college just over a hill here in this logging community. It's a very rural area with a lot of people touched by this, and we're all waiting to find out if there are, we hope not, more lives lost, more people possibly injured. It's a touch-and-go situation, and we're going to bring you the latest as soon as we get it here.
Yeah, Joe, we're really thinking about the wounded, specifically the people that were in surgery. The last we checked, there were at least 2 people who were in surgery. One person still in critical condition in Springfield. You know, we're praying for them right now. It's going to be a really long night. And gosh, those doctors and nurses who are going to be working long hours, you know, I can't even imagine. And, you know, speaking of the doctors and nurses, there is a way you can help. We're seeing a lot of messages. How can I help? Well, they need blood. There's a blood shortage right now. The Blaine Blood Center said the shooting resulted in numerous injuries, critical, which is making major demands on the blood supply. The Lane Blood Center in Eugene has issued an urgent appeal to blood donors to meet those critical needs. It's part of BloodWorks Northwest. So if you want to donate, you can go to bloodworksnorthwest.org, bloodworksnw.org. You can make an appointment, and they specifically need O negative and O positive blood type. So that is one way you can help the community and the medical community dealing with this tragedy.
You feel helpless when you are watching a situation like this unfold. So that is good information to know how the community up here in Portland, just how we can do our part to help. We're taking a look at this map just to give you an idea of why we're showing this map. Of course, this is the community college, what we're seeing. Snyder Hall, that red dot right there that indicates Snyder Hall, that is where the shooting took place. That is where the gunman was, and the people that we've heard their stories, that is where they were. The science building not too far away. We've also heard reports from people who were in the science building who heard the shots, who were ushered into a safe room. It wasn't a safe room like in that area, and they were saying that could have been the safest place within the campus.
We've talked all day about different shootings that we've had to deal with in this country, and it's really hard to keep track at this point, honestly. For us, the ones that touched our lives more than others, of course, was Reynolds High School and the Clackamas Town Center shooting. This one is one of the worst, not just in Oregon, but in the United States. It's one of the worst mass shootings in American history at that point. Reporter David Wright has a look at some of the other shootings that have happened in this country.
Attention, this is a drill. We need to lock down.
In schools across the country, they hold drills for campus shootings.
Please go behind my desk.
The modern version of duck and cover. We recently saw one in Colorado. The teacher locks the door, the students huddle.
Do you know why they do this drill?
They do it because there have been at least 10 fatal shootings on U.S. campuses this year, and many more close calls. Harrisburg, South Dakota, just yesterday, a high school principal shot and injured. Cleveland, Mississippi, 2 weeks ago, a history professor murdered in his office. Lacey, Washington, in April, high school students badly shaken after staff members apprehended a gunman. Teacher Holly Carpenter is a graduate of Columbine High School. That's why she takes this issue so personally.
It's not about the flashbacks of Columbine or any of that for me. It's about the thought of anyone even wanting to hurt my kids.
The threat is real. The question is how to stop it. David Wright, ABC News, New York.
It seems to be the conversation every time we do one of these stories, doesn't it?
Yeah, and it's sad that kids have to go through those drills.
It is. We've been talking about the memorial services that are taking place. Of course, the mass memorial service in a public park in Roseburg is happening at 8 o'clock tonight. And we just learned, one of our reporters is giving us information that there will be another memorial at and City Council will be at a vigil at City Hall tonight here in Portland at 8 o'clock tonight. This has been a very tough day. It all started this morning about 10:30 when the first call came in. You can imagine the first responders getting on the scene and not knowing what to expect.
Yeah, several 911 calls from the campus. At first, people didn't know if it was a shooting. Some people reported what sounded like fireworks. People as far as off campus could hear something. Law enforcement from all over Douglas County responded, swarmed the campus, found the building. They found the shooter inside the building. There was a shootout. The shooter was killed. Ambulances lined up outside the building. Patients were taken to Mercy Medical Center. Other patients were flown to Springfield. Initial reports were that there were 13 dead. We now know at least 10 were killed, 7 people wounded, including 10 people killed, including the shooter.
And you can understand why the sheriff has been careful on the type of information that was released today, because you want to make sure the facts are correct and that we are able to get the correct information to you. In fact, right now we are able to finally confirm through the AP that who the shooter is. A government official is saying that the man who opened fire at the Umpqua Community College was Chris Harper Mercer. He's 26 years old. At some of the reports that we've watched, he doesn't appear to be a student from the community college. We're still learning or trying to find out more information about who Chris Harper Mercer is. We have waited until we were completely sure to announce that name because earlier today there were some false reports out on social media and other media agencies that had to be retracted. So we wanted to make sure that that was not done again.
Yeah, someone actually called one of the networks and said, I'm not the shooter, I'm alive. As we see in these situations, there's often a secondary crime scene, and investigators have to be really careful when they identify a shooter and they find out where the shooter may have lived or may have been staying. They have to be careful when they enter a home or an apartment because we've seen, law enforcement ambushed, booby-trapped. And so we are sending a crew right now to where we believe Chris Mercer was staying, where he lived. But we know that there are reports that the FBI and local law enforcement agencies do have at least one other crime scene set up at this point.
And that's why we're taking an aerial shot right now of the Umpqua campus. And that parking lot is full of cars that will remain there tonight because investigators have a lot of information to sift through. They need to make sure that the scene is completely clear. As Angelica mentioned, they have to see if there are any other active scenes. It's a conversation that you hate to have, but in previous shootings, we have seen those second active scenes, whether people leave manifestos or they leave booby traps, other devices meant to harm people, or unfortunately we've seen situations where there have been other people, deceased people, left behind in different scenes. So ATF agents are down in Roseburg as well as canine teams searching for any other evidence that they can go through.
Deb, you mentioned this earlier, and you were talking to Brian about how difficult this is going to be for so many families with kids in Roseburg who cannot be sheltered from this news. It's easy for you and I to turn the TV off at home. I don't want my son, who's only 6, and my 3-year-old to watch any of this. I don't want to turn the radio on and have them ask questions about why a bad guy went on a shooting rampage. But for the families who live in Roseburg, who are going to have children who see flags at half-staff, this whole community is going to be showing their support. There are going to be candlelight vigils. People are going to be talking about it constantly. So there are a lot of families who are going to have really difficult conversations with their children tonight. I mean, how do you explain something like this? You can't even explain it to an adult. How do you explain it to a kid?
And especially because many of them may have driven by the scene today.
Why are there so many police out there?
On the way home from school, we heard from one of our reporters describing a school bus with kids looking out the window, and so you have to address it. You have to have that conversation. We are moments away. We are standing by right now. There is a scheduled news conference to take place at 7:15 where we are expecting to hear from the Sheriff, John Hanlon, as well as Dr. Rita Cabin, who is the interim president of Umpqua Community College. This has been a very difficult day for everybody, and you can imagine the intensity of it for those two people specifically.
Oh, absolutely. And this happened, she wasn't on campus, she was called back to campus, and she had to deal with this. We talked to her earlier and we asked, what's the protocol here on campus? Do you have armed guards? This has been an issue we've been talking about at Portland State for months now, the debate over whether, campus police should have guns. They do not, and when she was asked if that was going to change, she said, absolutely not. This is a tragedy. This is an anomaly. This is a great campus. It's a loving campus. We're not going to change anything at this point.
That has also been a conversation that has taken place at Umpqua Community College as recently as this summer. It was a debate, and it appeared as if the community there was divided. One article I was reading said it was about a 50-50 split on how people felt about having armed security guards. And in retrospect, you can't go back and say, would it have helped? We don't know. But that is definitely a lively discussion on many college campuses, not only in our state, but throughout the nation. As you can see right now, you're taking a live look at the room where we are anticipating and preparing for the latest news conference, where we hope to get more information on the events of today, where they are in the investigation, and what they anticipate in the coming days. Umpqua Community College is closed for the time being. They have a lot to process through, whether it's the police department or the faculty on staff there at Umpqua Community College, but they will not be reopening until Monday morning.
Earlier, Brian and I talked to sociologist Professor Randy Blazak. We we like to talk to him when something like this happens because this is his specialty. He researches these mass shootings, these crimes, and here's what he had to say about some of the common threads that he sees when we're dealing with tragedies like this.
In a case like this, when we have a mass shooting, we have a male who has experienced some intense loss. So, you know, we used to use the term going postal when we talked about workplace shootings, and then we kind of moved into this happening in high schools. And so we have someone who is dealing with an intense emotional situation through gun violence. And this becomes a way in our culture. I mean, there's a real connection between masculinity and gun usage. I mean, it's not about guns, it's about who's using the guns. Right. And that gun violence becomes a way of solving the problem. So usually what we see in a case like this, and it may turn out to be this situation or not, is the person is suicidal and they want to go out in a blaze of glory.
Yeah, he was really careful not to speculate about, you know, what happened today and the motive behind today's shooting, but I got to tell you, he nailed it when he was guessing who would be involved, and he does that in a lot of we call him right away when something like this happens, and we say, can we get your perspective? And a lot of times what he describes, his guess, turns out to be pretty right on.
Isn't it unfortunate that there have been so many cases to be able to develop such a keen
profile.
sense and a profile of who the suspected shooter would end up being? And as you can see there on your screen, the AP is reporting that the shooter was Chris Harper Mercer. I know a lot of you are get upset and discouraged, understandably so, when too much attention is focused on who the shooter is. But we are within the hours of when it happened, and there are a lot of questions, and people want answered, like what would drive somebody to this point. We do know he's 26 years old, but beyond that, we don't know too much about what his motivation could have been. We did hear reports from some students who were in a classroom saying that he was asking about religion when he was in the classroom. So hopefully, once this news conference gets started with the Douglas County Sheriff, we'll hear more information, hopefully released, as to a possible motive, to hopefully just settle us and answer so many of the questions that we are left with when 10 people within our state, within our community, our family, have been taken away.
We're also going to hear from, we're supposed to hear from the president of the college, who talked to us a little bit earlier, and she was telling us about some of the details of how they're going to handle this going forward. We know that college is closed at least tomorrow and Monday, could be closed longer than that. Investigators are still all over campus. Campus has been cleared. As soon as we know when people can get their things back from campus, and people left cars on campus, they left their wallets and their keys and all of that stuff, we will give that information to you. And of course, you can check our social media feeds. We've been posting information about blood drives and vigils on K2.com. We have the stuff on Twitter and Facebook. So keep checking in, because we are trying to post that information for you as soon as we can. We're getting a lot of messages from people asking, how can I help? Where can I attend a vigil? And so we're creating these posts on K2.com.
I wonder if it's okay if I can check in with our control room, if we can take this live shot. I think it's the location where Stephen Mayer was live, just so we can see kind of the process, how
Honda knows the best ingredients produce the best products. That's why the Northwest Honda dealers proudly support the Farm to School Garden initiatives in Oregon, helping cultivate positive nutrition habits for happy, healthy kids. Let's work together and help Oregon grow.
Information, the latest that we have in today's tragic events that unfolded at Umpqua Community College. Thank you and good night.
They say rain's bad luck for a wedding.
No, it's good luck, actually.
The new Discovery Sport. Adventure. It's in our DNA. Land Rover. Above and beyond.
This is a POS and not a PPO.
A PPO?
It's a POS.
I want a POS or I have a POS?
You have a POS.
So you want me to have a PPO?
You have a POS and not a PPO. That means
I want a PPO?
You have a POS, it's like an HMO. It means you need a referral from a PCP.
PCP?
A primary care physician.
A POS means I need a PCP?
A referral.
Find a doctor in your network before you book with ZocDoc.
They say rain's bad luck for a wedding.
No, it's good luck, actually.
The new Discovery Sport. Adventure. It's in our DNA. Land Rover. Above and beyond.
They say rain's bad luck for a wedding.
No, it's good luck, actually.
The new Discovery Sport. Adventure. It's in our DNA. Land Rover. Above and beyond.
No, I can't wait until the end of the week to see the doctor. Because I have rabies. I was saving some children from a coyote and it bit me.
Well, what would you have me do? Just let the children die? Don't tell me how rabies works. I know, I'm sorry. I'm just scared because I've never foamed at the mouth before. Hello? Miss?
Find and book a doctor when you need one with ZocDoc.
Like a lot of little circular dots. Itchy, burning. It's pretty much everywhere where I have pants. Defined very active? Then maybe yes. Chandra, I'm gonna have to call you back. Okay, bye.
Find and book a doctor in private with ZocDoc.
This is a POS and not a PPO.
A PPO?
It's a POS.
I want a POS or I have a POS?
You have a POS.
So you want me to have a PPO?
You have a POS and not a PPO. That means
I want a PPO?
You have a POS, it's like an HMO. It means you need a referral from a PCP.
PCP?
A primary care physician.
POS means I need a PCP?
A referral.
Find a doctor in your network before you book with ZocDoc.
They say rain's bad luck for a wedding.
No, it's good luck, actually.
The new Discovery Sport. Adventure. It's in our DNA. Land Rover. Above and beyond.
They say rain's bad luck for a wedding.
No, it's good luck, actually.
The new Discovery Sport. Adventure. It's in our DNA. Land Rover. Above and beyond.
They say rain's bad luck for a wedding.
No, it's good luck, actually.
The new Discovery Sport. Adventure. It's in our DNA. Land Rover. Above and beyond.
They say rain's bad luck for a wedding.
No, it's good luck, actually.
The new Discovery Sport. Adventure. It's in our DNA. Land Rover. Above and beyond.
Like a lot of little circular dots. Itchy, burning. It's pretty much everywhere where I have pants. Define very active? Then maybe yes. Chandra, I'm gonna have to call you back. Okay, bye.
Find and book a doctor in private with ZocDoc.
Like a lot of little circular dots. Itchy, burning. It's pretty much everywhere where I have pants. Define very active? Then maybe yes. Chandra, I'm gonna have to call you back. Okay, bye.
Find and book a doctor in private with ZocDoc. This is a POS and not a PPO.
A PPO?
It's a POS.
I want a POS or I have a POS?
You have a POS.
So you want me to have a PPO?
You have a POS and not a PPO. That means
I want a PPO?
You have a POS, it's like an HMO. It means you need a referral from a PCP.
PCP?
A primary care physician.
A POS means I need a PCP?
A referral.
Find a doctor in your network before you book with ZocDoc.
They say rain's bad luck for a wedding.
Oh, it's good luck, actually.
The new Discovery Sport. Adventure. It's in our DNA. Land Rover. Above and beyond.
They say rain's bad luck for a wedding.
Oh, it's good luck, actually.
The new Discovery Sport. Adventure. It's in our DNA. Land Rover. Above and beyond.
They say rain's bad luck for a wedding.
Oh, it's good luck, actually.
The new Discovery Sport. Adventure. It's in our DNA. Land Rover. Above and beyond.
They say rain's bad luck for a wedding.
Oh, it's good luck, actually.
The new Discovery Sport. Adventure. It's in our DNA. Land Rover. Above and beyond.
They say rain's bad luck for a wedding.
Oh, it's good luck, actually.
The new Discovery Sport. Adventure. It's in our DNA. Land Rover. Above and beyond.
No, I can't wait until the end of the week to see the doctor. Because I have rabies. I was saving some children from a coyote and it bit me.
Well, what would you have me do? Just let the children die? Don't tell me how rabies works. I know, I'm sorry. I'm just scared because I've never foamed at the mouth before. Hello? Miss?
Find and book a doctor when you need one with ZocDoc.
No, I can't wait until the end of the week to see the doctor. Because I have rabies. I was saving some children from a coyote and it bit me.
Well, what would you have me do? Just let the children die? Don't tell me how rabies works. I know, I'm sorry. I'm just scared because I've never foamed at the mouth before. Hello? Miss?
Find and book a doctor when you need one with ZocDoc.
They say rain's bad luck for a wedding.
No, it's good luck, actually.
The new Discovery Sport. Adventure. It's in our DNA. Land Rover. Above and beyond.
They say rain's bad luck for a wedding.
No, it's good luck, actually.
The new Discovery Sport. Adventure. It's in our DNA. Land Rover. Above and beyond.
Rain's bad luck for a wedding.
No, it's good luck, actually.
The new Discovery Sport. Adventure. It's in our DNA. Land Rover. Above and beyond.